Welcome back, everybody. Quarterly results just out from Foot Locker. The company actually earning 22 cents a share. That beat the street's expectations of 12 cents. Revenue, $1.88 billion. That was in line with expectations. But here's some big news. Comparable store sales were down by 1.8%. That was not as bad as the 3.1% drop that the street was expecting. Also, Foot Locker is affirming its full-year outlook. They're looking at the midpoint of that guided range, well above the street's expectations, and they're looking for comp store sales to actually be positive for the full year, up 1% to 3%. The street was watching this very closely, waiting to see what would happen because they're undergoing a turnaround there, waiting to see if any results or signs of that turnaround were evident. This looks like it is a step in the right direction. Right now, you see that stock up by close to 8%. We're going to be speaking with the CEO, Mary Dillon. She'll be joining us in the next hour, first on CNBC. When we come back, we're going to dig into the plunge in Salesforce shares, the company's report, and comments from Mark Benioff last night on Mad Money. That stock this morning down by more than 15%. Squawk Box will be right back.
Like,
now. Is there something that I'm missing, which explains why people are taking your stock down 17, 18%, when it to me looks like this is a rather just typical good Salesforce quarter?
Jim, this has been an amazing year for us. We've completely transformed the financials of the company, and you can see that we're delivering, as I said, this incredible cash flow and margin numbers. So, look, I can't predict what the stock market does. You know that.
Right.
We've been through this how many times over a couple, I guess I've been doing this 25 years, but what I can tell you is that the most important thing remains the customer success.
That was Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff speaking to Jim Cramer last night on Mad Money. Shares of the Dow component are down 16% this morning. That's putting some major pressure on the Dow. You can see the Dow right now indicated off by 335 points. Joining us right now with a closer look at the quarter and the guidance that the company is giving for the current quarter is Brian Schwartz. He's Senior Analyst and Managing Director for Oppenheimer. And Brian, you in a note are calling these results disappointing. I think the Street's reaction is more than disappointing on this. I know you've got a 12 to 18 month price target of $280 and an outperform rating. What do you think when you see A, the results, and B, the market reaction?
Yeah, first, thanks for having me on your show, Becky. And starting with the market reaction, I've covered Salesforce for 20 years. This is one of the largest one-day drops that I've seen in my career in following the name. You know, I'd attribute the disappointment in the quarter to 5 things. You know, first is macro, the first 3, that Salesforce is in a bad neighborhood right now. You know, the demand for front office software is not the priority. It's really upon rationalizing your IT stack and costs. So that's number 1. Number 2, we'd seen weakness in the SMB market earlier this year, also in the consumer. Now it looks like it's starting to penetrate the enterprise market. Number 3, there's been less hiring. You can see that in the non-farm payroll, so less software investment if you have less people. Number 4 is internal with Salesforce. I mean, I'm sure there was some distraction. There was rumors on them trying to fill a hole in their data management products with Informatica. And number 5, which is probably the newest development, I think the read-through from this, it looks like investments in AI is crowding out investments in software these days.
Yeah, that's an interesting and concerning point for lots of software companies, but Salesforce is saying that they've got these AI offerings that are going to be on the way, maybe not till 25 or 26 until you really see it. Is that something that you think will eventually help them, or is it going to come too late?
Over time, it should help them. The size and depth of the data that's on Salesforce's platform. Eventually, there should be a bigger monetization path. But right now, when I say that AI is crowding out investments in software, when we talk to customers, we don't hear about a new line item in the budget for AI. It's coming out of somewhere, and it looks like it's coming out of the software budget. And if you're an investor, and what investors are trying to better understand right now in software is which software businesses' moats are going to be defensible and which are not in AI. And that's leading to a revaluation of the whole sector, and it's compressing multiples.
It sounds like you are reevaluating potentially your $280 price target, your outperform, and maybe not thinking that this is an overreaction from the street.
That is correct. I mean, if I look at the bookings metrics for Salesforce, it grew 2% in Q1. That's the slowest I've seen since I've been following the company. I'd have to go back to the Great Recession. And then they're guiding for only 6% bookings growth in next quarter. You know, that to me indicates that Salesforce is shedding market share right now.
You call it disappointing, and the president of the company, not Benioff, but the president said elongated deal cycles, deal compression, and high levels of budget scrutiny. So it was disappointing, right? I just, when CEOs, I guess they're perennial cheerleaders, they say, we just mind our P's and Q's. We don't know what the stock market's going to do. I have no idea why my stock, he knows why it's down 16%, doesn't he, Brian? And maybe he's right. Long-term, AI might be the tailwind, and they got to, you know, this is near-term. You know, there'll be great promise in the future, but I never hear a CEO who doesn't say that. I don't, the daily vicissitudes of the market, I can't control that, but we're just, would you prefer to hear, yeah, it was disappointing, we're working on it?
Yeah, I would. I agree with you, Joe. We're seeing it on other software names, enterprise companies. We saw it with Workday, we saw it with UiPath, you're seeing it with Salesforce. And look, there's still a bull case here, you know, for software this year. I think that the biggest hope is not AI, but that this demand weakness somehow gets pushed out to the second half of the year, and we get a seasonally strong second half, and businesses' bookings can get back on track. But yeah, investors are smarter than that. They can read through, they can see this low single-digit bookings growth and know that something is wrong with the deal activity in the spending environment in sales with Salesforce and likely with software in general.
Hey, Brian, thank you. And when you do decide how you're reevaluating this, let us know.
Will do. Thanks again for having me on your show.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 7 a.m. on the East Coast, actually just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. The full gang is in the house. Among today's top stories, an update on yesterday's annual meeting at Exxon. Shareholders voting in line with the board recommendations, all of them backing the re-election of 12 directors. In a statement, the company saying investors send a powerful message. Rules and value creation matter. The company said the vote signals the belief that Exxon is on the right track. Meantime, today is the deadline for Boeing to tell federal regulators how it plans to fix safety and quality problems that have plagued the aircraft manufacturer. The FAA requiring Boeing to produce a turnaround plan following the blowout of a door panel on an Alaska Airlines flight in January. And if you pay for Amazon Prime, you're now getting an extra perk, free food delivery from Grubhub. Amazon is embedding Grubhub into its website and the Amazon shopping app. Prime members will pay no delivery fees on orders of $12 or more. They're also going to get lower service fees and 5% back on pickup orders. And this is going to only increase the battle between the many players of DoorDash and Uber. And increasingly, I should say, there's sort of an Instacart situation going on here, too. So a number of players that could be impacted by this.
All slamming into the weekly injection of Ozempic. It's very strange. We're in strange times.
Yes.
They got to see whether they'll deliver that for free.
Every positive, right? No, but every positive, in the background, I think.
Although maybe that's part of it. McDonald's is seeing fewer people coming into their stores. They got to find ways to lure more people back in. This could be part of that too. We're going to offer free delivery, so it's more enticing. If you're seeing a drop in some of the demand for it, that's how you respond.
There's a commercial showing a guy sticking a needle. It says, once a week, and you lose 20% of your body weight, like
including your muscle mass.
Yeah, but 20%. I'm doing the math, and it's yeah. I mean, people are going to think,
When are you going to start?
I don't want to lose 20, but people would think something was wrong if I lost 20. They would. They would.
And then they'd say you look great.
No, they wouldn't. They'd say you look like a ghost. It's a sallow. Are you okay? How about 5%, Andrew? Can I sign on for that? Can I stop, and then do I get it back? I mean,
no, you get it back. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at the futures this morning. There's quite a bit of pressure there. Dow futures off by 330 points. S&P futures are down by 20. The NASDAQ down by 50. Let's get over to Dom Chu to take a look at the morning's pre-market movers. And obviously, things are really being pressured here by Salesforce, but there's other movers too, Dom.
Absolutely. Salesforce, right now it's accounting for the vast majority of the Dow's move to the downside, implied at the opening bell, Becky, to your point. But we'll kick things off with another big earnings mover to the downside that's even worse, if you can believe it or not, than Salesforce, and that's UiPath, as you're seeing there. Shares are down nearly 30% at this point pre-market, just around 850,000 shares of volume. The business automation and artificial intelligence software company actually reported better than expected quarterly profits and revenues, but has been the case for much of this earnings season. It lowered its full year outlook, and that's been the big whammy here. It also said, by the way, that CEO Rob Enslin is resigning effective June 1st and would be replaced by co-founder Daniel Dines. So those shares, because of the outlook and the CEO shakeup, down 30% right now. Another earnings mover, but in the positive direction this morning, is HP Inc., which is higher by just about 6% right now, around 40,000 shares of volume. This is the personal computer maker, printer maker, computer accessories maker. It reported quarterly profits and revenues that also topped expectations. HP was helped along by better demand recovery for those PC devices, and specifically from educational-based institutions like schools who spent on upgrading their equipment, so those shares up 5.5%. And let's end with a check on a Dow component, and that's media and theme parks giant Disney. It's been shifting between marginal gains and losses pre-market just around a little over 5,000 shares of volume, so stable, we'll call it. This is all after activist investor Nelson Peltz of Trian Partners has reportedly thrown in the towel on his campaign against Disney. Peltz has exited his entire stake in the company weeks after losing his proxy battle against the company's board. That's according to a source familiar with the matter, who also said that the stake was sold for roughly $120 a share, which netted Trian about $1 billion in profits on the position. You can see those shares are $100.79 pre-market. So, Becky, a pretty decent move there. Disney shares in focus. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, Don, we will see you in just a little bit.
Okay, new in just the past few minutes, Amazon saying the FAA has approved its drones to fly beyond visual line of sight. That allows its Prime Air program to further expand drone deliveries and lay the foundation to scale drone operations to more locations in the United States. So more folks may be looking up, seeing stuff drop down.
Coming up, what consumers say versus what they do. A look at some of the key indicators, economic indicators, and the behavior of consumers next. Then later, Foot Locker CEO Mary Dillon joins us to discuss quarterly results and much more. Squawk will be right back.
Insurance.
Now, less than 90 minutes to the latest GDP numbers expected to show that the U.S. economy grew at a rate of 1.2% last quarter. Many economists, though, many Americans see the economy slowing. A new poll by The Guardian by Harris shows 56% of Americans wrongly believe the country's in a recession, and 49% say unemployment is at a 50-year high, even though it's near a 50-year low. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us with with more on what consumers are saying versus what they're actually doing. Hey, Steve.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, while the majority of Americans say the economy is in recession, they're acting and spending much more like it's an expansion. CNBC looked at several key consumer indicators and found while there is some slowing out there, nearly all these indicators are much closer to expansion than they are contraction. Take inflation-adjusted consumer spending, the most obvious one. During recessions, we went back to 1980, it slows to 0.2%. Expansion, 3.2. Over the past year, it's averaged 2.29. So a slow expansion, but still much closer to expansion. How about revolving credit? The willingness to take out and use credit? Recession, 1.9%. Expansion, 7.9%. Currently, over the past year, it's averaged 7.6%. We found the same too for vehicle sales, new home sales, air travel, and capital spending by businesses. None of this says many Americans aren't struggling with high prices, but it shows that at least on average, the actions are not necessarily matching the downbeat attitudes. I talked to Jan Niffen, he's one of our favorite retail experts. He tells me it's a bad time to be a politician, but hey, it's not so bad to be a retailer. That said, we are looking for a downgrade or a slowdown in Q1 GDP this morning. Q4 3.4. First print came in at 1.6 on Q1. Now it's coming down to 1.2. The markdown is coming from somewhat slower but still decent consumer spending and a bigger trade deficit. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Fed pegging Q2 at an accelerated 3.5%. One of the best explanations for the downbeat attitude comes from Joe Buswellis of RSM. He tells me, for a normal person, recession means I either have more or less discretionary income. And with gas and food prices up, it means less discretionary income. So for many, it is a recession. Add to that, growing political biases in people's attitudes towards the economy. An overlay of geopolitical turmoil, housing is very expensive, and you have high interest rates. That may be the recipe for negative views on the economy, guys. It seems for the moment to have more impact in the political arena than they're having in the actual economy. Joe?
Steve, are we gonna say, wow, it's much, that the number is surprising because it's stronger than we thought, or could it be below 1%? You know what goes into it, so there's,
Yeah.
I'm sure you know the different components. You know how it's probably totally unlikely, given what we know, that it would be under 1%. It's totally unlikely it would be 2%, Steve?
I don't think it's going to go to 2%, Joe, because the data we have from the Census Bureau tells us that retail was softer than originally estimated. That said, that's all on the good side. We have just really lousy data on the service side. And then, you know, there's a puzzle I'll throw at you. One of the reasons why we're going to have a slower consumption, or a slower GDP number, is because imports were up. Does that tell you the economy is weak, or does it tell you it's strong? Imports can be a sign of confidence on the part of retailers and other sellers that they're going to be able to sell those goods, so they bring more stuff into the country. What we're going to look at this morning, Joe, is going to be the insides of the economy, what's happening to consumers and what's happening to businesses, and we're kind of going to put to the side the inventory and the trade numbers and really gauge the strength of the economy that way.
Is the economy downshifting, Steve, in your view, finally?
I think there is some slowing going on, Joe. From what I'm seeing, you had that slower jobs report, you had some slower retail sales. I think there is some slowing going on. I'm curious about the Atlanta Fed GDP number. It's early days. They tend to be really hot out of the box, and then they come down as the quarter goes on. So we're watching that. We'll do our own rapid update after there's a bit more data on the second quarter. But you really want to, most economists have looked through this Q1 number because of the impact of inventory and trade. If we see consumption really slowing, if we see businesses really slowing, and I really like that conversation. It's something, by the way, I mentioned a couple months ago. You were talking about this idea that maybe there's this shift from other investment spending, for example, software, into AI, that AI is soaking up some of this. We might have seen some of that in some of the other data out there, which is something to watch, which has real specific corporate impact, but also potentially a macro impact.
we get a PCE number too. Is that gonna be okay?
That's tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah, we'll
but it
get
was
the big
trending
inflation.
down.
We'll get the quarterly inflation.
What are you expecting? Is it going to be? This would be like the second, like cooler reading after we had a series of hotter readings after we had a bunch of cooler readings. So are we going to
cool?
What's it going to be?
Cool, but not cool enough, Joe. Cool, but not cool enough. I think we're looking at a. Hang on, I didn't get it. Hold on, I'll give you 1 second. I'll give you the estimate for tomorrow. It's 2.7. So we're down on the core goes from 2.7 to 2.8. So down 10. So it's cooling, but not as fast as it was cooling last year. But I think the key here, Joe, we know what this number is. What we want to see is whether or not the components that were kind of accelerating and may have been backing up this idea that we had these, beginning of the year price hikes that have now worked their way through the system, if that really was the case.
Okay. All right, Steve. I'm just constantly we're getting kind of. I guess that's where everything works. Up 3, back 2. But it never is a straight line. We'll be back to thinking we're okay tomorrow, or we'll be back to thinking we got.
Joe, I feel like you're very nervous, Joe. I'm hearing it.
I'm nervous about a hike eventually. I'm worried the next thing can be a hike. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that the next could be a hike, not a cut. I don't know why they're so sure it's going to be a cut.
That's why
I think it's Thursday, Joe. We're on the verge of summer. I think you should relax a little bit, Joe.
Okay, I just got done relaxing, and even when I'm relaxing, I'm nervous relaxer. Relaxed nervouser.
Cautiously optimistic.
Optimistically cautious, exactly.
Up next, the growing relationship between Elon Musk and former President Donald Trump. The Wall Street Journal has reported that the two have discussed a possible advisory role for Musk if the former president wins the White House. We'll discuss that next. Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. Six Flags opened its first amusement park in 1961 in which state? The answer when Squawk Box returns. the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Six Flags opened its first amusement park in 1961. In which state? The answer, Texas.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. A new piece in the Wall Street Journal detailing the growing alliance between former President Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Joining us right now on the set, Wall Street Journal reporter Emily Glazer, who co-authored that story. It has gone viral. Everybody's talking about it. Tell us what you know about what you think is really happening here in terms of this relationship and whether he's going to have this true special advisory role. How much of that is Elon Musk wanting that in your mind, or how much of that is a Donald Trump and Ike Perlmutter and Nelson Peltz and Carl Icahn and that whole troupe wanting that?
Well, Andrew, it's an election year, so that means alliances get reformed or come together when people want something. And so we know that Donald Trump has dangled this special advisor role to Elon Musk. It could be around the economy, it can be around border security, both issues that Elon has been extremely vocal about. We know they talked about it. We know they talked about it at Nelson Peltz's oceanfront estate in Palm Beach back in March. And while it isn't fully hammered out yet, it's something that could happen should Trump win the presidency. So here's the question, but how much of this has been, was a just thrown out idea? How much of this was discussed prior to the breakfast? I'm just trying to understand whether this was just a sort of a random thought that Donald Trump threw out there, whether this was something that Ike threw out there, this was something that Nelson Peltz said, hey Donald, you should make him the special advisor, and that's what we're talking about, or we're talking about something much more serious? So obviously we can't reveal our sources, but the Wall Street Journal wouldn't write an article if we didn't think it was something legitimate that was there. With any of these things, just like if a deal might be talked about, there's a sense that it may not fully materialize, and also Donald has to win the presidency first. But it was not just a random aside. This is something that they talked about, Trump and Musk. It wasn't just something someone else threw out there. Right. They talked about where Musk could have influence. That could be around border security. It wasn't just like, oh, special advisor, go take this and let's all be happy and sing Kumbaya together. So we know that there were discussions about it. We know it's still out there as a possibility.
Right. And what do we think from the Elon Musk side? So I gather, I can see why Donald Trump would like this to be out there. Elon Musk has been vociferous, obviously, in his frustrations, let's say, with President Biden, but has been unwilling, at least so far, to endorse a candidate. Has said that he may not endorse a candidate. Has been kind of reluctant to do that. This would be, I mean, this unto itself is almost a stealth endorsement. The story reads like a stealth endorsement.
So he has not gone so far as endorsing Donald Trump, you're right. However, Elon Musk is part of this influence campaign that we heard about, where he is co-hosting along with Nelson Peltz, David Sachs, part of the PayPal mafia, these dinners.
Let me ask you about this. How much do you think this is driven by Nelson Peltz, David Sachs, and that troupe that are having these dinners, and Elon, you know, is being asked to come to them? And how much of this is being driven by Elon Musk saying, hey, David Sachs and Nelson Peltz, I want you to set up this dinner, and I'm going to co-host it, and you guys are going to show up to my dinner. Do you see that?
Yeah,
there's a big difference, and I think people need to understand what's going on here.
I think that's a fair point. If Elon had not co-hosted the April dinner with David Sachs atop the Hollywood Hills, if he were just a random guest, I see your point, and that might have been the case at this March breakfast gathering in Palm Beach, where he brought his son. Barron Trump was there, Nelson Peltz's son was there, but the fact that Elon co-hosted the April gathering, to me, shows a marked difference.
He said, I think he did say, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden, did he not?
Yeah, no, he's officially been out saying that he's not voting for Biden.
Not vote for anybody.
But he hasn't said that he wants to. He has not said, please go out and vote for Trump, and he's had lots of issues with President Trump over the years.
Absolutely. So I was just looking back. 2 years ago, he was saying Trump sail off into the sunset. You know, they were trading barbs all the time. Trump called him a BS artist. So it's not like these two have been friendly all these years. And Elon left the advisory
council. Did you watch, I'm sure in your reporting for this article you watched it, the interview with Don Lemon?
Yes.
Okay. So what's so interesting to me, and this is why I was trying to understand what was really going on.
Yes.
The interview with Don Lemon, he's asked about that breakfast.
Right, and he swung by.
Very straight, he said, swung by, and then almost derisively suggests, you know, Trump would talk about what Trump would talk about, and he was being asked, but almost in a sort of like, this guy talks too much. I don't really love Trump to begin with. I mean, it was not a, like, by the way, I really like this guy. I want to be his, clearly not I want to be his advisor. It was almost like, I think he's a crazy person, and I just happen to be at the breakfast.
So, agree with you, watch that interview, of course, but that's where I think there was this change to then Elon co-hosting this sort of secretive, what it was called an anti-Biden dinner, and there we know that attendees talked about how can we financially give to Donald Trump without the public knowing. And so I think things are changing, and we also know that more dinners are planned going forward, including with Musk.
He doesn't want to admit it?
I think that everyone, and by everyone I mean Donald Trump and Elon Musk, both don't want to fully show their cards. They could both get a lot out of this potential alliance. Trump needs voters, he needs money. Elon wants influence. He's got 6 companies.
So do you believe that Elon might be in the almost the Bill Ackman camp? And I think Bill Ackman has a view, I think it's a bit of a fever dream, but a view that somehow if you criticize President Biden enough, that maybe somehow magically Joe Biden will say, you know what, I'm not going to run for president anymore. And by the way, maybe Gavin Newsom or somebody else should take my spot. That it's not an endorsement of President Trump, but it's this idea that somehow some unicorn is going to emerge that is going to...
The whole Democratic Party is leaving that as a possibility. That's why the debate is so early. The problem the Democratic Party has is you'd have to let Kamala have her shot, and they don't want to let Kamala have her shot.
So I would say this on Elon Musk. I don't think he's waiting for that kind of pipe dream, because he has made it very clear that he does not support Democrats anymore and that he's voting Republican. Whether that now, he's not saying I'm voting for Donald Trump, but he's still saying that he doesn't support Democrats, and his politics have really shifted over the years. And now he really has moved more right-leaning. He's donated, up to about 50,000 publicly, but he's donated smaller amounts to both Democrats and Republicans over the years. But in the last 2 years ago, he's really more of a Republican, and he said it.
Is there ways to track down how much people donate at this point? It's so complicated.
Well, so this is where we get in, dark money is called dark money for a reason. So we looked at Federal Election Commission filings. That's where it's public, and you can actually see, okay, Elon Musk donated $5,000 to the NRCC, $3,000 to, this Democratic candidate. But super PACs, which is where billionaires usually play, is when it's not tracked. And so you can't really say, you don't really know who's giving what and how much.
Right. Emily, thank you for coming in. It's
Thank you.
Fascinating story.
When we come back, the FDA warning that synthetic nicotine being sold in unapproved vaping devices may be more potent and more addictive than tobacco-derived nicotine. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb will join us on the potential dangers. In the meantime, check out the futures because they are under quite a bit of pressure this morning. Dow futures right now off 325 points. NASDAQ's down by nearly 50 points. S&P futures down by 18. Squawk Box will be right back. McDonald's has a new message for consumers. Our prices aren't that high. In an open letter yesterday, McDonald's USA President Joe Erlinger said that the average price of McDonald's menu items is up around 40% since 2019. He was refuting claims on social media and from some House Republicans that the fast food company has raised prices by more than 100%. He said it frustrates him and worries him when he hears about an $18 Big Mac meal being sold, even if it was just at one location in the United States. Erlinger said the average price of a Big Mac meal today is $9.29, which is up 27% from 2019. McDonald's shares right now $250 roughly. That's down about 12% for the year to date.
Okay. Meantime, could nicotine alternatives be just as or even more addictive than nicotine itself? Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb is going to join us right after the break to discuss some fascinating new findings, and then later activist investors selling his entire stake in Disney after losing his proxy battle. Analyst Rich Greenfield is going to join us to discuss what it means for the stock and shareholders. Squawk Box coming right back.
Now.
The most important thing remains the customer success, which is why how are we going to make these customers totally transform themselves, more profitable, better customer success using our incredible new AI technology. And that's what I'm really excited.
Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff on Mad Money last night. The stock down sharply right now after revenue missed estimates and guidance came in weaker than expected. The stock off by 15% just this morning. Joe?
Right, the FDA says synthetic nicotine may be more potent than nicotine itself. The agency is responding to the rise of products like vapes, Zyn pouches, and snooze. that use nicotine-like chemicals to create a similar high. Joining us now with more on the risks and regulations surrounding these products, Scott Gottlieb is the former commissioner of the FDA. He's now a CNBC contributor and a board member of Illumina and Pfizer. How prevalent are these things, Doctor? I haven't even heard of a couple of those things.
Yeah, well, not prevalent yet. So we're talking about synthetic analogs of nicotine. So this isn't actually nicotine. It's what's called 6-methyl-nicotine. It's making its way into a handful of products that are coming into the market, being used, unfortunately, largely by youth. A lot of the products that you mentioned at the top of the show are actually using either nicotine derived from tobacco or synthetically derived nicotine. Now, nicotine derived from tobacco or nicotine that's synthetically derived are both regulated by FDA. The law that gives FDA jurisdiction over tobacco products encompasses either nicotine derived from tobacco leaves or that's chemically synthesized. What these are analogs of nicotine that aren't quite nicotine, but they hit the nicotine receptor in a similar way, perhaps in a more potent way. So they skirt around FDA regulation, since the FDA regulation is very specific to nicotine, because they're not actually nicotine. Right now, they're not subject to FDA regulation. And just one last point, I faced a similar issue like this when I was at FDA as commissioner, in that the law at that time only covered nicotine that was derived from tobacco leaves, so only gave FDA jurisdiction over nicotine derived from tobacco leaves, because at the time they wrote the law, they didn't envision that it'd be possible to synthetically synthesize nicotine. Subsequent to that, when I got to the agency, we started to see synthetic nicotine products coming onto the market. We went to Congress and asked them for more authority to give us jurisdiction over those products. They did. I suspect that's what's going to happen here. Congress is going to expand the law to give the agency jurisdiction, not just over nicotine, but nicotine analogs.
How advantageous is it to be able to skirt the regulations that we have right now for nicotine, Doctor? Because it seems like a pretty simple fix. I mean, it involves Congress, but it seems like you could, make synthetic analogs, have producers of those live by the same rules as the ones that produce real nicotine.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a big reason to try to skirt FDA regulations, since the FDA isn't actively regulating in this space, and so far as it has a backlog of about 500,000 applications that it needs to work through. So it's allowing these products onto the market in the interim while it works those applications. It has been taking enforcement actions. I think by trying to skirt FDA regulations by synthesizing a new component, they actually probably put themselves into the crosshairs of FDA's drug regulation. So they might have jumped out of the frying pan of tobacco regulation, but into the fire of drug regulation. I would expect to see FDA try to take some action to say that these are illegal under the new drug regulations, because nicotine, as you know, is also regulated as a drug, and they are making claims about hitting that same receptor. So they are making drug-like claims. I do think that there's an argument that FDA can craft here to say that they're running afoul of the drug regulation, and that would give the agency authority to direct Customs and Border Protection to seize these products at the border. They're coming in largely through the mail. It looks like a lot of these chemicals are being made in China. There's 4 companies in China that have patents in China to this synthetically derived nicotine, this 6-methyl-nicotine.
Figures. All right, I'm bored talking about nicotine. Can you tell me about, is there going to be not another pandemic staring us in the face? Is there?
Look, I don't think so. This strain so far doesn't look like it has the capacity to spread efficiently with humans. I think what we don't know is how many people have been infected and recovered. So it'd be better to have surveillance data on those dairy farms to get a better handle on how many people actually have been infected, had mild illnesses, recovered. That would be very important public health data to have. I also worry about the fact that we haven't been very aggressive at trying to control the spread on these farms. The more that this continues to spread in cows, and if this does have the potential to become an endemic virus in cows, that would be an unfortunate situation, because the more that we allow this to spread in mammals, the more that we tempt fate that this eventually can jump into humans, and that's what you worry about.
What's the solution? To cull the cattle?
No, but there's precautions you could take on dairy farms. It appears that the virus is spreading through milking equipment, that it localizes in the udders on the cows. So it's actually spreading through the milking equipment. So you can take measures to try to sanitize equipment in between milking. I don't know on-farm procedures, but there are things I'm told you can do. It might add to some cost on the farms. You could also offer vaccination to some of the dairy workers, since they're exposed to this virus, at a higher rate than certainly the general population. I think that there'd probably be low uptake, but there'd be some uptake.
should we have any hesitancy about prescribing Ozempic for anybody that just wants to be thinner, or one of these drugs, whatever, any of the class of drugs? I'm thinking about high school girls, or that have, you know, that we read about, that have so many issues on social media with their weight. I mean, do we just go headlong into this? They become trillion-dollar drugs. Everybody is skinny. I mean, aren't there any concerns about the mechanisms at this point, Scott? They could do incredible good, but it just seems like, I mean, I don't even think I necessarily am suitable for it, the way that it works. I don't, you know, I'm not obese, quite.
I think we should be worried about inappropriate utilization of these drugs. These are high-dose drugs. They do have side effects. If you look at the average BMI of people who are on the branded version of these drugs, Novo put out some data. I believe the average BMI of someone who was prescribed Wegovy was 38, which is quite high. So it looks like they're being appropriately used, the prescription drugs at least. Where I think that there may be some inappropriate utilization is, frankly, with the compounders and the telehealth providers who are marketing direct to consumers, and I don't think the bar is very high to getting a prescription from some of those venues. So I do think there's some inappropriate or more inappropriate utilization in that segment. I think overall, though, the inappropriate utilization is probably a lot lower than we surmise, simply because we're in a media market where we probably know a handful of people who are using it more for a lifestyle type of indication. But I think overall, if you look across the country at the utilization, I think it's people who are appropriately indicated are getting these drugs. But it is something we need to be concerned about as the bar to a prescription gets
and
lower.
And the doctor said,
more accustomed to this.
If I remember, you think that I think it was you who thought that the market for this was 10%, at the height would be 10% of Americans?
I think it certainly could be, and if you look at some of the Wall Street analyst estimates, I'm saying that by 2030. I mean, it could get a little higher than that over the long run, but some of the analyst estimates put it close to that. If you think about statins, about a quarter of the population are on statins. I think as these drugs, these GLP-1 drugs, demonstrate more benefits in a wider array of diseases, sleep apnea, cardiovascular disease, dementia, chronic kidney disease, that's going to drive a lot of utilization because there's a lot of excess morbidity in those different indications that people aren't being appropriately treated. This could be another tool in their armamentarium.
Right. So many things come from being obese. Like 10 of the things that you mentioned. So you got to add it all up. Dr. Gottlieb, thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
No, I was going to say the jury's still out whether or not these have broader benefits beyond just the weight reduction. So that's still an open question.
Thanks.
When we come back, after weeks of upheaval at colleges, the gateways to the workplace, can we agree that commencement speeches should avoid controversy? John Ford's going to join us next to weigh in on both sides of this topic. And then Foot Locker CEO Mary Dillon will join us after reporting results just a short time ago. That stock now up 13% in the early trading. We'll be right back.
Insurance.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are just 48 hours away from the end of the month of May, which means we're finally done with most college graduation addresses. And while some are inspirational, others make headlines for other reasons, leading John Fort to this following question. Should commencement speeches avoid controversy? John is here to weigh in. What do you think?
Well, Andrew, yes, commencement addresses should avoid controversy, absolutely. The greatest of them have been unifying and inspiring, reflecting on the challenges of the moment and appealing to our better angels. And that was the issue with Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker's speech at Benedictine College earlier this month. In it, the conservative Catholic athlete took swipes at women with career ambition, President Biden's faith, the concept of gay pride, and more. An uproar followed. A group of nuns from the school criticized the speech as divisive. Others spoke out in support. Every player on the Chiefs, relative of a player on the Chiefs, and parent of a daughter was asked to deliver an opinion about what Butker said. And that exposes a problem in our culture. It seems like if you hand somebody a mic these days, most everyone is trying to go viral with the hottest, most TikTokable takes, not to persuade the opposition, but to get attention. The fix, whether it's commencement speeches or corporate messaging, quit trying to moralize to the entire world all the time. Instead, work toward bringing people together. Andrew.
We did just have a few years of campus controversy about the need for free expression on campuses. And so the question about that is, should speeches be tame?
Well, Andrew, on the other hand, controversial commencement addresses are great. They offer an opportunity for schools to differentiate themselves by whom they invite to speak and for the speakers by what they say. Sometimes call for boldness, and our academic institutions should be places where bold ideas catalyze discussion. And that's really what happened with Harrison Butker's speech. Putting aside whether you agree or disagree with what he said, he didn't say it in an NFL press conference. He's a known Catholic conservative who spoke at a Catholic college commencement in Kansas. Okay? If a guy like him can't express traditional ideas about gender roles there, then where can he? And that exposes a problem in our culture. There's happy talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but when somebody like Butker with a different and deeply held belief system speaks up, well, then people want to silence him. I say we swing things the other way. Let's have more well-crafted controversial commencement addresses, and then let's talk about whether the ideas are good or not for clickbait, for stronger community.
What do you really think?
As usual.
Well, can I actually? I'm going to take it back.
Okay.
I'm going to add a third piece into this. So one of the things that happened in the past week was Harvard said that the university itself
neutral
was going to have this neutral sort of University of Chicago style. We don't stand for, we're not standing up for different issues or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Some people would say that means they stand for nothing. Other people would say that that's the right decision to get away from the politics of it all. What do you say?
I say there's no such thing as a neutral stance. That's just saying on the things that we think everybody agrees with, then, racial access to higher education, right? Nobody's neutral on that. But, 60 years ago, that might have been a, more controversial take. So, I mean, you can say that, oh, we're going to be neutral, but really it means we're going to try to stay away from this latest, I think, drive in the culture to have an opinion on everything. And then once you start doing it, you can't stop.
At the forefront of that and being the heated center and have all the focus on you.
There are a lot of CEOs who want to do that too.
Exactly.
Some are succeeding. Well, that brings us, of course, to the On the Other Hand newsletter, where you can really dive in here. There's the QR code on the screen, or you can, if you like to use your fingers, type in cnbc.com/OTOH. You'll get the full text of both of these arguments, and you can share.
All right, coming up, Foot Locker CEO Mary Dillon joins us after the break. Check out the shares of Kohl's tumbling after reporting results. Company posted a loss of 24 cents a share. Street was expecting earnings of 4 cents. Revenue of $3.18 billion was also below. Kohl's is cutting guidance also for sales and earnings, citing weaker consumer demand for apparel and footwear. We're coming right back.
back, everybody. Shares of Foot Locker rising on better than expected earnings and comp store sales. The retailer also offering an upbeat outlook for the rest of the year. And joining us right now, first on CNBC, is Foot Locker CEO Mary Dillon. You saw the shares up sharply since this. Mary, congratulations. I think the street was looking very closely to see signs of this turnaround that you've been working on pretty hard. What did you see over the course of the quarter?
Yeah, well, first of all, we're really pleased to have a solid start to the year. Our comps and our gross margins in line with expectations, and our EPS ahead of expectations. Importantly, as we went through the quarter, we saw our comps start to improve, strengthen, I would say, from February into March and April, even as we're moderating promotions. So you want to see that. And also globally, our Foot Locker and Kids Foot Locker comp was positive, plus 1%. So feel really good about that. And to me, this is just signs that our lace-up plan is working.
I mean, we're looking at your shares right now up 14%. We just reported Kohl's that came in with disappointing sales, and they said that they had really struggled with both clothing and footwear sales over the course. What did you see with the consumer that
I'd say
are missing?
Maybe a couple things. One is that as our lace-up plan is starting to work, a couple of the highlights are we're investing in our brand. You know, Foot Locker is an iconic 50-year-old company and 50-year-old global brand, and so we're investing in our first ever global brand campaign. It's called The Heart of Sneakers, celebrates our stripers, investing in NBA sponsorship, a program called The Clinic in partnership with Nike and Jordan Brand. So those are all things that I think are really bringing currency, relevancy, connection to basketball. Secondly, our brand partnerships are really reinvigorated. Feel very excited about what our brands are offering and our co-marketing. And thirdly, we're improving the customer journey in every step of the way. So from a better digital experience to a better in-store experience. So we're refreshing our fleet over time. And the best expression is a store we just opened up a couple weeks ago here, and it's in Wayne, New Jersey, in the Willowbrook Mall. We opened up a second one of these new stores, a new concept in Paris today, in time for the Olympics. And we have 3 more coming. One will be on 34th Street soon. So anyway, so what we're trying to do is really bring together across all the dynamics of the right product assortment, the right marketing, investing in the right customer experience, and it's working right now.
Not too long ago, during the pandemic, people were looking at it and thinking, okay, Foot Locker and other retailers are going to have serious struggles because brands like Nike are going direct to consumer. And that's going to mean that these other stores are less and less relevant. You've talked a lot about building brands. What do you do with those brands? How do you see them as a competitor? How do you see them as a friend and a partner?
Well, first of all, I would say the notion of shopping in-store and online is here to stay, especially for certain consumer categories. So for sneakers at Foot Locker, people love the in-store experience, whether it's trying on a shoe or getting advice from a striper, but also the convenience.
The stripers are the store associates.
Store teams, yeah,
because they have striped shirts.
You got it. You got it. So for us,
like referees.
Yes, and that is really the heart and soul of our brand. Are really our store team. They really understand and love this category and are really looked at as experts. Listen, Nike is our largest brand partner. We're thrilled about our relationship. I'd say it's reinvigorated in a lot of ways. I was just in Paris at their Innovation Summit. I think they've got some exciting things today and coming in the future as we get into the Olympics and into next year. I'm wearing the new DN shoe, the Air Max DN, in a beautiful colorway. It's a wonderful shoe. So, I don't
think we can get it unless you throw your foot up on the...
Well, I could do that if you guys want me to. I mean, I've done crazier things here before. But, listen, we are really a house of brands. Our customers care about having access to the best in the sneaker world. And so Nike, feel great about our partnership. Even, like I said, this program called The Clinic, which is all about basketball. But, there's a lot of exciting innovation happening. Adidas, a global trend that's happening around fashion and around the T-toe, or I guess I would call it the Samba. The nickname is the T-toe. We have a program right now that's really about showing people how they can dress from the sneaker up. New Balance is on fire. People really looking for that heritage lifestyle running kind of look. Hoka and On. So there's a lot of innovation, and our job really is to bring it forth for our brand partners in the best way to our customers. And we have a unique customer group. We've got a young, diverse, trend-setting group, and I think that matters for our brands.
Why are you so confident about what you see with the consumer for the rest of the year? There have been so many questions about the consumer. Other places where they're like, we don't know if the consumer will hang in there. You are actually looking at saying you're going to have positive comps for the year, up 1 to 3%.
We're guiding 1 to 3% positive comps. So let me just kind of parse that apart. The customer has been under pressure, so there's no question about that. Prolonged inflation, interest rates that affects everything from your house payment to your student loan payment, less savings, right? So that's all true. but people tend to have discretionary categories that they care about. So if you care about sneakers, you know, our job is to offer up the best in the best way. You know, people, if you care about sneakers, you're really into sneakers. If you care about beauty, you're really into beauty. So what we've seen is that our customers are willing to pay full price. They're going to be really picky about when they spend their money and how. But for the right products at the right time, Mother's Day, Father's Day, back to school, holiday, you know, we're seeing our customers respond. So we also have several things coming still that we think help support why we believe we can grow, you know, in our control. So we've got we're relaunching our loyalty program, FLX, to make it much broader and more appealing, and loyalty programs are really important. We're launching a new mobile app to make it really that much easier to connect with us. We're going to continue refreshing stores, and our brands have lots of innovation coming. So we put that all together, and we feel good about the guidance, and we'll watch the customer, but we think we've got the right things at the right time for them.
No, when she...
Questions?
No, you could... I used to sell shoes. So those are the shoes that you could put out on display, and they fit on you, I see. In other words, they'd never put your shoes out because it'd be like no one would buy those gondolas if you put those in. What are those size? Are your size?
Okay.
Are your size 7, 6.5?
8. 6.5 in men's, 8 in women's.
Okay. You know what I mean? So you don't want.
I'm 11.5, 12, depending on.
They do not. That's why you can go in and say, "Wow, I like the looks," and then they bring it out for you, and it's like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna steal these."
That's fine. But listen, I know he loves sneakers.
I love sneakers. I love sneakers. I have a slightly different question, which is, you were talking about Nike,
right?
Adidas, On, Hoka. Is there a different margin for each of those shoes? Meaning, do some of those companies come to you and say, "I'll sell you the shoe, but you're gonna have to take, you know, only X."
Listen, we don't disclose what our terms are with our brand partners, but listen, we feel very good about it. I mean, obviously, there's a range of price points even within what we sell, right? So we manage that. We manage that to make sure it's the right offering at the right price for our guests, and we manage the margin structure across the total business.
Is there one brand right now that you think, I know they're all your children or your friends or your frenemies or whatever it is, but is there anybody you like, okay, watch this space, these guys are doing something very interesting right now?
I really do think there's a lot happening across a lot of spaces. So
it's all our kids.
Well, you know, I mean, Nike really, and Jordan Brand and basketball, there's a lot happening there. Basketball and culture of basketball, so AJ1, Air Force One, those are really marquee items for us. But the Book One,
do you think that
the one I told you about that's coming in a couple weeks, the
do you think, how about this then? Do you think that what I described as the fashion sneaker
Yeah, so I'm getting to that. So I would say
going to be shifting. Because have we gotten out of everybody was wearing the Nike Dunks, and that was like a fashion thing.
Yeah.
And the question is, does that last or does fashion change?
Yeah, so there's basketball and culture basketball. There's absolutely sneakers that are more about comfort and about fashion. So a couple really good examples are Adidas, and the Samba is a pretty global trend right now that is really connected to fashion in a lot of ways. It's also connected to the heritage of soccer. New Balance, 2000s running, as we call it, heritage running, you know, coming back. So there is honestly something for everybody. And what we're on a mission to unlock the inner sneakerhead in everybody. So this isn't just about, I know you love sneakers, you probably have a collection at home, I'm guessing, and that's great, and we cater to those customers, but we're also saying, how can we invite in, you know, more women, more people for different parts, you know, expand your sneaker wardrobe, I like to call it, so they're all great.
You have a collection?
I'm into sneakers.
Yeah.
How many do you have?
I don't know.
See, when they say I don't know, that means a lot.
I have a lot of sneakers.
I
have a lot of sneakers.
You have more space in your life.
And then I have a lot of Travis Scott Nikes that I love. Those are.
You have 10 pair?
10 pairs of sneakers, probably.
Oh, that's very low.
I mean, that'd be at least, I would think.
Hoka, they're light. What's wrong with them? Something wrong with Hokas?
Nothing wrong with Hokas. I love a Hoka.
Yeah, they're very light.
Not attractive, but they're the fag. I wear them all the time. I think they're great.
They're not attractive.
They're not attractive.
Not
but
really.
They're worth it.
Oh, I don't know.
You think
if
they're attractive?
They're doing great, and you know we have Hoka in some of our doors, not all.
By the way, I'm constantly running around in Hokas.
Yeah.
But that's not a Hoka's not a collector shoe.
It's not a fashion statement.
But again, so unlocking the inner sneakerhead for
That's
everybody.
for the utility.
So there's something
for your needs. You buy the Hokas for your needs.
That's the only reason I buy any of them is to run on a treadmill.
Right.
Well, you're the active athlete. We're going to call you the active athlete. And that's a category
that would be overstating things.
Mary, we always love having you in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, Salesforce shares are down sharply after revenue missed expectations and guidance for the second quarter came in light of expectations. The CEO, Mark Benioff, commenting on the reaction last night on Mad Money.
I can't predict what the stock market does. You know that.
Right.
We've been through this how many times over a couple, I guess I've been doing this 25 years. But what I can tell you is that the most important thing remains the customer success.
Yeah, thank you.
Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic telling investors last night that he is looking at the fourth quarter as a time when the Fed may actually start thinking about reducing interest rates. Bostic said many measures of inflation on his dashboard are moving back into the target range, in his words. And we've got data on the way, the second reading of the first quarter GDP report, plus weekly jobless claims. Both of those numbers will be released at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, meantime, Salesforce, as we just mentioned, putting pressure on the futures this morning. Get down to Mike Santoli this morning, New York Stock Exchange. What are you looking at, Mike?
Yeah, Andrew, well, these rising bond yields in recent days has been taking its toll on various parts of the market, kind of narrowing out the leadership and bringing the S&P 500 actually back down at the open today, likely into its first quarter range. So here's the S&P along with its 50-day moving average. It'll open probably below 52.50. That was last week's low. That was also the late March high before that little 5% pullback. So essentially, it's going to get you back into that range. We've been sort of fighting it out with some of the semis being strong and a lot of other areas, including industrials, actually being weak. You mentioned Salesforce. Software in general has been a net negative on the market. Take a look here at the S&P relative to the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Now, this relationship kind of waxes and wanes over the years, but you see this very wide spread of outperformance of the S&P recently relative to the Dow. In fact, Nick Wells of our market data area yesterday ran some numbers, said the 100-day correlation between the two indexes is basically at a 20-plus year low. Why? NVIDIA is a huge part of it. NVIDIA is now more than 6% of the S&P. It's the second largest weighting actually in the S&P, ahead of Apple for technical reasons. And that's been one of the major reasons why the Dow has actually suffered, and the Salesforce is going to take an outsized impact today on the Dow as well. Also, core industrial stocks have been leaders recently, and they have also backed off. The Dow's a more defensive index. You're not seeing a lot of defensive stocks work. Here you have airlines, home builders, and restaurants. You see them really rolling over recently. That might be net good news for the macro, because this is some of the sources of inflation that we've been wanting to kind of come back into moderation. So airline fares, shelter in general, and then, of course, restaurants, part of that, services. So we'll see as we head to the PCE tomorrow if we get a little bit of relief on the inflation front.
Great. Looking at something to talk to Brian about. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Let's get into some of the big stories surrounding oil and gas right now. There's a virtual OPEC meeting on Sunday. ConocoPhillips buying Marathon. Okay, this is what I was looking at. Brian, Goldman Sachs is seeing stronger demand. Join us now to tie it all together. Last call anchor Brian Sullivan, the groundbreaking show on at 7 o'clock every night. I was looking at the Goldman forecast. It's staggering. Under no scenario will demand for oil in 2040 fall below current levels. I mean, when you look at that, Brian, what is it? 2000? That's 16 years. We have to figure out a way to replace what we're using, do we not?
Correct. And I guess the Goldman note, and good morning everybody, could have been titled like the Pixar movie about demand. Oh, I'm going to get to that in just a second. Quickly, OPEC disappointing all of us. We had our flights booked, our hotels booked, but OPEC on Sunday decided to meet virtually, not in person, which means probably no change expected on their output cuts. Highly anticipated meeting, prices around 80. First meeting at OPEC in 6 months. And again, because they're going virtual, that's kind of, but not always, it's OPEC, a signal that no major change to their plan is going to happen, Joe. Current output cuts of 2.2 million barrels a day, at least on paper, should continue. UAE's leader just making an official visit to Saudi Arabia, likely getting their ducks in a row to kind of all agree to stay the course. You know, listen, maybe a reason no new oil will be put on the market is also this. Bloomberg reporting late Wednesday that Saudi Aramco is close to a huge $10 billion share sale. Now, I want to get into this Goldman note, Joe, that you seem hot on. Goldman Sachs, I think it was 2 days ago, coming out with a long-term projection, raising their global oil demand growth to 108.5 million barrels a day by the year 2030. There we go. Up 2.5 million barrels a day from the prior estimate. And Goldman, pretty smart guys, sees significant demand acceleration until 2034. But then, Joe, this is it. A long plateau, meaning they don't see any drop in global oil demand for years to come. So if Goldman's right, demand is going to go up considerably from about 6 million barrels a day from where we are now, and then stay there for years to come. Part of that is their slowing EV adoption theory, where they see kind of EV adoption spiked. Everybody, the early adopters who wanted one, maybe already has one. They're growing slightly, but not enough to put a major dent in global oil demand long term, because, Joe, as we know, oil, and we're learning, a lot of people thought, well, we just use oil for gasoline and that's kind of about, no. Oil demand is about half of transportation for consumers. You got things called airplanes, you got things called ships, you've got plastics, you've got resins, all these things that oil, and by the way, natural gas also go into. Goldman, very bullish long-term, Joe, and we will see if that kind of demand estimate impacts what OPEC does or does not do virtually on Sunday.
Amazing. Where were you? So you had airline tickets. Where were you headed? To our spot?
Our spot, and we'll always have the dough and co. But yes, we were ready to go. I'm happy to say that Mrs. Sullivan was underwhelmed by yet another weekend trip. So we will be monitoring the OPEC meeting for. Actually, I'll be racing my car on Sunday, but I'll be monitoring. I'll be burning some gasoline, I guess. Monitoring the OPEC meeting virtually, and of course, if there is any major change, Joe, we will cover that for you. I mean, bright and early on Monday morning.
What's a major oil producer supposed to think of activists that own 4 shares that say, stop drilling oil and do what we want you to do? I mean, I mean, they need to do what they need to do to run their business, don't they?
Well, Exxon had a huge win at their proxy meeting.
It's like, leave us alone. We 2040, plateauing till 2040, at least 2.5 million barrels a day above where we are right now.
Now they could, but listen, Joe, Goldman could be wrong. I mean, Goldman, the team changed. Jeff Curry used to run it. He's now moved on.
EVs make or maybe it gets even worse for EVs for the transition. Could be a pendulum swing and people come back.
I think we're going to find out. I mean, listen, again, people think that I'm some sort of anti-EV. I owned one. I bought one. I've driven one for 10. I've had one off and on. Yeah, I owned one. I don't anymore, but I've driven many. And they're great cars, fast and fun to drive, and I get it. But you look at GM, the new electric Equinox just came out. It's 15 grand more expensive than the gas version, and I think that's just hard for a lot of people to afford. That's not.
There'll be a news flash when they sell one of those. Anyway, Brian, thank you. We gotta go. See you later.
When we come back, the future of the nation's tax policy will be in the hands of the winner of the November election. So what kind of changes can corporate America expect? We will jump into that when Squawk Box returns.
download the app.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act significantly changed the rules for corporate taxes, making most of them permanent while others are set to expire next year. Let's find out what could be next for tax policy under a future Biden or Trump administration. Joining us now, Rohit Kumar, principal and co-leader of PwC's Washington National Tax Services practice. He's also a former deputy chief of staff to Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell. And Kimberly Klossing, economist and professor at the UCLA School of Law. She served in the Biden administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Tax Analysis at the Treasury Department. Kimberly, let me just start with you. Is there a current thinking on globally what's the most advantageous tax rate for the United States at this point to make us as competitive as possible around the world? And I know that sometimes we talk about real tax rates versus stated tax rates. What do you think tax rates should be for corporations in the U.S.?
Yeah, if you look at the United States relative to our peer nations, one thing that's immediately obvious is that we raise much less revenue from the corporate tax than almost any peer nation. The OECD recently did a study of about 115 countries, and we were in the bottom 10% in terms of corporate revenue relative to GDP. And this is despite the fact that our corporate sector is one of the most successful corporate sectors in the world. So given US revenue needs, I think the US corporate rate needs to be higher. And I think there are ways that one can do that that would both encourage investment at the same time, but also build a fairer and more efficient tax system.
Is that the way we want to do it, though, Kimberly? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the total amount of what we raise, total revenues that comes from the corporate sector? We can't solve all our problems with corporations, and there's a way of having it, be paid through shareholders or customers or
sure.
Consumers. However you want to do it, there are other ways to do it, and we all want our corporations to be able to redeploy assets for innovation and raises and hiring or for whatever reason, profits for shareholders. We'd like to find that sweet spot.
Absolutely, and a good tax system raises revenue from many sources. We happen to be not reliant on the corporate tax at present, and we've reduced corporate tax revenues by about 40% due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And one thing we saw in the wake of that legislation was that most of the benefits went to those at the top of the distribution. About 80% of the benefits from those corporate tax cuts accrued to those in the top 10% of the income distribution. So it's more a matter of balance. It's not like it all has to come from the corporate sector, but there's room to raise more money in the corporate sector to address some of our fiscal needs. And I've written elsewhere about a lot of other taxes that we could rely on as well. But I think the corporate tax has to be part of the picture.
Rohit, it looks, if depending on the outcome of the election, the corporate rates could go up. Is that the right move, or was that a positive when we cut corporate taxes in 2017?
Look, I mean, I think it was a positive, and what's not being said here is if you look at the 7 or 8 years before the 2017 Act, revenues as a percent of GDP, corporate revenues were about 1.5%, and if you look at the 7 years after, it's about 1.4%. If you take the COVID year out, it stays at 1.5%, and this year we're actually going to hit 2%, and it's going to be the highest amount of corporate tax revenue ever collected. So look, what's not stated is a lot of that corporate rate reduction was paid for by broadening the corporate tax base and taxing more income. Now, we do collect less from corporations relative to our peer countries, but that's not because our rates are so low. They're not. They're actually middle of the pack. It's because more than half of business income in the United States doesn't show up on a C corporation return and isn't subject to the corporate income tax. It's in pass-through form. It's partnerships. It's S-corps. It shows up on individual returns. So look, if we want to be, let's be honest, if you want to raise the amount of business taxes collected in this country, you have to go after a whole bunch of small and medium-sized businesses to get there if you want to sort of equal what our European counterparts do. So, you know, that's a political question, but I suspect that nobody is going to be running around saying, let's raise taxes on small and medium-sized businesses to pay for whatever it is you want to pay for.
Okay. somehow we got to run. We'll continue this. Hopefully, maybe we'll have you two back and just have a part two at some point. But I want to thank you both.
Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Coming up on the other side of this, Nelson Peltz cashing in his Disney stake, netting him about $1 billion. Is the entertainment giant in better shape since the proxy battle? That and so much more coming up right after this on Squawk Box. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Activist investor Nelson Peltz has sold his entire stake in Disney. A person familiar with the matter telling CNBC, Scott Wapner reported yesterday that the selling price was roughly $120 per share, netting Peltz about $1 billion. The stock now, you can see there's just about $100. The move coming just weeks after Peltz lost a proxy fight with Disney. For his insights on this story and more, I want to bring in Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners. So Rich, is Nelson gone? Gone for good? What do you think?
Look, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, the media industry is facing a lot of challenges. And, you know, this is not just affecting Disney. I mean, look, I think Disney specifically, I think there's building fear about the theme park business. And I think if you look at why most investors own Disney now, it's because they viewed it as, you know, 50, 60% of the enterprise value. They saw it as coming from theme parks. Like, nobody was buying this for ESPN. No one's really buying it for Disney Plus. They were buying it because they saw the stability of the theme park business. And I think economic fears, you've seen a lot of companies cutting price. You've seen some of the travel related companies like airlines, like there is just fear, not that there's a collapse, but that there's a slowdown. And I think that fear is infecting Disney and making it hard for the stock to surge, you know, in this environment, especially when you overlay the larger media meltdown that you're seeing affect WBD, right, Paramount, etc. Everywhere you look, there's pressure.
Here's just a shareholder question. I got a bunch of emails this morning when we were talking about this Nelson Peltz story. They said, how is it possible that Nelson Peltz walked us into this, told us all about how great Disney was, it sounded like he was staying in the stock, and then he got out before all of us knew, and we didn't get out when he got out. What do you think of that?
I mean, you'd have to talk to Nelson himself. I'm sure he'll tell you. But at the end of the day, look, the media industry is facing a real challenge, right? I mean, how you convert from linear TV to streaming, look, Andrew, Peacock, all of these platforms. This is not easy. And, if you look at what Netflix has accomplished, replicating it is not easy. And you look at sort of the world of sports, Disney's made a decision to be aggressive in sports. They didn't have to, right? They didn't have to spend $2.8 billion on NBA rights.
Where are you now on Warner Brothers Discovery? At this price, do you say to yourself, it's a falling knife and let it keep falling? Do you say, this is a fabulous value? What are you thinking?
Look, David Zaslav, I think it's pretty clear, Andrew, that WBD is going to lose the NBA rights. I don't think they're even trying anymore. I don't think they're going to match NBC. I think NBC is going to have Sunday Night Game of the Week. And so the question's going to be, can Zaslav and the WBD team keep distribution of the Turner networks without the NBA? Is a couple of college football games up against the NFL, is that enough? And look, they have March Madness. If he can keep distribution at a reasonable fee, losing the NBA is actually mathematically positive for the company. If they get dropped over the next 5 years by any major distributor, meaning Charter, Comcast, DirecTV, Dish, then not renewing with the NBA was a catastrophic mistake. We're not going to know today. He's betting that he's got enough other content to not get dropped.
Right.
It's a big bet, and I think that's what investors in the near term, Andrew, whether or not that bet works out well, I think investors in the short term are going to be nervous, and that's going to put pressure on the stock.
Rich, it's a longer conversation. We got to leave it there. We got some breaking news that's just hitting the wires right now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's get straight over to Rick Santelli. He's got that data for us this morning. Hey, Rick.
Yes, Becky, GDP, second time around the block on the first quarter numbers, expected to be up 1.3, and it is up exactly 1.3. So we subtract 0.3 from our first look at 1.6, still comps to the second quarter of 22 when we were down 0.6 in terms of last time we were at these levels of GDP activity. Now, if we switch gears to consumption, 2%. We're expecting 2.2. It was 2.5. That's a rather large revision. 2% is the lightest since the second quarter of 23 when it was up 0.8. And consumption's a big deal. The consumer's a big deal. This is going to go a long way to potentially assuage fears that the next move may be a tightening. On the price index, 3%. We're expecting 3.1, and the rear view mirror was 3.1. Still comps to 1.6. 1.6 was the lightest. That was the last quarter of last year. And keep in mind, the third quarter of last year was 3.3. So we can see that, it is a drop, but it's still well above the 2% target. Now, core PCE, personal consumption expenditure price index, quarter over quarter, 1/10 drop from both expectations and the rear view mirror, from 3.7 new read, 3.6. 3.6 still comps to the last quarter of last year in terms of smaller inflationary pressures when it was just 2%. Now, let's go to initial jobless claims. 219,000, that's up 3,000 from a slightly revised 216,000. It continues to be rather tame, and we see continuing claims remain under 1.8 million at 1,791,000. We haven't been above 1.8 since the last week in March. Now, let's look at the trade balance, which is a deficit, expecting minus 92. It's bigger, minus 99.4 billion. That's the largest trade deficit going back to, I'm going to have to cipher on this one, going back to, that's taking us back all the way to May of 22. May of 22, let's call it 2 years. And if we look at wholesale inventories, they were up 0.2, close to expectations, reversing a negative month-over-month change of minus 0.4 last month. And finally, retail inventories, double expectations, up 0.7. That is the biggest jump in those since it was up 0.8% in the last month of 2023. How did all that affect the markets? Well, We're a couple of basis points lower in a 10 at 457 after having a high yield close going back to April 30th. We look at a 495-ish, which is down a couple of basis points in a 2-year, and it looks as though the auction pressure is off. This is a new dynamic. We had 2s, 5s, 7s, and when we're focused on those, it certainly seems as though long rates in particular, but all rates were more buoyant to the upside. After the auction ended yesterday with a 7-year, which wasn't spectacular by any means, we saw the market rally a little bit, very normal. So if it's not right in front of investors, maybe they're not putting the link with the fiscal situation that we are in. Joe, a lot of numbers. Back to you.
All right.
Rick, I was going to say, AI's got nothing on you. I'd like to see any of those chatbots try and do what you just did with that. Because I was barely keeping up as I was writing it down. Well done.
Plus, I really like it. I hope viewers like it as much as me. This is the formula.
appreciate
These are the
it.
ingredients that move the economy.
They are, and we're watching them very closely. Rick, thank you. Steve Leisman joins us right now with more on this. And Steve, Rick's right. These are the pieces that we have to figure out what's really happening. What's your take looking at all these numbers?
Yeah, and you're right about Rick. I do want to challenge the AI community to come up with something that would resemble what he just did there. I think it would be interesting. Anyway, the little bit of inflation improvement is what we were talking about with Joe in the last hour, incrementally better than it was. Nice to see a downside surprise, I guess, in that number. Consumption came down, but it's still 2%. I was just looking at the corporate, at the investment numbers here. I'll give you a number on that real quick. Fixed investment up 1%, so that's pretty good too. And then the other thing we're looking at is there was an increase in imports. Imports subtract from GDP, and so that may be a sign of positive outlook on the part of those importers here looking to sell the stuff. It could be some price in there as well, though that should be a price adjusted number. So look, big come down from the prior quarter, but still we're looking at the insides of it, the consumption numbers from business and the consumer, still pretty good. I think I'll leave it there except to say that we're going to have to watch now these numbers coming in the second quarter to see if what we're getting is a slowdown here or just one that was anomalous because of the trade of the inventory numbers, Becky.
Yeah, Steve, I just one point. Rick said that this takes some of the pressure off these concerns that the next move is going to be to ratchet rates up. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and maybe even go a step further. It might keep the Fed on track for a rate cut this year. Because what's happened is we're kind of losing that fear that the inflation numbers we saw in the first quarter were part of a reacceleration of inflation. Now that reacceleration or that concern about reacceleration is what led to the possibility of guys sort of whispering about rate hikes. And I don't think that's necessarily going to be on. And the question now becomes, do we continue the improvement that we saw? These, 0.1, 0.2, everything is going to help along the way and get down. Remember, Powell said they're going to cut before they get to 2%. They just need the confidence that they're getting there, and these incremental improvements are going to help.
And the next number we should watch very closely is?
Well, we got the PCE index tomorrow morning that'll give us a number. And then I'm really focused next week on the ECB maybe cutting interest rates and jobs. So no rest for the economic weary. I don't think they'll get that Rick bot together by next week.
All right, Steve. We'll see you later.
We're going to
and by
need
the
Rick.
way, you can outpace AI too. Thank you.
Okay, coming up, we're going to talk much more about the latest data and what it means for the economy. We'll talk to a panel on that, the Fed's rate path, and so much more when Squawk Box comes right back after this. Right now, today's GDP numbers. I want to bring in SMBC Nikko Securities U.S. economist Joe Horn is here. He's a former National Economic Council chief economist, and Ben Harris, Brookings Institution's economic policy director and a former assistant secretary for economic policy at the Treasury Department. What do you think? Jay Powell sees this number and he says what?
It was weak. The GDP, if you take out housing services, which was up almost 4%, GDP was down 0.9. It's a big number, big drop. All the strength was in healthcare, financial services. Whether it's the start of a new development, we'll see. I thought the report was weak. The inflation number is still sticky. Jay Powell is still on hold.
Is this stagflation?
Yeah, I've got a different.
They call it stagflation. I still worry about recession. The economy's being propped up by rapid government spending. We've never run budget deficits of this magnitude with the economy allegedly at full employment. So that's certainly keeping inflation higher. And that's a reason why the Fed isn't going to be cutting, at least anytime soon. I think by the end of the year, the labor market softens, inflation does resume a downtrend. The Fed cuts, but I see it after the election.
Ben Harris, it sounds like you have a different view?
Yeah, I've got a different view. I mean, I think anytime you look at a data release, you've got to ask, is this consistent with a soft landing? I think this one definitely is. You still are seeing strength in consumption, particularly services. It's just not as strong as we saw before. That's good news. You saw a downward revision in core PCE on the quarter. That's also good news. So to me, this is the soft landing print.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think
it always?
Could you see this as being a soft landing?
It could be. I mean, soft landings and hard landings always look the same initially. The question is, what are the cyclical sides of the economy doing? And housing generally is still very weak. Manufacturing soft. Consumption was good, but durable consumption, which is very cyclical, that was down 4%. So to me, the contours of slowing are there.
Right.
We'll see if we see it in the labor market.
Hey, Ben, though, what's your take, though, on how the Fed plays this and whether we're sitting here and they're holding steady? There's obviously this even idea now in the marketplace that maybe there's even a hike in our future, and if there's a lowering in our future, when that might even come.
Yeah, I think that the hike is more or less off the table for now. I think that the data we get tomorrow morning with PC prices coming out for April will be telling. The Fed will be watching that closely. I mean, this was marginally good news on prices. You saw the 0.10 downturn, but tomorrow is really the big data release for the Fed. I mean, a lot of investors have 2 cuts still on the table for 2024. It's just happening later in the year. I think that's a reasonable point of view, but this is really a core PC story moving forward.
What's your forecast on that front?
For core PCE?
Yeah.
No,
core PCE, but cuts later in the year.
Because I'm bearish on the economy, I see the Fed cutting, but it won't be until December. Look, here's the problem with the soft landing scenario. If there's a soft landing, how does inflation get down close to 2%? Absent an exogenous increase in productivity growth. But if that was the case, if productivity were really surging, and if there was that much potential output left, why has inflation shot up the last 4 months? So you really need a period that's going to maybe feel more like a recession or really weak growth to get inflation pressures down. Otherwise, demand isn't going to be weak. How could demand weaken if GDP stays strong? I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly the right question. I mean, this is exactly the right question. And the answer to how does core inflation get down around 2 is housing. And so if you take housing out of the inflation equation, we have kind of kissed 2%. It's been close to there. Now it's come back up a bit over the past 3 months. But the way that core inflation gets down without a big cyclical downturn is we see housing prices moderate. And if you look at some forecasters, like the San Francisco Fed, the Boston Fed, their expectation is that housing prices are going to come down over the next quarter or 2.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. However, I'd push back. PCE weights healthcare more. And if you look at the San Francisco Fed research that breaks down cyclical and acyclical prices, we need about a 2.5% drop in cyclical prices. Housing will soften, but you generally don't get that kind of drop from where we are now to get overall inflation back to 2, absent a downturn.
Okay. Joe and Ben, want to leave it there. Thank you.
Appreciate
it. Thanks, guys.
Coming up, will rising debt levels come back to haunt the markets and the economy? That and more when Squawk Box returns.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. The futures this morning still under some pressure, even after those numbers, economic numbers that we showed. I saw a little bit weaker inflation, so maybe the Fed's not going to be so quick to raise rates. Maybe there's a possibility of a cut this year. That's what Steve Leisman is extrapolating out of it. Still, right now you're looking at the Dow down 300 points, S&P futures off by 11, the NASDAQ down by 15. Our next guest says that the economy and the markets are in reasonable shape, but there are some debt issues on the horizon. Joining us right now is Victor Khosla, the founder and chief investment officer of Strategic Value Partners. SVP is a global opportunistic credit investment firm with about $18 billion in assets under management. And Victor, thank you for being here.
A pleasure.
So tell us what you see. Before we get into the markets more deeply, talk about what you see just when it comes to debt potential offerings or debt opportunities, because this is really where you're an expert in this. You see credit problems, you make money on these things. Are we at a point where you see opportunities?
Absolutely. So what has happened is, look, the economy, as you argue, economy is in kind of reasonable shape in the US, so in Europe. It's much more of a slog, right? And in a world which kind of looks like that, all the new investments people are making today, the new vintage funds they're raising, probably more than likely it's going to work out reasonably well. Problem, the 800-pound gorilla in the room is all the investments we have all made before the Fed started to hike rates. Can I give you a sense of that? Just how big?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, and please, this is a corner of the market. It's not the broad markets, right? So private equity funds have $5 trillion invested in the ground, 26,000 companies today. There's $5 trillion of high yield debt in Europe and the United States. There's $8 trillion of mortgage debt in Europe and the United States, right? So you've got, and all this stuff in a world was issued, done, a lot of it in zero rate environment, right? Now you've got higher rates, you've got maturities coming at you, and please, I'm not here trying to tell you, oh my God, it's going to be some big collapse. We don't really think so. But my God, it's going to be a slog working our way through this pile of stuff which needs to be refinanced and fixed over the next 3 years.
Mark Lasry was here recently, and he said he didn't think prices were at prices that were all that attractive just yet, that you can't get the kind of deals he would be looking for. Do you see deals?
Mark's a very smart guy, right? The only thing I can tell you is us. Over the last, look, we've got $18 billion. Over the last year or so, we've invested about $3.5 billion. What I'm describing, this is not like, oh boy, it's going to happen next year or next year. It's happening right now. Our pipeline of deals we look at, and look, we have a really big team, okay? We've got about 100 investment professionals. Our pipeline of deals is $200+ billion, 100 or so deals in the corporate world, not to mention equivalent numbers in the real estate world, just where we are.
Yeah, I was going to say, where are the sectors? Where do you see this? Commercial real estate is often mentioned. Where are you seeing opportunities?
On the corporate side, you know, where companies have to meet these debt maturities, right? We're seeing private equity funds wiggle, right? Do a lot of adventurous financings, and some of them are saying, hey, all yours. We just bought one of the largest the largest parking garage business in Europe, right, with 2 million parking slots. We're just in the process of taking over a ferry business. They're on the Statue of Liberty ferry, the Alcatraz ferry, right? They own a bunch of ferry businesses in the United States, right? So the corporate side, it's starting to happen. On real estate, you are right in the center of the storm. It's the old-fashioned GFC-like an office property. It's old-fashioned GFC-like. There's a tsunami coming through. We must have looked at 75 office deals over the course of the last 5 months.
And what's the price that you get on that? Is it 50 cents on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar, 70 cents?
Buying the mortgage debt typically. Real estate prices in office in the public markets with REITs are down about 40%. In the private markets, transactions are taking place down 60%, 70% from before the Fed started to 70% from before the Fed started to kind of hike rates.
So is your worst nightmare that the government steps in and makes it easier for the banks to extend these loans, for forgiveness to come to those who have signed these deals?
The government is not so forgiving, right? It's like they are not going to help the real estate entrepreneurs, the ones who kind of bought these companies with very high leverage. Well proven in the United States, right? In the past, they'll help the banks, they'll help people with systemic risk issues, but they're well proven in the United States. They're not going to.
But are the banks in trouble? Are there, let's say, regional banks that have so much on their books that this would cause a problem?
You know, the U.S. banking system, the big ones, the $2 trillion banks, the $3 trillion banks, modest exposures to kind of commercial real estate. Of course, they're going to take write-downs, but with the high equity buffers, they're strong. It's a group of regional banks with 30%, 40% of their loan assets invested in real estate and 8%, 10%, 12% sort of equity cushions. Those are the ones, and look, you've seen them. Every 6 months we wake up and suddenly there are a couple of regionals who are like, oh my gosh, right? And yeah, I mean, so they have trouble.
They're absorbed by the system now.
They are.
So next week, we're expecting that the ECB could cut rates. How does that change things for you? If you're looking at the U.S. and Europe, does that offer relief in Europe?
By the way, first time
for the existing ones, not for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, there's relief, right?
But the first time ever that Europe is going to cut before
the U.S.
Yeah.
You know, and they have, you know, Europe, the economy itself is in such a tough place that their inflation has gotten under better control. So they have the ability, because the economy is in such tough shape, right? And as a result, they have the flexibility with inflation down to be able to do some of those things, which we don't quite have yet.
Victor, you are very upbeat. You seem very happy. Is that you all the time, or is that just because you're finding all kinds of grave digger bargains that you can find? Great answer.
It's a really good environment for us. Look, as credit cycles go, right, there hasn't been one big, long opportunity in credit since 2008. COVID was 3 months long. You blinked, it was gone.
Because the government stepped in.
Yeah. Oil and gas crash, 6 months. There hasn't been this sustained workout, right? And please, it's not like some huge drop in prices system-wide, don't think so. But just that sustained set of opportunities for us to work through, yeah, we feel pretty good about our pipeline.
Victor Kosla, thank you.
A pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Coming up, we're going to bring you a rundown of the markets as we get ready for the opening bell on Wall Street. Got some red arrows ahead of this morning's opening bell. We're coming right back after this.
check on the markets. You see the Dow down. That's actually some of the best levels we've seen, and almost all of it is coming from Salesforce. That stock has actually worsened as the morning session has gone on. It was about 230, 235 when we started. So now it's actually down 45 points. So just do the divisor, and you can almost get to 300 points. So I don't know what it says about the overall average. It's probably not much. It's good treasuries. That means a lot, but there were no surprises in either of those numbers. Maybe more important number tomorrow coming with the PCE. We want to look at the dollar. We can do that quickly, or we can just say goodbye. Make sure you join us tomorrow. No jobs report because it's the 31st, I think. So that'll be next. That'll be a week from tomorrow. Squawk on the Streets.
But join us tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, but come here anyway if you want. Up to you. Okay, so.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl King today with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Dow futures will be stung by Salesforce today, but this revised Q1 GDP down to 1.3, the lightest in 2 years, will take bond yields off the boil. 10-year 4.57. Our roadmap's going to begin with Salesforce weighing on stocks ahead of the open. Shares plunging as the company reports weaker than expected revenue and a soft guide.
Plus, we're going to give you a retail roundup. Best Buy is seeing sluggish electronics demand. Kohl's with a massive miss. And Foot Locker saying its turnaround strategy is showing signs of life. And as well, of course, that takes us to the consumer. Cruise lines, the latest to turn to discounting, while McDonald's pushes back against reports of runaway prices.
Let's begin with the markets set for a lower open here, and Salesforce tumbling pre-market. Q1 revenue and the current quarter guide does come in below street forecasts, overshadowing an earnings beat. Jim and Mark Benioff did discuss the market reaction last night on Mad Money.
You can't control the stock, but the environment is not so bad. You're not giving me the, look, the environment's gotten weaker, it's gotten tougher in Europe, it's gotten tougher in Asia. I'm not hearing that from you.
Jim, you can't control the buying environment. The reality is you're going to have heterogeneous buying environments. It's going to happen. And we're in this post-pandemic reality where the buying environment has been, and we've talked about this now for a few quarters, been very measured for enterprise software companies, not just a company like Salesforce, but many companies. So what are we going to focus on? We're going to focus on improving our cash flow and our margins.
Jim, we've talked about softness in software all week, but this decline is relatively historic for CRM.
Yes, okay, so it's single-digit growth. Mark was a little more bullish than his CFO on the call. So I want to just give you some of the points that on the call. They talked about sales moderating after a strong fourth quarter. They talked about a constrained sales cycle. Mark did not give me that. They talked about elongated budget scrutiny. Mark did not give me that. They talked about license revenue volatility. He did not give me that. And they talked about measured buying environment. He did not give me that. And so what he did say was overall things have been tougher. And I think that to get as granular as what the CFO, it would not be appropriate necessarily in the interview, but I did want people to understand that's why the selling. Because otherwise what he's saying is, hey, kind of we've seen this for 2 years. They've not seen that level, which I think is related to chat.
To chat. Yes. Well, let's make the point more clear here, because what the question I'm hearing is, all right, if there are longer deal cycles, are companies starting to repurpose some of their spending away from these companies to AI, to whatever they may need? I don't know. You say chat. I'm not sure what that means.
No, you're absolutely right. Let's get more granular. There is a repurpose. There is a fear that maybe we don't need as many people. A law firm, instead of hiring 100, might be hiring 80. There's a belief that maybe 1 to 3% of the people that you might be bringing on are not needed. So let's hold back. And let's not buy a really big software package, because we may not have as many people next year when we hire.
That's an interesting
what I'm
point.
saying.
Because what I've also heard is some people saying, well, do I need, I'm repurposing my business to a certain extent to using AI. At some point, I may be buying $6,000 PCs that are completely AI enabled, bring it to the edge for my employees. Do I really need Slack? Can I get by with Microsoft Teams? I mean,
Cash Rangan, who actually wrote a very positive piece of Goldman, he did say, look, and it was crystallized everything. Quote, if maybe there's a structural change that is going on. So in other words, we think it's cyclical. The fourth quarter is very strong for Salesforce. Then things dropped off. So the question is, did they drop off because the environment, and he did say Latin America, Europe, and the United States weaker, which leaves you like only Asia, where you're from as last week. But what I was struck by the fact that while Mark said it was kind of, they've seen this for 2 years, this was not the same.
This was not, sorry, I didn't hear you.
This was not the same. This wasn't the same. Because that's a very big tumble for them.
Yeah, you did express some frustration this morning about you're tired of hearing elongated sales cycles. Just say the macro's worse.
I just said, look, we don't have the demand. I mean, I'm waiting for an executive who comes on and says, look, we thought we budgeted for X demand. We don't have that much demand. And the reason why we don't have that much demand is because people are reconsidering whether they need our product.
Right, but is it a reallocation of cash or is it a pullback? In other words, is it the dollar spend going to be the same? It's being spent differently.
I think it's deflationary. I think that there's simply not as many people needed to do the same task, but it's not a lot. It's not a big decline. I'm getting 1 to 3%. That's the number I keep hearing. We're hiring 1 to 3% fewer just because we don't know what's going to happen. I think the more expensive the AI, and look, we heard it from HP last night. I mean, you get these things that are these computers, and they're terrific. And again, all you're doing is if you're the CFO, you're not saying there's license revenue volatility. What you're saying is we may need not as many people. And this is happening right now. So, I mean, I read some article in the journal about how NVIDIA, I read a lot of NVIDIA may not be made. I mean, are you kidding me?
The journal's got a big piece about AI assumptions
I read that.
today.
It was very kind. It was the Tale of Two Cities. It was like they gave you the worst of times. Let me give you the best of times. The fact is that every major company is trying to reassess things because of NVIDIA. So you may think it's next year or the year after. It is this quarter that they're trying to figure out how much NVIDIA should reallocate people. And now Mark did say FedEx, no.
You also said maybe Google shouldn't go after HubSpot.
Oh, God. I mean, you go after HubSpot. Ruth Porat, you go after HubSpot, I'm going to downgrade you right here, right now.
Well, they are going after it. I mean,
listen
the question is whether they get to a deal.
They were going after Informatica at Salesforce, and
that
they
was
were.
Salesforce. By the way, Mark
wants HubSpot, but it's also...
Mark did comment on acquisitions. At least he said, we're looking at large... Oh, you do?
Yeah.
On him on acquisitions?
No, about HubSpot.
Oh, specifically about HubSpot? Oh, all right. Can we listen? Thank you. I didn't hear it.
Let's listen to what he says about HubSpot.
Thank you.
Actually, I didn't tell them we were going to do that.
We think that the penetration of AI PCs is going to be growing over time. The impact will be more relevant in 25 and in 26. In fact, we expect that AI PCs, and at that point will be our new generation, will be between 40 and 60% of our sales 3 years after launch. That's kind of how we're looking at that. And as we have discussed before, we continue to believe that they will drive an improvement in average selling price of between 5 and 10%.
I think that Mark is buying HubSpot.
All right, as you saw, and I see, because you never call for the sound. I mean, Carl does, or I do, and that's why.
No, it was highly unusual, but because you didn't realize I asked about HubSpot directly because of you.
Do we have it actually cut? Because that was clearly Enrique talking about the
HP
quarter. We don't have it cut. You know, in your own mind, they had it ready, but they didn't. So will you tell us what he said?
Okay, he said, listen, well, first of all, they're my partner.
Right.
They're my partner, and Google's my partner, implying that this is not going to happen because they're both his friends. So it may be a frenemy situation, or it may be one of these situations where nothing's going to happen because he knew not to overpay for Informatica, so Ruth Porat knows not to overpay for HubSpot.
That at least is Mark's opinion.
That's Mark's opinion.
Okay.
Do you have another opinion? We can play Enrique Lores again, see what he's thinking.
We can ask Enrique what he thinks about HubSpot. I'm sure he doesn't really have much of an opinion. Mark did go as well, continue to say, listen, when we look at large-scale acquisitions, we're going to make sure it's not dilutive, not to shareholders, but he said not to our customers.
Wasn't that strange?
That it's
I think that may have been a mistake.
I was like, customers?
That may have been a mistake.
May have been.
Now, now I was saying, I have a quote earlier.
Accretive to your customers.
Earlier I said, look, the stock's down 15, 16, 17, kind of auctioneering, as Scott Wapner was talking about yesterday for another company. And the fact is that Mark came back and said, look, the cash flow's big. So David, I come back to you and say, did the Elliots of the world make it so that the focus was more on cash flow, and yet the street didn't want the focus to be on cash flow?
I
The cap store's gigantic.
I think they wanted to focus on margins, right? It was all about margin improvement, which they've delivered on.
That's why I think Mark was a little conflicted on the fact that he gave the activists what they wanted, but it turns out, he gave them tuna with good taste.
Right. Well, you can't do anything if your well, maybe you can, but in this case, your customers are ordering a little less or taking longer to
cash. He used $50 billion in cash. He's going to make an acquisition. That's what he's saying. That's his subtext.
So he's going to buy HubSpot.
He'd love to buy HubSpot, but we even know the FTC won't even let the booksellers join the lawsuit. So
that is a key question for Alphabet.
Well, according to you, the FTC is doing Tapestry a big favor.
Well, the FTC is on my team, okay? Because Tapestry, they're gonna have to buy Capri, also known as Capri, but
we'll get to retail for sure.
Could be blocked.
More importantly, though, Jim, software's weighting in the S&P is now lost at the #1 ranking, 2 semis.
Okay, so I went over yesterday with my partner David Faber the question about how bad enterprise software was. He mocked me. I took it personally. I said nothing, but but it is enterprise software that's a problem. Now, David.
I didn't mock you when you said that.
Play the tape about.
I didn't.
Play the
just play the Lori sound again
about how he mocked me.
Just give the show to Enrique Lori, because why not?
There are two kinds of engineering software going on. I mean, 2 kinds of software. There's engineering software, which is Cadence, and that's on fire. There's 12,000 people, like 2,000 are salespeople, 10,000 are engineers.
Yes.
By the way, if you go to NVIDIA, they're all engineers. They don't do any selling because they don't need to, because the product sells itself.
Correct.
But enterprise software, which is frankly all the software that you need, and you have a huge number of
Help
salespeople.
you run your business, whatever it may be. Yes.
That's the one where it's most impacted by ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT has just gotten better and better. I mean, I'm using it yesterday to try to figure out whether I should have the chicken apple store or the barbacoa. The barbacoa
Would you throw UiPath into this, or is that a separate?
I throw them under the bus. They are under the chat bus.
Down 30
back in reverse under that thing is, and then my man Dines is back.
Yeah, but
welcome back, Cotter.
Okta though, that
so
did
Okta
fine.
had really good current.
So that bucks the trend, doesn't it? A little.
Well, I mean, identity is still being stolen, so you need him. But
you need
Todd
that.
McKinnon, by the way, this is that long recovery from when he was hacked.
Right.
Remember, he was hacked.
I remember.
And you know when he came on, he did something, David, that was shocking. I said, "Were you hacked?" He goes, "Oh, well, I was hacked. They crushed me." You know how you're supposed to say, "Well, actually, if you want to look at the enterprise value of my operation," no. He said, "Like they crushed me, and but I'm going to recover." And I thought it was so refreshing to hear that something was bad.
I agree. Take them head on.
Although Kohl's did, Tom Kingsbury, I'm looking at the numbers. Thinking, that's not so bad. And then he says, "We did badly." So then I didn't have to worry.
Yeah, Kohl's one of the blow-ups in retail. We're going to get to a lot of those. Take a look at the pre-market. As for retail, we'll get to Foot Locker, Kohl's, Burl, Best Buy, Burke, Dollar General, Hormel.
Burke was great, dude.
Yeah.
How much of it is the movie? Barbie. How much is Barbie? No one else benefited from Barbie. You see Warner Brothers, how they doing with Barbie? Mattel, how they doing with Barbie?
I lost you, Burke.
They wear Birkenstocks in Barbie.
Oh, Burke is
They're the only beneficiary of Barbie because Mattel didn't do well. Hey, you know what? Gosling didn't do well in Fall Guy. I mean, no one did well except for Birkenstocks. And David, mark my words, Mattel and Warner Brothers Discovery, Are you going to kill Warner Brothers Discovery?
Today?
You kill Paramount.
I kill Paramount every day.
Yes,
it's just like
HubSpot.
It's like South Park.
Kenny. Are we going to tell this joke every day?
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know.
Roger Ailes taught me that you have to say it 18 times before anybody in America's heard it.
That is true.
Adobe's going down. See, that's enterprise software, David.
Thank you for that.
ServiceNow is the one everyone they're still saying good things.
They are. Okay.
Obviously going to have a big impact on the indexes today. Well, take another look at the pre-market. More Squawk on the Street in a minute.
Good morning, retail traders. Getting these nuts off the station right now. Man, what a morning. What a beautiful morning. McDonald's has took a pretty big hit. I went into McDonald's a couple weeks ago, and if I had ice skates, I probably could have made it across to the counter. I mean, the floors were greasy. The store looked filthy. And they're paying these nuts $20 an hour. And they're not getting the job done. A value meal, $11, or a Big Mac meal with a small drink. So I'm listening to CNBC this morning. They had the CEO on there, and it really shook me up. I don't go in there and eat. Maybe once a year, and I buy somebody a meal, and I buy me a little shake or something. But I just don't like their food anymore. It got to where it's just too junky. So there's a campaign going on where somebody posted a value meal was at $18. So the CEO gets on there this morning and blames the conservative Republicans for the lack of traffic in their store. And I'm going, what? I'm shaking my head going, you're blaming half your clientele? As far as I care, I'd love to short McDonald's a lot more. You just don't go bashing your clientele as a CEO. The reason I don't go in there is because they're filthy. The new CEO's not doing his job. The CRM, here's another one. There's a lot of fat cats in this trade. They thought it was going to pop. Now this thing ran up all the way up to $318. And I want to have you get a good grips of how much of a run that is in a year and a half. $126 all the way to $318. Now they were pumping this stock to break out on earnings. I got 247, and we dipped way below that. We dipped down to the 200 SMA on the weekly. bad guidance and slow earnings. Now, there are going to be a lot of people stuck in this trade, and they're going to try to run it up some to equal themselves out. This is an opportunity for when people get stuck. You know, people get stuck in penny stocks or any kind of stock in knives, but this is a huge knife because of guidance. So Dan Ives gets on there and he calls it a buy. And I'm sorry, are you serious? On bad guidance? You're calling a stock a buy? I messaged him, just like I'm going to message McDonald's. I'm going to say, screw you, I ain't eating at your place ever again, no matter what. So I got that off my chest. No more infrastructure commercials or nothing. No more promotions. I mean, I'm not stopping in there and buying the person the meal behind me anymore. I'll go to Wendy's, even if it's filthy too, but so now we know that JP Morgan, who has been tanking for the last market couple of days, they're probably gonna, the socialists will probably pick on Jamie Dimon. And JP Morgan's another one that's had an outrageous run. It's up 100%. So I think it'll be okay off the 9. And maybe it'll hit the 21 at 187. But if we hold the 9 at 195, that could be a buy signal. I'm going to raise this up above. I think that's where I had it before. I'll raise my alert up to the 9 EMA. We hit it pretty much, but it can go down a little bit more. But I can't take CNBC anymore. You got a bear flag on Apple. But it depends. They're pumping Apple big time. And then we got what's that other one? Dell. Dell could be the new NVIDIA. I think some market share will go from NVIDIA to Dell. Some shoulder line. We're at the shoulder line right now of after hours head and shoulders. So I'm going to wait. It's just up too much. I'm not feeling it this morning, so I'm going to let the market. If we break 524.76 on the SPY, or 525, that could be a hard resistance. Yeah, this world's got way too political. $177.21 for Dell. I'm going to set an alert right below it. No. Right above it, I mean. Clean this up. SPX. Can't read it. So we got to try to break the Darvis box, which I think we can. We'll probably end up right at the 200 this morning on SPX on the 1 minute. There's yesterday's channel. So if we stay above that today, we'll be okay, but I don't know. That's the wrong chart. So we'll see what's popping and what's dropping first thing this morning on the Tony and Jim. Yeah, McDonald's. I'm gonna send them a note. Say, who in the hell do you think you are?
Some kind of cracks form, but it seems like generally they're not big cracks in the economy. We're holding in. It kind of seems like we're in that status quo still, because there were a couple bad weeks there from April to May, mostly survey data, but it was pretty alarming how bad some of those survey data were. So can we see
Well,
the part
yeah.
held in?
But I would also say, though, there was also some good survey data. You know, S&P Global's version of the PMIs surprised on the upside, both for manufacturing and services. And if you remember, that was a really, you know, when those printed, that was a really weak market day. So that was an example of good news isn't necessarily good news from the perspective of the market as it relates to Fed policy. So the upcoming in the next week, we've got both ISM services and manufacturing. I think those are really important. They're more widely watched in the S&P Global version, but to see whether it corroborates that pickup in growth that was seen in those PMIs. And then, of course, next week's jobs report. You know, we're in this environment of data dependency on the part of the Fed, which means we're all at the mercy of the data, and the needle can move really, really dramatically in terms of market reaction, expectations around Fed policy, the start point, how many cuts are expected. But I think when I think about the numbers that are important over the next week, the ISMs and the jobs report are paramount among them.
My ding-a-ling just went off.
Just to kind of get us ready, what's the bait?
So we got, that don't matter. That's a penny stock. AMC at 444. We got Reddit, GME, IBM down $1 something. SMCI is down 776. God, it's popping back real fast. Missed it. Well, I couldn't take that anyway. Spot. Meta. We got a double bottom on Meta. Watch Meta. We could drop more. We broke the 200 on the hour. So we could drop more. Maybe a force, I hate to say $5, but I could. NVIDIA. Come on. NVIDIA's your baby. PLTR's up 30 cents. Tesla up 235. Already up pre-market. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we hit the 200 just now. Daggum. So it's hard to say. AMD green, Carvana up a couple bucks. You got Disney, Starbucks. SPX is down $10. I don't think it opened where I wanted it to. No, it did not. Okay, watch SPX. Same strategy as yesterday. Exact same strategy. We'll see how tough the market is. If it just goes ahead and straight and breaks out, but I think it won't. I think it'll pull back. I got to get my message to the CEO at McDonald's and tell him to bite my big one. But I'll do it here in the afternoon. I don't think they should raise the minimum wage on them jobs. I mean, raise it to a decent wage, but not no. Keep the high school kids in there. Okay, here's our double bottom. Hurry up. Watch SPY and SPX. Watch SPY and SPX. This will tell us what kind of market we're going to have today. It's always my leading indicator in a way. SPY, the 526 strike, or the if we can get to 525 cheaper. 10 of them. We got 3 black crows. We're at the 200 SMA on the SPY. 3 black crows on the SPY. Okay, 526s on the SPY. And right now, this is where it's got a hold right here. So this 118 for the 526 strikes. We've retested. That's what you got to do. We're going to see if it holds. There we go, baby. May 31st. It's a scalp. We're going to take it to the third crow, right here at the tweezer bottom. Now we do have we have a fence to break. Okay, now it's time to take profit. $118 to $131. The boogeyman. Okay, we got a pivot point on the SPX. right there. If we can build and break that, I think we'll double top and move up to the, we'll double top. Then maybe come back down and retest this previous high right here on the SPX. I'm not completely bullish today. Now, Dan Ives is pumping CRM. He's stuck in it. I wouldn't take the trade on bad guidance, but now we're at a solid support off the 200 SMA. We could get a bounce here. CRM. CRM hit the 200 SMA, might be a good scalp here. June 7, the 225 strike, or the 240, but no, I'd go for 230, 230. We got to break the 9 to take the trade. Now I'm just using the technical indicator, the 200 SMA on the weekly. I don't want to take it, but I have to. June 7th. I'm not in it yet. I'm still waiting here. We got a fallen wedge. I'm gonna cheat. Not by much, though. Okay, let's do it. Now, right now, 148. Oh, watch out, Bobo. Come on now. It's dropping more. Mm-hmm. What am I doing here? Can't think what I want to do. Back to even. Come on, Paco. I kind of want to, we got SPY at the 200 right now. SPY at the 200 SMA. SPY at the 200 SMA. $116, the same strike, the 226. We're at 227, 127. You can get out right now if you wanted to. I'm not playing games today. I don't trust this market. I do not trust it one bit. That took what, 2 minutes? Not even a minute to get in that out of that trade. Let me tell you that they had a lot of hope on CRM. And then that bond action yesterday wasn't too good either. Apple is at the 200 SMA. Amazon double bottom. Lilly at 811. Morgan Stanley down 45 cents. UAL down 26. NVIDIA, their baby's staying up. God. Come on. I'm still even on it. That was up $20 a contract. Nike. Now, Foot Locker had real good earnings. And Nike's not the leading shoe anymore, but that ain't going to get people to stop buying them. They went woke and discovered what it was like to be broke. They did an infomercial on a transsexual. Nike wins partial victory of three-stripe trademark battle with Adidas. On holding has meaningful growth opportunities, says bullish analyst. Nike has unusual option activity. We found 50% of the traders are bullish, while 27 are bearish. How can you? That don't make sense. What happened to all the other ones? SPY just had a nice little pop. We get more of them scalping days again. 120, 116 to 117, 127. You could get out here, or you can see if we break one or the other. Now the little punks up there in Wall Street, they're gathering around the table right now. Hey Jim, we've decided up here, we've had a meeting, and we want to break this resistance. We're not going to let these bears beat us up. These retail traders suck. We can't give them. We can't give in. We can't do it. I'm eating grapes from Nancy Pelosi. Grapes offer great health benefits. Retail trader, he tried to take a hold there and they wouldn't let him have it. Break it, please. Hey Jen, you got your mic on. Do you want to talk to me? Say hi. Say hi, sexy. Blake it. Jim, did you take the spy? Yes, I did. You have a problem? Is that your second scalp on the spy? Yes, it is. I advise you to Blake it. Please. Ding. We had to have a long leg doji. There's a delay on my scanner by a second or two. I don't like it. Just triggered my support level. Ugh. Well, we're going to see if we hold the VBOP. I thought we were going to break it with this hammer. I'm still in CRM. Home sale was bad news. Figaro. $200 SMA. I'm debating if I should add. Got the dip bottom, high or low. Ooh, you sell your puts for a loss and then it tanks. Oh. I'm still holding my CRM. I got to figure what to do here on my SPY. That got me. What's the SPX doing? Ooh, SPX. We could drop more. Drop to the 200. On the SPX. Well, I'm about ready to, I'm going to hold it for a little bit longer. Oh, I need to go to the weekly. We're still at support. 522.41. Apple moving. So So I'm thinking Dan Ives is stinking this trade, and he's got the money to where he can just keep throwing it in there. I'm just trading it because I thought it would hold that 200 SMA on the weekly. Down 120. Dell. Yep, we could have bottomed out here. Nvidia bounced off the 200. That grape I won't eat. Don't take long for grapes to rot. Woo, there we go, CRM. Man, I was sweating a little bit. SPY's back to 106. 108. Blanket. I didn't add on to that. That was stupid of me. We hit the VWAP. I could be out of this trade right now. You have to change strategy, and I didn't do it. We're at 172 on CRM now. Very good. That'll really go against the liberals. Have Elon Musk, we're at 177. The last 2 weeks may have typically very strong for the market, but I'm not shaping it up this way through the year. Mira. QQQ down. Now they were pumping pawn. Adobe's down $20. $184, yes. I'm up $400 on CRM. We hit the 50 SMA. I'm gonna go check my chicken. I'll be right back.
That makes our business very, to a high degree, predictable and anti-cyclical, just because of the cash flow predictability that we have in our underlying assets. We're essentially fully occupied, and yeah, we have a lot of opportunity ahead for us. That's why we decided to knock the doors of the New York Stock Exchange and continue our pathway into our growth.
What is the status of reshoring and nearshoring post-COVID? I mean, this was a major theme a couple of years ago coming out of the pandemic. Is there still a lot of change happening, or has the supply chain kind of settled in? What do you see as that trajectory right now?
Oliver, it's a great point. What we see right now is that we're only in the early stages. Frankly, nearshoring, to double click on that term, is essentially the rethinking and the replumbing of global supply chains, and that cannot be done in 2, 3, or even 5 years, in my opinion. It's going to require time and capital. So now that companies are locating themselves in markets such as Mexico or other places in Latin America, that is really coming across with a lot of opportunity for us. What that means also is when we think about nearshoring, many of these companies don't want to do it themselves. They look to a third-party provider like us who already have the know-how and do this in an efficient manner so they can operate and just focus on the core business that they have at hand. But the pandemic was really an accelerator, especially in Latin America, where e-commerce is really at its infancy, Oliver. Much of that is precisely driven by the fact that there was no banking penetration. With the shutdowns, people had to start shopping online, which previously was not the case. So you can imagine that while in the US you have turned into just-in-case logistics, redundancy, most of Latin America is just being built from the ground up because it's underserved and underpenetrated.
Okay, tell me about the finances that you want investors to pay attention to now that you're publicly traded. You've got American eyes on you as investors now. Obviously, as I mentioned, the stock's going nuts here. You mentioned that you wanted to raise some money to continue to invest. What should we be looking for? Is it just square footage accumulation? Is it cash flow? Do you prioritize profits, or is it growth? Give me kind of a 60-second financial rundown, Esteban.
That's really important. So we are fully focused on fundamentals in a more classic and traditional way. I would say the mother metric in our business is NOI, net operating income. And just to give you a sense of how that has evolved over the last years, since 2019, we have basically tripled our NOI. And we have grown our GLA, our gross leasable area, just the square footage, by 2.5 times.
I don't believe you.
Just seeing that ramp up, it just provides further evidence of the sort of traction that we have in our markets for our product. And again, with the backing and good credit behind the tenants that we serve, which is critical as we look to finance our assets. The higher for longer interest rate theme is going to just separate the market from the institutional players.
Nope.
We are a pure play focused platform, only just doing logistics and industrial. That's really going to set us apart. So that profile is really an opportunity for U.S. investors, frankly, as they want to diversify their portfolios globally. And it's very hard to get this sort of access, uncorrelated access, because we're in different geographies from their typical companies that serve in the industrial and logistics space.
Well, I will say this year we've seen international stocks outperform. I've heard a lot of portfolio managers talking about wanting to expand the exposure and reach. So maybe that's the interest to some degree behind that big stock move. So pressure's on. We'll be watching. Thanks a lot for your time, Esteban.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Pleasure to be here.
And congrats on the debut. Esteban Saldarriaga, CEO of Logistic Properties of America's LPA. I mean, look at the move, big move.
185 on CRM.
We'll come back and shift gears a little bit and catch up with Mr. Anthony Scaramucci, Skybridge Capital, but also the author of a book freshly out, Wall Street to the White House and Back. Looking forward to the mooch next.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon
I will.
on the Schwab Network.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, or free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Let's break away from some of the intraday action for a sec. Talk about professional bounce of backs, career advice, and of course a little markets mixed in with politics. Mr. Anthony Scaramucci, founder of Skybridge Capital, author of a new book, joins us this morning. Anthony, welcome back to the Schwab Network.
Oliver, good to be back with you always. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, so I know a little bit about your book, but tell me the details from Wall Street to the White House and back out earlier this month.
Well, I mean, listen,
Don't get into politics. I will cut you off. AMD pulling back here to support. Could see more drama on SPX. Man, that was good. Oh, that's salmon. Shit. Guess that's what I'll have. Okay. McDonald's 248.58 alert set. Back to back to my price on CRM. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It depreciated. That could be worse. Do. Should I do? Should I buy some or should I not? Let's clean this up again. We got a 1, 2, 3 on the SPY. Watch the SPY here. Watch, yep. Didn't hold. Dadgum. I was going to get it. No, I still might. It's getting that time too where I don't really want to. It's time to do it. Break it. May 31st, yes. Make sure. Break it. 1, 2, 3 bits. 1, 2, 3 bits. Yippee-yi. To the VWAP. Break it. To the VWAP. Oh, that's a nice chart, Ocean. Perfect. Okay. Come on, you rugrats. Today's nothing like yesterday. How dare you? Falling wedge on the SPX. CRM. Unbelievable. You don't have to add. Dan Ives. Okay, I'm waiting for the SPY to break. I'm still green, made 80 cents. Blanket. I thought I pulled out chicken, but I pulled out a salmon, so that's what I gotta have for lunch. It's fish 3 days in a row. It ain't gonna taste nothing like my tuna, though. Break it. break the 21. Oh, yes. I got the 30th on here. It's supposed to be the 31st. Shit. Break it. This is what I wrote to the CEO here, to McDonald's. Break it. Major fry going on today. It's not an easy day. We could get a slip here. I mean, we did break out of the bowl, and we do have an inverse head and shoulders. So if we hold this support right here, we can dip a little bit more, but if we hold this, we have a possibility of a breakout. You see it? Tell me you do. Tell me you do. Break. We're squeezing. We're squeezing. Break it. Look at the tape. Watch tape. CRM's getting back up there good. I was worried about CRM. $89. There we go. To the 200, baby. I see it coming. I see the light. Baby, don't worry. Bob, I don't want you eating McDonald's anymore. Banks are resilient. Oh, ain't that pretty? I did it. I did it. I did it. Bob, I don't want you eating at McDonald's anymore. It's not our kind of place. Hamburgers in our face. French fries stuck up my butt. Jimmy's here. Oh, blanket. Okay, now we're coming back to retest the 9 and the 63. Today I'll be cooking salmon. I thought I was going to have chicken. So it'll be salmon, rice, and beet from my iron. We're at 90 cents. I could make a business decision, but I don't want to. Bob, I don't want you eating at McDonald's anymore. Oh my gosh. We'll be with you as soon as possible. I've heard that story before. You end up waiting for an hour and 15 minutes. Is that Dr. Fauci? Come on, break it. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do I appreciate the 200 SMA? YouTube, I don't want you eating at McDonald's anymore. I'm getting ready to sing a victory song. Do you know what it's like to be in a losing position? It was the Head and Shoulders that saved me today. The inverted. The video double top bounce. Oh. Where do you see that at? 1, 2, 3. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. Wrong window. We're at 94 cents. It was on the first day of Christmas when my true love came to me. It was at the VWAP, can you see? And then I woke up and I had a hickey on my neck. How in the hell did I get there? What the heck? Profit taking. I'm the happiest man in the world. I'm at $1. Doo-doo-doo, I'm at $1. I'm at 102. Doo-doo-doo, I'm at 102. Beautiful. It's such a pretty world today. I got lucky. I tell you what. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I will no longer eat at McDonald's. Magnificent, I want you to boycott McDonald's and give me an A+. at 524.62. Now I'm a little bit leery here because we're under the VWAP. We would appreciate it if you went back up. Bob, make sure that you don't, what's my target for today? Which one, Yoko? SPY? My target is double top, 524.74. 524.60 is perfect. Oh, I see something. Do you see what I see? A triple top. And we're going to check it out with a trend line from that body to that body and extend it to the right. My target will be $524.60. You nailed it, Yoko. 1, 2, 3. 524.60. One of them, Tubus, and a freebie. One, two, three bounce on AMD. Man, I got a lot of 1, 2, 3 traders in here now. I'm gonna be known as the GOAT of the 1, 2, 3. If you noticed, one Tubus and a freebie. I'm gonna act like a Austin Idol. I'm gonna act like Austin Idol. I am the master of the 1, 2, 3. If anybody wants to challenge me for the belt, I will be eager to take him on. But I am the master of the 1, 2, 3. Especially if it deals with a falling wedge. One, two, three. Well, thank you, Austin Idol, for that interview. We really appreciate having you wrestle here at WrestleMania at Retail Traders. Well, make sure that you double my pay. Tell me that wasn't a good impression. Oh, you probably didn't get to see it. I have to do it all over again. How long have I not been? Wow. I want you to see my beautiful face. So again, I'll be doing this over. It should be showing up here shortly. Okay. For you people out there on YouTube, I'm getting ready to imitate Austin Idol. Okay. I, Austin Idol, am the master of the 1, 2, 3. Look at my beautiful arms. Especially when it's related to a falling wedge. I dare anybody challenge me in the ring that think they can outdo me with a 1, 2, 3. And if you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. I, Austin Idol, from the World Wrestling Federation out of Memphis, Tennessee. Not one can beat me in this ring. Austin Idol. Thank you very much. I'm so freaking weird. How dare you? I know you do. I'm going to go get me some water, and I'm going to cook my salmon. Well, first I got to walk on the treadmill. So I'll get that out of the way. I skipped it last night because I had a long night. That looked like fun. Well, that was kind of impressive. I mean, I really stuck that out. I was down. Now we got another squeeze coming. Y'all understand what it means by squeeze, right? On your pattern. See, it has to hold this. And we'd have a 1, 2, 3 on the top side. So if it this time, if we break the 200, we're coming up to the 524.60. I guarantee it. Watch it. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, seis, I think. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, seis might be 6. Oh boy. Don't look like we're going to save it. Depends on how that body's got to be above. Got to close above. On the 1 minute. Now on the 2 minute. Bob, I do not want you eating at McDonald's. Uh-oh. Damn. God. Nearly 80% of Americans now consider fast food a luxury due to high prices. McDonald's. That's funny. McDonald's, a luxury item. Woo! I bet you I could give that to some comedian. He'd really. Such a pretty world today. Industrial comparison. GameStop against competitors, especially retail. GameStop stuck in the past 2 years. T1 settlement. Wall Street moves from T1 to T2 settlement. This could affect trading tax decisions. Oh God. I don't know if I like that. I'm okay with 25% tax, but I'd rather see 15. Do I have a song request? Jimmy, break it. We're looking at Adele. Hello. We have a W on Adele. Now come on, chick. You ain't that pretty.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me?
I can,
I'm in
finally.
California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between...
No, that's enough. You had your chance of stardom with me.
Look at that there fool, just talking lots of shine. To turkeys in the rain, filling hands with pride. A fancy little fool with fancy little ways, churning bullshit in the butter, 'cause butter always pays.
Dun dun dun.
But who's the bigger fool?
Dun dun dun.
Is it the fool? Is it the fool?
Okay, enough for you two. Today's music selection hasn't been that hot. Okay, enough for you two. SMCI is popping. It has a W2. Super microcomputer and competitors of technology, hardware, storage, and blah, blah, blah. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. And if you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. Oh, I still ain't done my thing yet. I gotta go get on that treadmill. I gotta get in the habit of loving it. 200 SMA, baby. Whoop, 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 whoop. Did you see that, mannequin? You can count to 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This here needs to be replaced just a little bit. We're going to redo this one here. We're going to do it right. This is Wolfman Jack, just called out in the video to the 200 SMA, man. Today we'll be performing live Washboardjim. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, baby. This is an exit idea if you're in the trade. See how the 200? Well, I got to go do this. I've sat at this desk. I'm reading a lot of literature, and I was watching this guy about health this morning. He was talking about places that have the longest lifespan. And he said this one place he met had people living up to 100 years old. It was because they always constantly move. They're always doing something. People that, sit around like me for 20 years, it's not very healthy. So my suggestion is, if you're still young, you got to get up and do a little exercise or something in between, and you won't be in the same shape I'm in. Walk your dog, do something, do dishes. Spend 20 minutes on your body at least. And I'm going to start doing it every day. Because I got to look good for the girls. Anna Trades, she emailed me this morning and liked my message. And that was a message, a note that I gave her a month ago, 2 months ago. I said, baby, you're a little bit late. Okay, so I'm going to go do my thing.
But Nate, if you look on the other side of this, it's the retail earnings boom this week also. We've got some decent results on Foot Locker even. Best Buy, pretty good report. But then on the other side, American Eagle down. Kohl's is down, getting hammered, which worst day of all time that it's ever had in a one-day session. So it's kind of reflective of there's going to be winners and losers in this sector, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's a mixed bag. And I looked at Foot Locker's results. I think it's more of a relief rally. I looked at Best Buy's results and their guidance. I think that's more of a relief rally as well. Their comps didn't look that great, but you could say, well, what about Abercrombie and Fitch? Look at what they posted yesterday. They gap up to new fresh all-time highs. Look at Burlington and what they reported this morning. That looks really good. Yeah, so totally a mixed bag within retail, and I think that just kind of reflects that we've got a mixed bag of consumers. In terms of their willingness to spend on some things and not on others. And so, yeah, we're still kind of sorting that out. On the GDP kind of front, and which ties into the consumer, which ties into spending, I think there was an expectation that when we first got that 1.6% reported, people thought, well, the consumption numbers are good. We're going to see it get upwardly revised. on the one hand, I could say Atlanta's GDP now forecast is 3.5% for the current quarter. On the other hand, I can say, well, yeah, Atlanta GDP data can be pretty, or their nowcast can be pretty volatile. For Q1, I think they were anticipating 2.8. It came in at 1.6, now 1.5. So are we beginning to see some of this evidence that, there are, that we are in restricted policy and or the consumer is beginning to pull back in terms of some of their spending? We've seen, from the likes of Starbucks and McDonald's and some of those reports where the consumer is pulling back. We saw non-farm payrolls coming at 175K. I believe that was a 9-month low. We've now seen GDP get revised down to 1.5%.
Ooh, that ain't good.
Happens for Q2. Currently, like I said, 3.5% for Atlanta GDP. But, if we're looking for some of these warning signs that there is some economic deterioration, I'd say it's coming in. And I'd say with the forward peak
rate cuts.
21, that, I think we're a little bit complacent, to be honest. And I think that a lot of it has to do with we're so focused on inflationary data and yields, and the algos are all focused on that that seems to kind of just be the focus of what happens day to day. PCE is going to drive it tomorrow. If it comes in favorably, likely the market's going to respond favorably, and we're going to see some kind of a bounce back from some of the recent weakness we've seen. But if you take a step back to the intermediate view, as a trader or an investor, I think you need to at least look for some of these signs within the AI story that there could be some cracks, not in the infrastructure side, but beyond that. And then look for those signs that, hey, if we're going to give this market a 21 forward PE, we better be cognizant of the fact that there does appear to be some cracks in terms of economic contraction out there.
Speaking our language, Kevin, where, complacency in the markets, we see that all the time. Markets aren't complacent by nature. They're optimistic because historically things rebound.
The market likes when weak data comes in because bonds rally and the dollar sells off.
Yeah, and
right?
yields go down,
and
right?
So they think stocks are more attractive. When does that flip?
Yeah.
And weak becomes weak. And weak starts hitting earnings. Well, you're seeing it in some, right? Because the consumer steps back and the overall CapEx steps back. But when does that happen? Because, like I said, 9 of 11 sectors are higher, so not today. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing it in real numbers in Salesforce. Kohl's, that's another, that might be another larger conversation to have about retail, overbuilt retail, and how that whole sector of the economy needs to come down lower numbers. Look at Macy's is shrinking their stores. What role does Kohl's have in, is it high priced? Is it low priced? No, it's right in the middle without any real role in the economy, and it got battered.
Right, and they got 1,100 stores. I mean, are there too many stores out there? Macy's is closing stores, so that retail landscape has yet to play out. But you can't. I mean, we're going to talk about Costco. Yeah. Costco hitting all-time highs. Maybe it should be. Walmart doing really well. Maybe it should be. But Nate, when you look at the overall market in general, real quick here, the S&P 500, the Nasdaq 100, they're still just below all-time highs. And you mentioned that forward-looking, PE for the S&P 500 to near that 21 level. There's not much room for error here, right?
No.
There isn't, and it really does come down to NVIDIA, because that is going to be the leading indicator in terms of where we stand on the AI cycle. And yes,
bullshit.
In terms of the secular growth story of AI, this is what is holding the markets up. In terms of the digitization of the economy and what's going on with chips,
AI, yes.
This is where the earnings growth is coming for.
Let me tell you something, mister. This market's way overbought. And everybody's going to start eating their lunch if they don't get it on the band. We're in denial. And I think people are starting to wake up finally.
Business cycle. There is going to be a business cycle to this investment that we're seeing within AI. We're supposed to be having some sort of these economic contractions, recessions are normal, these types of things. And the market's kind of acting as if, they're blind to that, or it's different this time, and that's not going to happen. And, maybe there are some of these influences that are in play that came from the stimulus, from the pandemic, We got a lot of fiscal spend that is going on right now, which is probably not going to be there in 2025. We've got a lot of AI investment that's heavy right now, probably not going to be there in 2025. So as an investor, as a trader, you got to be mindful of where we stand instead of, you don't want to get too caught up that, the stocks is doing well, the NASDAQ composite is doing well because the trend is intact. Buying begets buying. People are getting rewarded for going after that, and it works until it doesn't.
Yep, S&P 500 equal weight index actually up 0.3% today, so pushing back against that narrative because big tech is causing the sell-off, which caused the rally initially. All right, let's take a quick break here, guys. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Dell Technologies. The legacy tech stock is off of record highs that it hit just yesterday, down 5% today, but they report earnings after the close. The bar is high on this one. Stick around.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We're going to take a look at earnings. Dell Technologies, who would have thought, up over 120% so far this year, hit more records this week. Let's bring in Diane King-Hall, Senior Markets Correspondent here, give us a breakdown pre-earnings on this one because the bar's pretty high, Diane, on this. But if you listen to the commentary out of NVIDIA, Dell's their partner in this server build-out. AI, environment that we're in. So maybe these gains are warranted.
And that's part of how Dell has caught a bid recently. Yes, shares are getting a haircut heading into their earnings today after that record yesterday. But here's what the expectations are. Adjusted EPS expected to come in at $1.25 a share. Revenue is expected to total $21.7 billion. Now, to put that in perspective, last quarter EPS was $2.20 a share, and then in the same period a year ago, Dell reported $1.31 a share. So it would be a little lower, but investors are going to be looking for how deep and how wide is this AI integration at Dell, right? You talk about it being a legacy company. We know it for its PCs. There's one sitting next to me right now, but Dell has talked about its progress within the AI space. It showed that it's not just an old school computer company, it's not an old school PC company, that it's got more tread on the tire left. It has this partnership with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA, as you mentioned, even called it out in its latest earnings report as Dell being a part of its, quote, rich ecosystem of partners. So Dell has that to its advantage.
Yeah, Diane, this is a pretty interesting story when it comes to this, because Dell currently has about 30% of the mainstream server market, right? Which means these partnerships with NVIDIA and AMD, they're partnered with them too, means these AI optimized servers, right now, AI related business is 5% of their revenue. Think of the growth in AI that can happen, and think of the potential for Dell. It's pretty crazy if you think about how big this company could get.
Yeah, and there's a couple ways it can grow when it has been, kind of growing within the AI space. It's both what you talked about, and its partnerships with NVIDIA. It's got this infrastructure solutions group, so a lot of attention is going to be paid to that. The AI infrastructure piece is going to be within that, and we're going to look for the details on how much growth is happening there. It's also got these new AI PCs that it had revealed this year as part of this new category of these Microsoft Windows PCs. So it's developing its AI footprint in a variety of, in more than one vertical there. And you've seen the response in terms of the investor community. The shares, as you mentioned, as you all mentioned, leading into the segment, up more than or around 125% year to date. So it's seen a lot of growth. It really has to clear the bar today when it reports its numbers. And we've seen recent commentary in terms of the analyst community raising their price target on these shares earlier this month, heading into their latest quarterly report.
Yeah, that's, I think, going to be one of the keys going into this report, what kind of information they give us on the backlog, because quarter over quarter doubled to $2.9 billion. Growth rate of 40%. That's quarter over quarter. That's astronomical.
It's massive.
Yeah.
And like I said, AI is such a small percentage that where can it go?
Yeah. Expand.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thanks to Diane King Hall, senior markets correspondent here, breaking down Dell ahead of earnings. But now let's bring back in Nate Peterson. Nate, when you look at this one, everybody's kind of overlooking their client solutions group, and that's their PCs, notebooks, desktops, workstations. But that might be the next leg for this company that a lot of people are banking on, is the fact that, hey, AI-enabled laptops and computers are going to be the next, silo of revenue generation or growth, right?
That seems to be what's kind of bleeding into the story. Look at HP, up 18% today. They basically said that they expect in the back half of the year for 10% of their PCs to be these AI PCs, so to speak. So I think from an investor standpoint, that's kind of encouraging that, is the AI PC that close to fruition? Are we here in terms of beginning to see some of this refresh cycle around AI show up this year? And that's what they're rewarding HP with right now. That stock, I'm sure that its implied move was not 18% prior to earnings yesterday. HP normally does not move that much. So in Dell's regard, if they have similar kind of bullish commentary around an AI PC refresh, I think that's great. Primary, though, to what Kevin was pointing out, those AI optimized servers. Last quarter, what really caught everybody's eyes was backlog nearly doubled year over year and 40% sequential growth quarter over quarter, speaking to the demand for those AI optimized servers. Having said that, we saw Bank of America yesterday bump their target on Dell from 130 to 180. It's about $10 above where the stock is trading right now. I think that's supposed to be a 12-month price target. Keep that in mind. Forward PE is about 23. What stands out to me is the implied volatility. We haven't seen this kind of implied volatility on Dell basically since March of 2020. That was the pandemic low. So implied volatility is screaming heading into the results here, looking for a $21 implied move, or about 12.3% post earnings. So yeah, expectations are high. options market expecting a big move from this guy.
Yeah, a current IV percentile rank, 100%.
Well, yeah.
And that's over a 52-week range.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's elevated going into this. You mentioned that anticipated market maker move, the option market's price, and it keeps increasing until over $22 either way. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade, Nate?
Sure. So from an example trade, yeah, look, hey, the stock jumped 30% last time because the news around the servers really caught everybody off guard, so to speak. They didn't realize that the demand was going to be that robust that quickly. So that's why the IV is priced so high now. A lot of it has to do with what happened to last earnings report there. The stock is also up, about $40 since its jump on its prior earnings report. So taking into account the implied volatility, if you look at this week's around the money options, they're around 200% IV. And if you thought, okay, $21 on Dell, good old Dell, that if you thought maybe that's a little bit too hot, you have a right. The options market says, look, this is what we think based on, this is what the price of the at the money straddle is implying about what we think the stock is going to do. If you look at that $21 move and you say, that seems a little bit steep. Implied volatility, 4-year high. Okay. Well, if I thought that was too steep and I thought perhaps there's a chance that Dell doesn't quite make that big of a move, one way to do that would be to sell an iron condor. So I was looking at basically selling the 195-200 call spread. That's a short call spread on the upside. And then selling a 145-140 put spread on the downside. So if you look at the stock roughly at 170, you take into account the implied move, that gets you to 191 or 149 on the downside. Then I went outside of that because the implied volatility is so high. So I've got 25 to the downside, 25 to the upside before it begins to touch my short strike. And the credit that I saw there was about $1.50. So not only are you taking a stance and saying, hey, $21 is too great, because of the implied volatility, you're able actually to bump that out another $5 or so and collect $1.50 with $5 being your maximum risk there, minus the credit.
All right, let's take a look at this one, May 31st weekly series. So real short-term positioning on this example, just one day. Selling an out-of-the-money call vertical, as Nate mentioned, 195, sell the 195, buy the 200 call, sell the 145 put, buy the 140 put. It's trading closer to 160 now, but if you collect a $1.50 credit, Kevin, you got $350 in risk, but that's all the way down, $30 lower than the current share price, below 140 or above $30 from the current share price, above 200 on this one.
Yeah, it's a wide, what you're betting, what you're saying is that this stock isn't going to move through 195 on the upside, which is outside the expected move right now, right? It's right now the expected move gets into about 192. Yeah. Nate is short the 195s. On the downside, it gets to about 148, let's call it. So Nate is outside the expected move on both of his short strikes. The question is, what's going to move? Remember, when you play an iron condor, long or short, you're playing for the move, right? It's one day. It's either going to make it or it isn't.
Right.
And so there's the risk on a really a one-day trade.
Yeah, and Nate, Kevin makes a good point. We've seen, CRM's moved 3 standard deviations,
Yes.
so we've seen some big moves. But this one, implied volatility levels are higher. You're going to collect more credit, but you're giving yourself that wider range, right?
Yeah, certainly. And with CRM, the options market, we weren't expecting this kind of a big move from CRM. I could argue that with Dell, they are. And that's really the reason why you might consider a strategy like this. It's just an example trade. I don't have a position in Dell, but it's really just saying what sticks out to me when I look at this type of a setup is the implied volatility. And not only that, I'm going to actually go beyond. Let's say the options market is right. Let me go beyond that. And then lastly, I'll just say, look, if you feel like the onus is to the upside, you have a bias to the upside in terms of Dell, you can adjust those strikes and go to the 200, 205 and the 150, 145, for example. Yeah. You can adjust those either up or down. The way that I've set this up right here is basically non-directional. Implied volatility is too high. Let me give myself a little buffer beyond the implied move, potentially making $1.50 to risk that $350 where one day, each one has to decide, do you like that risk to reward setup? But this is primarily non-directional, implied volatility, likely too high with a strategy like this.
Yeah, break evens, you can see there, 143.50 on the downside, 196.50 on the upside. All right, good look at the neutral strategy there, taking advantage of that higher implied volatility. And thanks to Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research, for joining us. Coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for discussion on Costco and the sentiment data on the stock moves. The warehouse retailer stock has shot up about 23% so far this year to record highs. Stick around.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Here on the Schwab Network. It's time for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our guest. That's going to be Andy Swan. He's a co-founder at Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking Costco, and
Costco.
if you look at their chart, it looks like the best retailer on the planet at this point. Do you guys have the data that supports this move to all-time highs? Because there's, if this thing pulls back, it just seems like there's going to be buyers everywhere.
Yeah, that's exactly our stance. I mean, the stock chart looks like it's the best retailer anywhere. I think because it is the best retailer anywhere. What we saw from Walmart, big EPS beat from Walmart, I think is a very bullish signal for Costco. It confirms our theory at Likefolio that shoppers and consumers are absolutely seeking value every step of the way. And, we're seeing signals that the Kirkland brand is popping with consumers. Member traffic and renewal trends are favorable. And this company has a really strong track record of outperforming Wall Street. And so when we look at consumer happiness data, it's always high for Costco, and it remains high. From a web traffic perspective, we see Costco outperforming Sam's, which is good. But ultimately, what Costco is all about, and what the CEO says, is its number one most important product is the membership card that they sell. And the membership card that they sell gets you in the door. It gets you through the cash register. It gets you to where they check your receipts on the way out. It is the reason why Costco is so strong. it's the annual recurring revenue that Costco can always count on. And we think that the company is well positioned to expand the pricing on that membership card either this quarter or sometime this year, which I think will be met extremely favorably by Wall Street investors, because we're all kind of waiting for that to happen. And like Folio data shows us that they will lose probably 0 customers by doing so.
Okay, Andy, I will stipulate that Costco is enormously popular and still growing domestically and internationally. And now in Shanghai, there's lines out the door. They're raising their dividend. They're buying back stock, yet they're still growing. They're doing everything right. But like Folio comes on our show all the time, one of either you or Landon or somebody from like Folio, and they say, well, our score's going down because the stock is rallying. And really, the only thing that can get in this company's way seems to be an earnings event, because last earnings, it rallied in earnings and sold off. Now, it's rallied higher than that since then, but we got to trade it. We can't just talk glowingly about it. We got to trade this beast. Is there a chance that every good thing they say isn't enough where the price of the stock is?
Yeah, I think that's by far the biggest risk. For Costco, our earnings score is still slightly positive even at these levels because the company is performing so well. And we consider Costco to be best of breed. It's a pick it up on any dips type of play, and so we think of it from a trading perspective as maybe we sell some premium, some puts below the market, and hope it does come down a little bit. But we think the performance will be fantastic.
Yeah, I think
tried to turn him, Tom. I tried to turn him.
About half of the earnings over the last year, the stock sold off a little bit, but then just give people more opportunities to buy. Andy, you mentioned the membership fees. That's been a big cause of concern for maybe the sell-side analysts who are saying, well, every 5 years historically they've raised prices, but then we had the pandemic, so they pushed it off. It's now been 7 years. That equates to about 70% of their operating profit at this point is the membership fees, and which is why they can charge such low numbers. We get that. Maybe the stock's off to the races, but at the same time, valuation's getting a little thick here, even with the growth that they've seen. Is that, when you look at this one, the valuation, does that come into play? Because it seems like foot traffic is still picking up in their stores.
Yeah, every indication we have is that foot traffic is picking up and that the consumer is moving their direction because the consumer is seeking value, and Costco continuously provides that. And so I think what's happening is that Costco is sitting there. They report their numbers, their revenue numbers monthly, so there's not that much edge you can get out of trading an earnings event. The revenue numbers are pretty much baked in. It's more of how much did they spend. But going into this, I think that the CEO, the executive team, just has this ultimate trump card that they can play at any time. Anytime they think the numbers are going to come in a little softer than Wall Street wants, they can play this card of raising membership dues, and Wall Street will react very enthusiastically because it goes straight to the bottom line, and everybody knows it. So, when you've got a company with a complete tailwind behind it, very happy customers, an extraordinary management team, and a trump card in its back pocket that will necessarily make Wall Street happy, it seems silly to do anything other than either sit on the sidelines and wait for a dip or play it to the upside.
Yeah, I did an unofficial poll here on Twitter before the show asking people if Costco raises their membership fee, would you cancel? The people that said never, 79%. The people said yes, they'd cancel, 21%. I think that's pretty high, to be honest with you. I can't imagine getting rid of my Costco.
Current retention rate, 90.5% to 92%.
Go ahead, Andy.
I think 21% of your followers are either joking or lying to you.
Or they don't have a membership. Maybe that's it. That's why it's unofficial. All right, great stuff, great data. As always, Andy, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder at Folio, breaking down the data, which is once again, pretty positive on this name, Kevin.
Okay, now, B.
But, you know, we're at all-time highs. The bar is set high. Valuations are high. Option market's pricing in about a plus or minus $34 move in the shares either way.
Okay, so look at last quarter.
Yeah.
Stock sold off after a pretty good earnings report. 10 days ago, Tom, if you look on the Thinkorswim platform, put up a 10-day chart, stock was trading $7.78 10 days ago. So it's already rallied $40 in the last 10 days into this number. There's the genesis of the trade that I'm about to do. And so when I look at a trade for this, I'm not going to get, well, I shouldn't say that. It's hard for me, knowing the history, sometimes it sells off after earnings. So what I did, Tom, I went in and sold, this is a paper money trade. I sold the 845, 855 call vertical. Big boy, $10 wide call vertical. Against that, I bought the 785 1 week put calendar. We do this spread a lot. It's complex trade. And that's trading, it was trading about a nickel credit. Now it's trading 40-cent credit.
Yeah, we've got 25-cent credit up here on the risk.
So now it's trading about, because it's moving, as you would think. So this, for a credit, you could do something that, remember, for you to lose money, it has to go through 845.30 right now, or 25 in that range, for you to have exposure. So that's a big move from where we are right now. Can it go through there? Of course it can.
Yeah.
So that's why it's risk defined. Maybe you want to make it a $5 call vertical. There's a lot of things, but $10 call vertical, financing the downside put calendar.
Yeah, and then that's a good point on this type of strategy that you're making, Kevin, is that it looks like this is a bearish type strategy because that profitability really goes up at or near that 785 put calendar that you bought here, buying the June 785 put, selling the May 31st weekly 785 put. There's that 1 week wide put calendar that's financed by the short $10 wide 845, 855 short call vertical in the May 31st weekly cycle that expires in just 1 day. But if the stock stays where it is, it's still profitable because you're collecting a credit on this one. Right. And you mentioned the break even on this one just above 845. I think we had 847 on there on the risk profile, but just above 845 because you're collecting that 25-cent credit on it. Apex of profitability at or near that 785 strike. So if we do see that pullback that we saw last earnings, that's when you're going to make the most money on this. But this is almost a neutral, slightly bullish strategy, but it's a bearish strategy. You just don't want it to go up more than that 1 standard deviation above 845, right?
Right. It gives you plenty of room on the upside and still becoming profitable if you're wrong in terms of a direction. Now, if you think you could go through that 1 standard deviation move, if you think this could outperform on the upside, this is not the trade you want to do. Right. But look at the last earnings and look at how far it's run just in the last 10 days, Tom.
Yeah, this stock is up 65% from year-ago levels, up 23.9% so far this year. So the bar is really high on Costco, but maybe it should be.
Maybe it should.
That's right. All right, great discussion here on that complex trade there. Remember, we've got some assignment risk on those short options on the call or the put calendar, and also on that short 845 strike call if it settles between there. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Marvell Technologies. The semi-infrastructure stocks up about 17% so far this month into their earnings after the close. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at Marvell Technologies ahead of earnings, let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor here. Benny, we've got some weakness in the overall market. Small caps doing pretty well, but as Kevin mentioned, this is a concentrated pullback here because most of the S&P 500 sectors are actually positive today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an odd sell-off, I guess is the best way of putting it. With the Russell, a bit of an outlier for one to just echo your point there. It actually rallied up to 2062 while we've seen the other three majors selling off. The Dow down to 38,000, the S&Ps to 5241, and I saw the NASDAQ as low as 18,566. Now, just to put that in perspective, we got the S&Ps about 100 points off that all-time high, up around 5340. The Dow is now about 2,000 points off their all-time high, 40,077. Tom, I looked at the chart. Since June, large caps have only been up one session. So this move, again, led by a smaller group of stocks, but a significant move off that upper extreme there. This comes as rates have been on the rise, right? We've gotten some pushback from some of those rate cut expectations, and even mentioned earlier in the week of a potential rate hike, which is still on the table according to Kashkari. So, but all of this, keep in mind, as investors express some concerns about inflation and ahead of the Fed's more closely watched data point this week, which we'll get tomorrow. So that could resolve quite a bit of some of the uncertainty we've seen and what's brought about some of this selling. I mean, if we were to see the 10-year, for example, get back down below 4.5, and some of those other markets that we've seen create a bit of a headwind, crude come back off here again in the near future. Ultimately, I think that the market could resume that trajectory to the upside. But yeah, definitely slowing that path that we saw throughout the month of May as we head into the beginning of June.
Yeah, it's, Ben, you mentioned yields down here a little bit, but the dollar is the one I'm looking at, just saying, hey, if the dollar's down, stocks might be up or most likely will be up. And the opposite's happened over the last couple sessions, right?
Yeah, which is kind of odd, right? To think about that inverse correlation, which has been so prevalent over the last week or so. I mean, it almost seems like on a tick-for-tick basis, we've seen weakness in the U.S. dollar leads to strength in stocks. One thing I'll point to, Tom, we have seen the yen, which is starting to weaken again recently. So I think that's been a part of, while the dollar's not higher today, to your point, it's off this today, so are stocks, but the yen back to levels we haven't seen since we saw the BOJ intervene. So let's keep a close eye on that, because if the yen continues to weaken, the dollar's going to strengthen. And while that inverse correlation isn't in play today, it has been a bit of a headwind for stocks.
All right, great stuff. Thanks for the breakdown here. That's Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor here on the network. But now let's bring in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here. Kev, we're talking more earnings on the tech side. Marvell had a pretty good run up until that last earnings report. It dropped 11% after that, after giving a little bit weaker than expected guidance, but still up 27% so far this year going into results.
Yeah, definitely, and we are kind of at a decision point here for the stock as you kind of look at the chart on the 1-year chart here. Are we going to break to the upside and try to challenge the relative highs, or are we going to break to the downside here? And I think a lot of that's going to come from the commentary, especially around the artificial intelligence segment, which they do have some exposure to, but we are actually expecting a little bit of a deceleration in some of the other segments of their business. If you're looking at the enterprise networking group, or if you're looking at the carrier or even consumer, there is a little bit of a concern that maybe we do see a little bit more softness than what they had expected, which could also drive the stock to the downside here. Now, can we counterbalance that with the AI narrative? I think that's going to be the thing that the street is going to be focusing on. One other bright spot for this company is the automotive segment, which actually continues to see a fair amount of strength. It's a very small slice of their business, but they have been able to capture some decent market share there. So we are expecting around an 8%, 8.5% move to the upside or downside here for the stock. And if we are able to see a beat both on the top bottom line and hear some decent commentary and guidance, Tom, we may be able to see a little bit more of a breakout here as once again we are kind of challenging some recent highs.
Kev, Marvell is a supplier of semiconductor-related technology. There's a lot of numbers and letters that I don't really know if they're good or bad, but they claim they're coming out of a down cycle. And with cloud infrastructure and AI and data center business, they think they're set up pretty well if the overall market starts to turn up. Am I reading that right? Don't ask me about the letters and the numbers, Kev. I don't know.
Yeah, what I would say is we probably will have a little bit of a mixed result here, and you can kind of see that by the cloud service providers themselves, right? We just saw, Snowflake kind of hearing some of their commentary, as well as some of the other cloud providers that are seeing a little bit of slowness when it comes to enterprise spend, and that could also create a little bit more of a backlog, if you will, when it comes to the data center chips and the data center infrastructure products that they need. But on the other side of that, once again, looking at the AI space, that could be the side of the business that is obviously going to see some outsized growth and demand there, and that could also counterbalance that. I would say also, because when you're looking at the 5 nanometer and the 3 nanometer chips, those are something that is in popular demand right now, but we are once again kind of seeing every single month, for the most part, more advances in these type of products, and are they going to be able to keep up with that type of pace of growth? That's going to be the question mark. But once again, I think it's going to be a counterbalance. I would not expect an outsized move to the upside on data center or enterprise networking, but if they can talk up the AI space, I think that would be an ultimate win for them.
Yeah, they did state that they projected AI revenue, Kev, to be about 30% of its total revenue in fiscal year 2025. Is that going to be the key? Because data center is still growing, but is it going to be, they mentioned AI a few times, Kev, and this is off to the races.
I think that might be the case. I mean, they're kind of one of the last ones to really report, so we already see a lot of the price action being reflected in the stock, and so that opportunity and the growth rate on the AI business, once again, can overcompensate for maybe some weakness when we're looking at just the regular data centers, which we have seen a little bit of a deceleration there, and you can see that from a number of companies that have already reported. So we might have mixed results. I think the guidance is going to be key, but they might be able to benefit a little bit more than some others when it comes to the AI space. If they can definitely hype that up on the conference call, I think that would be a win for them.
All right, great stuff. Great backdrop for us here going into earnings. Appreciate it. That's Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down Marvell. Kev, I looked at the option market pricing in $6 and basically 60-cent move either way in the shares. And I mentioned, last quarter that stock was trading $85 going into those earnings. It ran up into that over 2-year highs, sold off 11% the next day, and continued to sell off a little bit for the next few sessions after that, but now stabilized back basically in the middle of that range.
Be cognizant of outsized moves that we're seeing all over the board during this earnings season. And when you do that, how do you, remember, understand the right strategy for the move that you're seeing across the landscape, right? Be careful, that might not happen. There's always that, so define your risk, but understand that big moves, outsized moves are everywhere in this market right now.
Boy, you threw me
I just threw you a big
softball.
85-mile-an-hour batting practice fastball.
And I'm going to run with it because we got an example trade that takes advantage of that now. Earlier in the show, we talked with Nate about Dell Technologies, and he did a short iron condor, which you use if you expect some consolidation in the stock and not outsized move. We mentioned that $6.60 move either way that the option market's pricing in. But I looked at the opposite, looked at a long iron condor where you're buying it. And let's break it down. May 31st weekly cycle, so real short-term positioning on this example. Buy the 81 strike call, sell the 84 strike call, $3 wide call vertical, and then buy the 74 put, sell the 71 put, $3 wide out of the money put vertical. You're paying debit of $1.60 roughly on this. It takes your break evens, Kev. $72.40 on the downside, $82.60 on the upside. You want it outside of this range.
Yeah, you're looking for your $1.60 debit to turn into $3. And you don't know which way, and you don't care which way, frankly. But you need to move fast, as you know. But like I said, if you feel that this is another one of those names that could have an outsized moves, if that's the premise of what you're thinking, this is one of the type of trades. But make sure you understand what the expected move is and where your strikes are.
Yeah, and this is limited duration on this example. This is for a pure earnings type of move where, hey, you expect it to move more than $6.60. Maybe you want it to move $10 up or $10 down. We've seen a lot of stocks do that. CRM, perfect example today on that. But Kev, I went out to the June 7th just to compare. That's $1.80 debit on that. So if you want an extra week of duration in that, you can kind of pick and choose
20 cents.
Right? For 20 extra cents. Now that limits your potential reward on that trade too, because the debit you pay, the $1.60 on the example that we used, $160 per spread is your risk. $140 is potential profitability outside 71 and above the 84 level. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Missed out on today's market headlines? Get caught up and catch the wrap at schwabnetwork.com. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. Alex, another quiet session. I know we keep saying that. I mean, I know we are seeing some strength right now, but it's actually unusual that we're not seeing the rest of the market like follow the, why would it, the Russell? But the Russell is definitely the point of strength, and the rest of it's not falling at all is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it seems to be a move in yields lower that's driving excitement in the small caps, a little bit of a bounce back from yesterday's session. Overnight, there was weakness during the Asian market hours. Then there was a dip that was bought during the European Open, and it's continued basically to where we are now. So while we're down in the NASDAQ, we're down in the S&Ps, we're way off the overnight lows for the futures.
That's a good point too, and I think it's interesting because I know we've talked about like the outperformance, underperformance between like Russell and NASDAQ, but today seeing completely different Russell than the rest of the overall market. But we actually have a lot of earnings previews to get through on today's show, which always does excite me. So we'll kick things off with upvote and downvote. We will chart and trade our upvoted names, and today for FOMO we're doing a footwear conversation with so many of the footwear retailers actually crushing it, but today that's only reinforced by Foot Locker and Birkenstocks. Nice moves to the upside. And then we will also be looking at some analyst notes in both Moderna as well as CVS. Names that have looked actually a little bit weak on a month-to-date basis, but on a year-to-date basis, they look quite different. There's definitely one clear winner and loser there. And we'll end it with Gap, which also has earnings still ahead. So a busy week for retail. And so far, I have to say, retail earnings have been actually like the bright spot because you have names like Salesforce, UiPath, that have been disappointing. Retail's been fairly strong.
Yeah, especially some of these names that have made nice comebacks like Abercrombie, so that's exciting. We got a mixture of sort of software and tech as well as retail within our upvote downvote segment, which of course, not endorsements, not recommendations. Let's start with a retailer. This is a storied stock in terms of Ulta that seemingly could do no wrong for many years. It has lost its luster a little bit, but it's having a nice day today.
It is having a nice day today, and I will say that its results haven't exactly like reinforced its outperformance. I mean, this was at one point like the overall resiliency of the retail trade, but now you have names like, I mean, Elf that has really taken a, I think, sizable chunk of their overall market share. I mean, I know relatively speaking, Ulta's a huge company, but they're fighting in a very, very right now competitive space. Last quarter, we saw revenue meet expectations, rise about 10% year over year, but all in all, it was a pretty mixed bag as they did beat expectations for same-store sales and revenue and gross margin expectations, but overall, did still, I mean, I'd say it shows some lackluster growth in for their guidance. We did see full year revenue guide was pretty much in line, and many were saying that full year, their earnings specifically was what underwhelmed. So shares did close lower as a result. This quarter, we're expecting a rise of about 3.5% on its top line, slowing from that 12% increase it posted in the same period a year ago. Adjusted earnings expected to come in around $6.28 per share, and the company has been able to top expectations as far as revenue is concerned for 10 straight quarters. So it has a nice track record, but again, I think this is a competitive market. We always joke you got to follow the money trail that is TikTok, and I know Ulta has like various brands, but it doesn't seem like right now it's translating into like good growth.
Yeah, and if we have that chart, we could pull back up on the screen. What you'll see too is it's basically given up all the gains of the last year since its last earnings, half of which was on the earnings day. So huge gap down, and it's really never looked back since as it's continued its weakness. You can see that huge straight line is around earnings in March, and then it's just been a slow but steady grind lower of about equal proportion
ever since. This is a massive move. I almost undersold it saying it's lost its luster. 560 down to sub 400 is nothing to sneeze at, especially with the market at all-time highs.
And okay, so I recall it was the 1 day massive drop that you're talking about, but it was also like kind of disappointing even into that print.
It really was, yeah. It's been kind of a multi-part story. Weakness into earnings, big weakness on earnings, and weakness post earnings.
Yeah, this is an interesting chart. We will be looking more at this chart, so this is it for Alta, at least for today. But next name today, Zscaler, and I have to say that this has become, I think, one of the more fascinating spaces as far as like the tech trade. I know everyone's excited about AI. I personally am an enthusiast of some of these cybersecurity stocks just because I think their story is so compelling. And in the case of Zscaler, they've been really focused on these hybrid workers and being able to appeal to some of these various employees that are working in a more hybrid work from home environment to boost their home internet security, which I just thought was a more niche way to play into cybersecurity. They do still have, I mean, like massive customers. For example, company did add 29 customers during their past quarter with around 1 million or more in their overall revenue. So that's something to consider. They also have, I mean, like a substantial amount of customers that are massive. And they also have been right now trying to build further into their like AI push. We'll have to see what that actually looks like, but it has been definitely mentioned on several of their straight earnings calls. Many are saying that the guide has been really optimistic, so that not always naturally makes me nervous, but they have been really strong in their conviction and capturing some market share, and has been a relatively stable area of tech. Now, Palo Alto Networks has been, I think, what is it, the standard of like, we could see things completely fall apart. They've had 2 now really negative earnings reactions as far as their stock price is concerned. This name, though, has been, I mean, a bit more resilient. I don't know if you could say that. We are still down about 27% this year.
Well, I was going to say it's about 40% off the highs, just kind of eyeballing 250 to 150. So you don't have that high of a bar as you did maybe in Palo Alto. What I also would say too is it isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, particularly for big companies. They might be working with a lot of these firms. They all sort of have their niche, and this is not a battle when it comes to cybersecurity that's fought on one front. It's fought on a lot of fronts, and so seeing that, a little bit of weakness today, one has to think that might be tied to Salesforce. First miss in revenue in like decades for that company. Now, I don't know if Salesforce spending correlates strongly to cybersecurity spending, but we're going to find out if it does. Certainly some weakness on today. It makes it very interesting as we go into earnings for ZS.
I know, I was saying earlier today, I'm looking at Salesforce, I think their first revenue was since 2006, which is just
a decade.
Ridiculous. Yeah, and I think that a lot of these software names are falling out of favor in turn for the hardware, which hasn't been the case for the last several years, but I feel like this earnings season, the tide has changed somewhat as far as like favorability in tech.
And this is also, and I don't want to get too far into Salesforce, we're not going to spend much time on it today. This is where knowing a stock and sort of how the company operates is important. Salesforce has been notorious for kind of lowballing their guidance, setting up a situation where they can beat. So even a slight miss for a company with that kind of baseline is like a massive beat for a more aggressively guiding company. So just something to think about as a sort of setup for this massive repricing that we're seeing intraday.
No, that's a really good point. I was thinking that earlier when I was talking about it, because like we always say, they always give pretty easy marks to beat, but that obviously was not the case for the first time in quite some time. Next name today, though, is Nordstrom. And Nordstrom, I mean, previously actually did fall about 10% in reaction to its last earnings report, but I was shocked. I have not been paying attention, I think, enough to a lot of these big box retailers. Nordstrom's up 15% this year, and they're up another 12% this month. I have to think aided by some of the really strong reactions we've had to some of these closely comparable retailers. Like, I mean, I guess you could call it a TJX. I have a hard time making that parallel because Nordstrom definitely caters to a more high earning crowd, frankly, because it is not a cheap store. But they do have plans to expand more rack stores this year. They're hoping to drive online sales and in-store sales in the coming year. They have established a pretty nice record of topping earnings estimates, especially when looking at the last 2 reports. They boost an average surprise of the last 2 quarters of around 50%. So this quarter, we're expecting revenue flat year over year, which would improve from the 11% decrease we saw in the same period a year ago. Expected to lose about 7 cents per share, but the street is fairly mixed. There's 2 buys and 13 holds, 4 underperforms, no sells. So the street right now is taking on definitely a more sideline approach here.
Yeah, this seems to be one of those companies that's caught in an awkward price point
Spy.
where, it's pushing into luxury, I would say, but it might not be the highest of highest end things. And at the same point, the stuff that it does carry that is luxury, you can just go directly to those stores. So to me, this is a story of direct-to-consumer kind of working them out of their market. And then, of course, with their rack stores, they're not the biggest player in discounting, but that seems to be that treasure hunting element that's still difficult to recreate online. So something to think about with Nordstrom is it's lost, like, I know not in the last year, but over the last 3 years, like 40-50% of its value. So it's been a tough trade for Nordstrom.
Okay, and to speak to that, because it's one of those charts you have to zoom out like 10 different time frames to even find their all-time high, which was back in 2015, $86 a share. So that really illustrates exactly what Alex is talking about. It hasn't been a 2024 story for Nordstrom. It's been definitely more of a long-term, like, adjusting to what consumers want. Nordstrom Rack is, as anyone who knows that's been in one, it's a stressful place, at least stressful in the city.
With social media marketing too, you don't need a name like Nordstrom's to carry your product to be discovered. So we're seeing that also unfold where you can just go directly to consumers on TikTok and things to get your brand out there and grow on Instagram and other methods where it's become a lot more decentralized, just like other things.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, because there used to be like such a high need for so many of these department stores, and now I just, maybe I'm speaking too much to like the younger generation, but I rarely go to them because it is, again, it's a stressful experience to me. Last name today, though, is back into our tech and so overall, like, the software hardware conversation being NetApp, which is making around an 0.8% move to the upside today. So we haven't got any numbers yet. This name has also been really interesting.
So YouTube, I'm going to show you what I'm having for lunch today. Having rice, peas, celery with homemade cream sauce, and I'm using the same cream sauce on my salmon. And for salad, booyah. Yummy.
We'll also be looking at some example trades of both of those names. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. I'll be right back.
Don't leave. She looks hot today. The Dow is down 260 points, and we're killing it. My favorite time of the year. Try to catch knives. Come on, mouse.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools.
I called you at 4, and you did not answer the phone this morning. So what was up with that? Huh? You led me on. I set my alarm clock and everything, and you weren't there at 4.
investing. It's time for our Chart Master segment. And of course, joining me as always is our Chart Master himself, Rick Ducat, to break down
The Chart Master.
tech names ahead of earnings. And I love that we still have earnings to talk about because I know we're in a relatively now earnings light period, but these are still some pretty major names. I know they won't move the overall needle per se, but could still add some volatility to this market. So Zscaler we'll start off with of these two definitely be laggard, but hanging on to is still its gain on a year-to-date a year-over-year basis.
And it's an interesting chart too, because you take a look at this setup that we have in the
It's a
price
Boeing
action
wedge.
here. Very sideways price action for quite a while here, for months. And then once we hit about October, we started having a very strong acceleration to the upside. We topped out just short of 260. And then, unfortunately for the bulls, we lost most of those gains. A very sharp downward movement here. Some earnings events that happened that took prices down a peg as well. Now we're finding ourselves in a situation where we're below all three of our moving averages: yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day, all trending downward with price below all three of them. We also made some new relative lows recently. We took out our previous low point on our chart here from about a month ago or so, and we've been traversing to the downside in a falling wedge type shape. Two trend lines converging toward each other, both headed downward, typically regarded as a more bullish pattern here. But, the price action isn't really holding true to that idea at this time here. So, volume spike that we saw a couple days ago on a red candle there. By that I mean volume at least 50% above the 50-day moving average of volume, so perhaps some conviction behind this most recent downward move that took us into these new relative lows.
So now when we look at the momentum overall here of some of the recent downtrend, because it's not helping today that obviously we're down about 3% here in real time. What is RSI telling you?
We have been moving lower in the RSI for quite some time, or I should say we had been moving lower for quite some time. We invalidated that red trend line, began making our way back upward, crossed above the 50 midline here. However, we also failed to rise above these this point on our chart, 182. This was a low point, and then subsequently was high points as well. Old support became new resistance. Couldn't really make our way above that point in price or in RSI. We gave up the 50 midline here, invalidated our green trend line. Now we are in the oversold area, typically regarded as a sign of weakness in a trending market here. So more news that's not really great for the bulls in terms of momentum.
So now when we're overall watching some levels here to just sort of keep on our radar heading into earnings naturally, and of course into the end of this week, what are you looking at?
Well, you can see that the area that I mentioned earlier of horizontal consolidation about a year ago beginning centers around our volume profile point of control. So this was an area of very heavy trading here. This could be a supportive area to watch out for if things really do start to fall apart. And this thing can move on earnings. So, if we were to break below these recent low points here, they're 153 or so. We had some lows there, this green line. That would also take us out of our wedge pattern there. That would be a supportive area to watch near about 145. To the upside, right here, we've got our yellow 21-day EMA in confluence with our downward sloping trend line. That would be one mark to beat. And then this red line that I mentioned before, that series of old lows and subsequent highs that matched around the same point.
Pull up the weekly.
Also lines up with our 252-day EMA. So that's a mark to beat to the upside.
Pull up the weekly.
Given this recent weakness, I think we'll consider this looking at now trading this name. So example purposes only, of course. Walk us through leading into say some optimism. If you believe that the overall downturn we've seen in cybersecurity could be seeing, at least for Zscaler, an uptick.
You certainly wouldn't be buying the highs in this name. It's seen a pretty massive sell-off, selling off today. Looking for a retest of that resistance, perhaps around 182. Looked at that in mind for this example trade. 182.5 call calendar spread in which we're selling tomorrow's expiration to May 31st, and we're buying next Friday. So kind of a true earnings trade. Looking for a $1 debit. This would be outside the expected move. So you need a big reaction to get to that 182 mark, but limited risk and looking for a move higher towards that resistance point that Rick talked about there, Jenny. Very customizable strategy, could be adjusted to better reflect the time, risk tolerance, and of course target price of an individual, but that's just one way to look at it.
Right, I think a way to say maybe that we won't see the exact same reaction we saw in a name like Palo Alto Networks, and we could see some upside in Zscaler, which would be welcome after some of its underperformance. But next name today has not been an underperformer at all. And I know we've had some degrees of, like, it hasn't been a straight shot to the upside, but gosh, pretty darn close, especially following its earnings.
Indeed, it has not been straight to the upside. What we've seen is kind of an unusual setup here where we had a long period of sideways price activity, a big jump up, another period of consolidation, an even bigger jump up, then a little more volatility, but really kind of forming an area of value around 105 or so, and eventually making our way back above those previous highs right here near 112 that we saw after earnings. Now we're at the point where we're at the 52-week highs, not necessarily the all-time highs, but we're still quite close there. And we can see as well that we are above our moving averages. They're all trending upward here. The trend is looking more geared toward the upside, especially considering that we are quite close to these highs today.
I mean, especially considering this name just continues to make new all-time highs and new all-time highs. It actually looks a lot like Dell's chart. I know totally different companies, but sort of reminiscent of what we looked at, I believe it was in Dell yesterday. But now, as far as like overall momentum here, are we seeing RSI obviously match this nice upward momentum?
Overall, we're seeing acceleration of trend. You could draw this blue line here, just kind of trying to show the general shape of price movement, that we've made successively higher lows here, but the most recent trend line in white here, rather steep. We've got a matching trend line in RSI that's holding true still. We are above the overbought area in this case. Now this is a sign of strength in a trending market to the upside here. Look for the trend line to be invalidated or for a cross below that 70 mark that represents the overbought area. Those would be signs of more bearish activity here, but for right now things are more geared toward the upside.
So that is encouraging, obviously, because this uptrend hasn't been without that nice RSI backing it. So now, looking at some levels here, I know that we're at a level, technically speaking, we've never been at before. With today at a new all-time high. We've pulled back slightly from that peak today, but what are you watching here as far as like where we could go next? Because I think the bulls would look for this obviously upside to continue.
When we include standard deviation channels on our chart, we take our blue linear regression line, we take one standard deviation to the upside. That helps us assess potential resistance. Turns out that's very close to where prices are currently, near about 118 or so. So if we are able to overcome this level and kind of make our next leg upward here, the +2 channel comes in around 130 at that orange line there. More 131. 130, 131 would be a potential resistance area to keep your eye on based on our own history. So relative to itself, that would be a rather extreme move to the upside. To the downside, these old highs, this level right here near our green dashed line near about 112.48, that would be a potential supportive area. Also pretty close to our yellow 21-day EMA, which comes in near 111.40. So about a $1 range there of potential support.
So, okay, a lot to look at here.
More like 3, you ding dong.
To the upside today. Not exuberant, but still up about 0.8%, but we will leave it there. I appreciate it as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master. So now, when we trade this name, Alex, I think you have to consider that, you know, we're at levels we haven't been at before, quite literally. So where does it go from here? I guess that's anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah, it feels like the air might be getting thin, but at the same time, who's to say that it can't go much, much higher? We've seen these names that have accelerated into earnings, accelerate even beyond post-earnings. So who's to say that it can't continue that way?
Me.
Rather than going against the trend, but also not needing an upwards move, we looked at selling a neutral.
So you got a hammer, doji.
Below the market, and giving it some room, going to the 110 and 105. In order to get a credit for that is somewhat reasonable, risk-reward, we did have to go out to the June monthly, so it's about 22 days away.
By 115 put.
From tomorrow. Jenny, $1 credit, so it's still not the best risk reward that we've ever looked at. 41 risking 400 to make 100. 109 would be the break even. It's basically in line with the market maker move, but you're really looking for either upside or unchanged move post earnings. See volatility normalize, and perhaps this one will be trading for a cheaper value post earnings.
Which is always something. I mean, earnings, we could see something definitely reverse, or obviously a trend change, or we could see a continuation of the trend. You know, that earnings are capable of doing it all. But we will leave it there for our Chartmaster segment now. Coming up next, we'll look at some actual earnings reactions as far as the footwear space is concerned. And if you are a shoe retailer, you're very happy, especially today if you're Foot Locker as well as Birkenstock. We'll dive more into their earnings reports coming up next.
Boom, boom, boom.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
No.
Schwab Network.
It's going down.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a
Oliver.
passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All the need-to-know info from every trading day. I'm Renita Young. Earnings, data, the biggest headlines that move the market, all condensed into a few minutes. Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Recap your trading day with the wrap, right here on schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for FOMO. So we are talking, honestly, one of my favorite conversations in retail, and that is all things shoes. Because who doesn't love to talk all things shoes, especially regarding Birkenstock? We also are talking Foot Locker today. Both nice moves to the upside here to discuss more on
shoes are in the news.
Senior markets correspondent for the network. So Diane, excited to talk about these names. I mean, I'll let you take the reins, whichever one you want to talk first, because I am positive on both the fact that we are seeing nice moves to the upside.
You are ready to
Oh, God.
run, if I may, pardon the pun. Okay, so shares of Foot Locker jumping today. That stock up about 20%, not quite at the highs of the session, but this off the back of its latest quarterly results. It beat expectations on both the top and bottom line, and same-store sales were better as well. EPS was 22 cents a share on an adjusted basis. The expectation was 12 cents a share. Revenue came in at $1.88 billion. Actually, for revenue, that was basically in line with expectations. For the full year, Foot Locker projecting guidance
No way.
EPS to be between $1.50 and $1.70 a share. So that's better than what expectations are. Comps rose for Foot Locker. They fell a little bit by less than expected. Comps fell by 1.8%. That was better than the expectation was for comps to fall by more than 3%. So Foot Locker's really been working on this adjustment plan ever since last year. They had a lot of issues with inventory and their partnership
Oh my God.
with Nike as well, and so that caused but Nike had also said previously maybe we went too far, so Foot Locker now reaping the rewards for those investors who said, I'm going to stick by my man.
You are. Where you been
Diane,
then?
as we look at Birkenstock here,
Where have you been,
Birkenstock is
honey?
a company that's only been public for a short amount of time, but it seems like it's been a resounding success, and it's only building on that today.
Absolutely. So Birkenstock shares are up double digits off the back of its quarterly results as well. So it's interesting to see, kind of these casual footwear companies to be on the move. The stock is up 11% at the moment. They reported results that were better than expected. They boosted their guidance. So earnings came in at, if you do the conversion, it was 41 cents a share. Sales rose more than double digits as well. Both rose double digits. And you're looking at earnings growth there, gross margins up more than 50%. So they just really was firing on all cylinders when it comes to Birkenstocks, and it shows that the popularity is still there. Birkenstocks had a moment years ago. It's having a moment again. Look at I'm not a Birkenstocks person. Jenny, I don't know if you are, but people are into them and they're doing well. Second quarter revenue rose more than 20% on a year-over-year basis. So Birkenstock certainly doing well. And for investors who got in, as you mentioned, Alex, they've just been trading here since 2023. So they're giving, it's been a payoff for investors.
Okay, so Diane, I have to disclose, I just got 2 brand new pairs for my birthday, and it was like a month ago. So I'm a Birkenstock enthusiast, and I think that my thought process is if you just stick with like one brand for 20 years, eventually it'll come in, it'll come out, and you'll never be maybe on trend, but you'll never be off trend. I don't know if they definitely weren't cool when I was still wearing them, but so that's why I'm a loyalist. I was excited to see this nice lift, but I have to say where I'm concerned about like the Foot Locker story is because it's so different, right? Like Foot Locker essentially is then the distributor of the type of shoe like any Birkenstock or what have you, but Foot Locker still has that massive relationship with Nike, and I think that's still a bit of a concern, especially when you look at the underperformance of Nike this year. Not to say that necessarily means we could see Foot Locker underperformance, but it's not like a brand that's seeing the same strength I think it once did.
Yeah, look, and Foot Locker is now trying to kind of reposition itself as a house of brands. That's been one of the strategies that it's looked at, and they clearly need to do that before because they were in such a deep partnership with Nike. But again, Nike has kind of changed its tune, especially because, yes, you see some companies taking more of this DTC route, direct-to-consumer, but I guess for Nike, it hasn't worked out as well as it expected. So it needs its relationship with Foot Locker, and so Foot Locker has, kind of cleaned up its inventory, and because they had an oversupply previously last year, that was one of the challenges, and investors were like, "We're out." And now you're seeing that, that cleaning up what their inventory looked like. Do better for the company, and also the Ulta CEO came over. It has been making changes at Foot Locker that are clearly paying off, and who knows? This could be, for Mary Dillon, this could be the kind of change story that we talk about when we talk about Abercrombie & Fitch.
Jenny, Diane knows that I don't like Birkenstock. She just assumed that I'm not in the cool camp. She called me a boomer last time. At this point, I'm not going to take it personally because she's right. But when we look at Foot Locker, Diane, and we start thinking about it, comparing it to Birkenstocks, it seems one is a growth story and one is maybe it's better than we thought, but it's still not a great situation.
Yeah.
Those are 2 different scenarios.
Exactly. There are 2 different storylines here, absolutely. So to Jenny's point, Birkenstock does have popularity on its side, and clearly
never heard of them.
And we've been talking about this consumer making certain choices, and Birkenstock is winning with the consumer.
I've never heard of them.
Foot Locker, they did note this in their earnings call that consumers are making choices, and they believe that they're kind of coming to the plate, answering the call for what consumers are choosing, but in some ways it's less bad. Yes, they performed better than expected, but less bad, in general. Alex.
And that's a good point too also, Diane. I think a lot of it just is about things being bad news. Maybe it's not great news, but it's less bad than what we would have thought. But Interesting, great conversation. I think I could just talk shoes all day long, and it's like not necessarily something I buy frequently, but I'm like, hey, you always need shoes. You don't need to buy clothes.
It's okay to admit that you buy them frequently.
Yeah, okay, I do. And not cool shoes either, like running shoes and Birkenstock. Like, I'm not saying that I have like a great closet or anything, but we will leave it there. Appreciate the conversation as always, Dan King Hall, senior markets correspondent for the network. So now we trade Foot Locker, because I think that you look at, typically I look at Birkenstock, it's relatively new to the public markets. It's difficult than trading for that reason, so Foot Locker today.
Yeah, and I think it's a good conversation to have. We're typically looking at option strategies. There's no weekly options available. Even if you were to look at some of the monthly options, you know, there's not a lot of bids on some of them. So from a liquidity standpoint, Foot Locker is just objectively a little bit more liquid stock. Now, in time, maybe Birkenstock will get more active and have more liquidity. And that's not to say that you can't be involved in a name like Birkenstocks, Jenny. It's just, unless you have a little bit more of an opinion, maybe that liquidity risk is not worth it for some. So looking at Foot Locker, making a very nice move of 18% higher today, and the more liquid of the two stocks, we elected to look at that for this example trade's purpose. Jenny, what we looked at here, the move to the upside today, I think, elicits that fear of missing out to the upside. We're watching a story that perhaps is turning a corner in the case of Foot Locker. It's been a declining story for several years, and perhaps we're watching that rounding turn, perhaps to some growth in the future. Who knows if that's the case or not, but with that in mind, we looked at a bullish strategy, as you see it on the screen, buying a call vertical, going out to the July 12th weekly cycle. The weekly cycles in Foot Locker afforded us the opportunity to look at single dollar wide strikes, and that allowed us to structure a $3 wide spread, the 25-28 call vertical. If you're able to get about $1.50 debit on this, that would bring your break even to $26.50. We know our first loose guideline for this strategy is to have the break even near the current share price. It accomplishes that with the stock trading just around that 26.5 level, and also equal risk to reward. So $3 wide spread, $1.50 debit, you have $150 in risk, $150 in max reward, so equal risk to reward. Those are our two loose guidelines, Jenny. You need the stock higher for this strategy to work out, and of course you take risk if the stock moves lower.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good way to break down like how you go about thinking through some of these names that just aren't typically like the names we look at on a regular basis. But we will leave it there now for all things FOMO. We'll stop talking about shoes, I swear. But now I'd like to bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, to talk, I would say, arguably one of the most important conversations in the market this year, and that's all things the AI tech trade. So we'll start off with what Alex is going to is the best ticker out there, which is C3AI with ticker symbol naturally AI. Walk us through some of the news today, Kevin.
Yeah, we are seeing the stock up about 19%, and this is after their earnings announcement, which did beat both on the top and bottom line here, and we are seeing a transition when it comes to their revenue model really paying off in this type of environment, which is why we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm for this stock. They actually did see a significant amount of subscription revenue to the upside here, exceeding the street's expectations, and they did actually note that even though they are seeing smaller contract sizes, they are able to actually bring in more volume, which is a little bit different than what we've seen from other software players within this space. So they have been able to see a nice little break to the upside. Now it is really testing that 200-day moving average, a key area of resistance. Let's see if it's going to be able to hold. But they are very optimistic when it comes to their the vision of this company. And we actually do have an analyst, Northland. They did actually upgrade the stock to outperform from market perform. They still have a price target of $35, but once again, kind of noting the acceleration of subscription growth around 41% in Q4. And then highlighting the fact that they believe that the company could be positive, cash flow positive in 2025, even though there is a fair amount of investment dollars that are being put to work here. So a pretty decent report, good outlook, and good commentary coming from analysts as well.
Not the same story in UiPath, Mr. Green. Stock's going the exact opposite direction. I mean, this is as big a move as you're going to see in any name. It's down over a third of its value in one day.
Yeah, a significant drop, and Alex is almost close to the lows that it's traded, the all-time lows, which is around $10.10, if you will, around that level here. But yes, They did have a horrible earnings announcement, to say the least. I think the biggest thing that we saw when it came to the move to the downside is also the shakeup when it comes to their leadership. Their current CEO, Rob Enslin, is actually going to be stepping down, and the co-founder, Daniel Dines, is going to actually be taking over. That's going to be starting in June 1st. And then they also reduced their guidance for the fiscal year as well, kind of noting the fact that it's a challenging environment when it comes to the economic environment, as well as the slowing of deals. And so kind of a different situation that we saw with C3AI, where they are actually seeing the impact of enterprise spend slowing down. And that's another reason why we saw the stock sell off here. It's a very unfortunate event. Let's see if it's going to be able to collect itself and try to push higher here and try to recoup some of these losses. This is not the price action you want to see for a name that's had a lot of hype since it's been IPO'd.
No, and Kevin, I have to say, this was the first thing I saw, honestly, when I woke up today, which means always that you're going to see a pretty significant move. I mean, I saw the fact that it was down like 27%, and at 7 a.m., I was like, that cannot be good. So we've seen that selling hold, an ugly chart today in UiPath. Maybe an opportunity, you never know, but definitely not the sentiment you want to see, like you just said. Appreciate, though, the insight, as always, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent. Coming up next, we'll look at some of the performers in the healthcare space, and specifically Moderna, which has now risen 36% this month, while CVS, the other name we're checking in on, is down about 18%. So we'll talk about that sort of divergence coming up next with Renita Young.
Man, that was good, that salad.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled
Your dad. You've always been a daddy's boy. Remember that time when I took you out behind the barn and I slapped the shit out of you? Daddy! Daddy, Jimmy's beating up on me again.
Here on some of the vaccine makers in the case primarily of Moderna. Renita, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Up about 2% though today. $150, pretty much even here.
Yes, healthcare stocks are getting a little bit of a boost today, and it is because of activity happening on the vaccine.
A little bit too much shoulder there, honey.
That Moderna is in the high spot today. The U.S. government is reportedly closing in on a deal to bankroll a late-stage trial of Moderna's
bankroll
pandemic birth.
The hell?
And so apparently media resources or sources are saying that the federal funding would come from the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority.
God.
It could come as early as next month. It could be tens of millions
Why can't the
of dollars
government?
that the United States would invest.
The government wants to control your health care.
To market, right? And they also say that the government could possibly procure some doses for itself if the phase 3 trials are successful.
Let me tell you something. They don't need to be intervening like this all the time. They have ways to raise money. I don't have to use my taxpayer on an experiment. We live in a communist country.
Spreading to human populations because the CDC clocked 2 different instances that it was affecting dairy workers in recent months. Now here is the thing that really has me going no way.
I'm stressed.
I know. U.S. health officials, they're saying that, this is still not a huge risk to humans. However, the United States is knowingly or reportedly trying to stockpile this up, both from Moderna and from Pfizer. So if it's
they'll stockpile it, and then
then why the stock?
And then it won't be worth the shit.
Okay, I understand maybe like the need to be like super prepared, but I'm thinking this sounds very selfish, and I hope it's not impacting obviously human lives here. But I think of the CPI. We finally saw egg prices start to moderate, poultry moderate. Remember the days when Wingstop had to temporarily rebrand some of its stores as Thigh Stop because there was such a shortage?
You're right.
I mean, I cannot live through this again. I'm like, no, we finally see eggs at a more relatively affordable price, and I guess that is neither here nor there because Moderna is obviously benefiting. We are seeing such a turnaround in this stock.
You're right. That was one of the knock-on effects of it, the actual cost of dairy products going up. But when it comes to the business side, we got to remember that these 2 companies, Moderna, Pfizer, they're still trying to replace pandemic vaccine revenue. And this, since it is becoming a growing problem, looks to be something that they're putting their energy into to try to, build up some of that revenue that would have come from pandemic vaccines.
I don't want to say anything too much. I'll roll the dice is what I guess I'll say. But Pfizer, a little bit less of a pure play into this. Moderna, I don't want to say it's all or nothing, but this is a company with essentially one product, and that product has no demand for it, or very little demand for it now. So they need to find something else. So I guess here's where we can look now. Pfizer, a little bit more established, a little bit more of a moat of things that they work on. So seems like an interesting several months are in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, we can only hope for the best, of course. When the government is stockpiling this, it just makes you be a little bit more concerned.
It does, although I have to say the CDC is not exactly batting 1,000 right now, but nonetheless.
For a hard transition, I was going to say is one of the places that you could have gone and got this vaccination or these vaccinations was at a CVS. There's some stories there as well.
Yes, there are. So this company actually got a price target cut over at JP Morgan to $86 from $101, but they kept it at an overweight rating, talking about how the diversified managed care organizations and hospitals, they've been better positioned when it comes to these large cap health coverage names. And the analysts also believe that within that managed care group, a more defensive approach still pretty much the best way to play the group over in the near term, and that this is pretty positive in the medium to near to medium term. But JP Morgan still remains more cautious on Medicare Advantage. We know that there have been some issues happening with Medicare Advantage over the past couple of years with funding, with government funding as well. And he says that that is given the lack of visibility into the 2024 cost trends and just the uncertainty overall around 2025 bids. The Fed also recently initiated coverage on this stock. The price target is a lot lower. It's $61, and it's a neutral price or a neutral rating.
So I have to say that CVS, this is an ugly chart, and so I mean, WBA is no better, Walgreens Boots Alliance, and I feel like as unfortunately, then the story for these names, which they can't shake, is there's not the same degree of foot traffic because people aren't getting vaccines at these places. And so I feel like that's just like overwhelmingly the narrative still.
Here's something else too, like in urban areas, I would use Walgreens or CVS interchangeably, whichever one is closer, as a convenience store. Okay? Yes. Do I need to do that if Amazon Prime can deliver things for free in like 12 hours?
And you pay like a fraction of the cost. Because I mean, I spend a hefty hefty amount at CVS and Walgreens, or I did, now I've stopped.
And as we know, they're getting into the pharmaceutical game as well. Amazon, they started delivering prescriptions too.
Yeah, no,
That's
so
another
objectively,
problem.
they have less foot traffic for some of those reasons you guys described, less reasons to go in for medical purposes, let's say, or pick up medication. But for just hey, this is the corner store, I just don't have a use for the corner store that often anymore.
You're so right. It was something, I mean, like 5 years ago, and I also have to say that if we are in this new world of AI, please God, CVS and Walgreens, fix your automated phone service, because it is truly infuriating. If you've ever had to use it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But we will leave it there. Appreciate a great conversation, as always, from Anita Young, senior markets correspondent for the network. Coming up next, though, it's time to talk Gap, still ahead of their earnings. And Gap, a name that would shock you if you saw this recent recovery, actually, in some of its overall performance and share price. We'll dive more into what we can expect from this name with Jeff Pierce coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Privileged. Oliver. Where's my screen? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you tonight? Why did I leave you here all alone? I searched the world over and thought I found true love. You made another and you were gone. Okay, Jimmy's about ready.
Joining us now, Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading at Charles Schwab. Now, Jeff, these stores that were powerful in the 90s, early 2000s, suddenly have become powerful in 2024 and 2023. Now, Gap's no Abercrombie, but you could be forgiven for thinking it's becoming popular again.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think what we're seeing around here is a turnaround story for this company. Part of it is then they're focused on cost management. We know that they've been trying to get about $550 million in annualized cost savings, and they're starting to realize that. And then in Q3 of last year, we saw some of the numbers.
YouTubers? Mannequin? Mannequin. Your SMCI. We called out the 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 down here at the bottom. We nailed the bottom. We broke the 200. 1, 2, 3. Boom. And look where it pulled back to. Pulled back to the 200 SMA. On the 1 minute. That's a pivot point. And the Gap. We got Gap earnings. Let's look at Gap. Let's see what these people have to say about Gap.
Here because of discounting. Banana Republic, I think that's going to take a little bit longer to recover. In the meantime,
Who in the hell would name their company like that?
Maybe a gap, and are we cutting down on some of these discounts that
GPS.
from the company over the last couple of years?
Yeah, and Jeff, I've always had a difficult time finding like where this company's niche is, because I know that, like you said, there's these various brands. Like Banana Republic had its heyday. I don't believe it's come back yet, but then there was like Gap that was very much cool in like early 2000s.
I mean, I can't see anybody naming their company a Banana Republic. That is, you know, that's like the bottom of the... I'm great at picking names. I picked I Love Stocks. I picked Always Clean. Washboardjim. Elvis Presley. I picked all them names. GPS. Well, in its prime, it was worth 42 bucks. And we're just now above the pivot point of 21.21.
During the pandemic, so that this turnaround story is going to be a struggle for them in the long term, or excuse me, in the short term, as they deal with some of these headwinds from an economic standpoint. But they continue to see those cost savings. They continue to do well on the inventory side. And, you know, we've seen some analysts weigh in. UBS has a sell rating and a price target at $9. They think that guidance is going to come in below consensus. They expect earnings of about 7 cents, which is 7 cents below what other estimates are out there. And again, they think that this could be a very volatile report in terms of the stock move. So it'll be interesting to see how investors react. So far this year, the story has been a comeback. It really is going to be the execution that we see through these various brands that they have.
Jeff, this is a theory that I'm kind of exploring here in real time. I want to hear if you think it's plausible. Athleta, in its attempt to compete with Lulu, certainly a different price level. But we're talking about athleisure kind of skewing towards a younger demographic, maybe one that's a little bit more comfortable on social media, a little bit more comfortable with e-commerce. So many of these brands that are giving Lulu a run for their money took a similar path to Lulu with more grassroots marketing and more direct-to-consumer models. It just doesn't seem like Athleta is that appealing, even for those looking for cheaper alternatives. You have names like Beyond Yoga and Alo that seem to be meeting that mark a little bit better.
No, I agree. I mean, I think the athleisure wear market, you know, when you think about the big brand names like Lulu, like Nike, those names are certainly going to, you know, command a big portion of that market. But there are a ton of small names out there, some purely online, that, you know, are doing fairly well. Athleta certainly has their own individual stores. They've got that ability for the brick and mortar. But so far, they've just really struggled to compete on a high level with a name like Lulu, which is, I think, been a surprise because Athleta has certainly been a well-known brand. It just hasn't been able to take off, and they've had to discount prices because of high inventories.
And I always imagine that, like, with its mass appeal, like some of these brands have not only men's, women's, but also children's, which is not always the case for some of these like specialty retailers. I was surprised there hasn't at least been that mass appeal like you would think. But we will obviously see how this company is faring as far as its overall financial health. Thank you, Jeff Pierce, as always, for the insight contributor here on the network. And that'll also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Thursday. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Padalides.
Well, snow down again. Wow. Snow's just not happy. than out. And these are all educational videos, and we're going to teach you what SPY looked like yesterday and how successful it was to trade it when a lot of people were very bearish. So let's go ahead and pull this up. This is the SPY yesterday, and there's a certain channel in here I want you to recognize. It's called a horizontal sideways channel. It could be called a Darvis box, that's what I call it. And it was a very beautiful trade yesterday, and it could have been scalped many, many times if you know where resistance is and you know where support is. So we had a couple of real good things going on with this trade yesterday, and there's a lot of bears out there that were too scared to trade it. But if you trade inside the channel, you can be very successful. And that's called a Darvis box. And we're going to go ahead and type this in right now. I'm going to use a tool here. We'll just bring it all the way across and all the way right straight down. Just like that. You can see the sideways channel, and you can see what happened here at open. So right at open we had the knife, and she pulled down and she made a little expansion pattern, or a little downside channel here. This is called a snake. So once you broke out of that snake, we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3 right here at open, where she broke out and had a big engulfing candle. Now, I called this trade out first thing in the morning. I saw a 1, 2, 3 down here, and I said, let's take this trade up and run it up to the 200 and get out of the trade as fast as you can. At that time, it held under the 200 and then broke out again, pulled back, and then we had another breakout to the top. Called this trade out too on the 2 engulfing candles with this here long leg doji, long leg hammer with kind of a huge body on it. And she went ahead and bounced on up off that 50 SMA and ran up to the top, and we got out of the trade. And by that time, she had a pretty good run. I sold some here at the 200, held on to it, and took it all the way up to the top. Then she came back down. She found support off this here channel right in here. So I'm going to draw that price line right across. So there's two kinds of boxes. This one here is starting to trend down. So if you go over here and you look at the box, you can see that we were going in a downtrend, and we created the horizontal channel, which was consolidating, and it consolidated most of the day, and then it went ahead and went on down, and that's called a bearish triangle. If you're going to the upside, that would be called a bullish triangle, and you would go out and eventually you would break up. It always, either one of these patterns depend on market conditions, but we could tell that we're in an way overbought market, and you can hear by the commentary that you're hearing on CNBC and Schwab that they were kind of bearish because we're at such extreme high levels. extreme high levels, and you got to trade that market that way. If you think you're very overbought, you've got to be more defensive in your trading strategy. You just can't always be complacent and think the market's going to continuously go up. So we had fair warning. A lot of fat cats, well, we're up 6%, 7% on NVIDIA in a month. You know, that's a little bit too much. And we are up too much. I mean, we're up 1,100% on this stock in a year and a half. 1,100%. Let me make that clear. 1,100%. It's just phenomenal compared to the way I've been trading. I've been trading the market 20 years. I know what's overbought. This is extremely overbought. Extremely. I don't care what numbers they give you. So we're coming in a downtrend and we're going sideways and we're pulling back again. This is a very volatile market right now. You can make a lot of good money if you just realize that we're way overbought. and these pullbacks will come, and then you can take good advantage of them. Bearish and bullish. So we're trading this stock all day long off this bottom channel until the end of the day. And then she went ahead and she knifed, and she let out some more. I mean, like I said, this market's way overbought, and we could go down a lot more. But I'm going to show you where I think we're going to go. So a bear flag, when you're going down in a downtrend and you consolidate most of the day. I'm not going to say today's going to be like this, and I'm not going to say tomorrow's going to be like this. But I am going to say if you can spot a trend like this, you can really, it'd be a great scalping day. A great scalping day. Just get in and out, 15, 20 minutes, get out of the stock. And every one of them had a perfect setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, you can make a lot more. Double bottom, triple bottom, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. That's the sweet spot. Same thing right here. 1, 2, 3, boom. 1, 2, boom. Then you had another one right here. It held this here support level consistently, so I got into the trade. Everybody else was a little bit bearish, and went ahead and went on down after it broke out to a double top up here. You got your snake, breakout, pull back, double top, exit idea. Consistent, 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 consistent. And then we went ahead and sold off the rest of the day. So I'm going to pull up the weekly. I'm going to erase all this stuff here. Now we're getting back to the top of this channel right here. Top of this channel. And we respected this here doji. It's a red doji. That's a bear flag. That's a bear flag. So this stock can come down and hit the 9 and bounce off the 9 and respect it and then come back up. This is a triple top on the weekly. You got each one of these candles represent a week. So you got 1, 2, 3, down. You got a doji, down. That's a bear flag right there. Them dojis. Then we had the 3 black crows and bounced off the 21. I called this trade out too. So I'm going to set an alert right off the bottom of that wick, and that's at 525. The next support is going to be right here on the bottom of this candle. So I'm going to put price line on the bottom of that candle. Then the next one's going to be right off that 9. Now, as long as we hold the 9, we're still bullish, and that's right around 519.26. 519.26. If we hold this here candle right here, we could still be bullish. But if we break the 9, we could probably short it all the way back to the 21 again, and then bounce off the 21 and do what we did here with the 3 black crows. So that's a bear flag on a doji. We try to pull it back to the previous low, and it didn't support it, and went ahead and we're going to be looking at the 9. Now I'm going to pull this back up to the, let's go to the 5-minute, 2-day. And we're right close to that support level. Again, let me go back to the weekly. 522.69. So I go back to the weekly again. 522.41. Is the bottom of that there flag right there on that candle. This is a weekly candle. Weekly. So if we hold that support today, we'll move back up. If not, we break below that 522.41. So today, SPY this morning, I said 522.41, we hit 522.69. So we were within 28 cents of hitting that bottom of that candle on that weekly time frame. $22.41. We could easily come down and hit the 519.26, 21.30, 519.50, somewhere in that vicinity. It doesn't have to be perfect. Nothing ever is. But I can get these things right to the penny almost, many a times. So keep an eye on that candle. If that doesn't hold, we're going to hit the 9. And if the 9 doesn't hold, the 519.26, 519.21, we could easily drop down to this previous lower support level. So each one of these candles will be a support level to trade off of, the body of them candles. And that's it. I just want to show you this here chart pattern that we traded yesterday. It's called a rectangular horizontal chart pattern. They could be bullish or bearish. It depends on which direction the market is and market conditions. Also, they call it a Darvis box. Ah, yeah. Thank you, sir. What was resistance now becomes support on SPY.
More likely, in case of sort of stresses, come in and sort of hand the whole ship to a larger bank who will benefit from it. So I think we're going to see some turmoil in the regional banking sector in the next 12 months, and the big banks will be the beneficiaries of that. They'll be able to pick these things up at a very low price and expand their market share, increase the deposit bases and their customer bases by buying basically these defunct small regional banks. I think that's a trend that's going to continue as well.
Listen. Yeah, Octavio, what's your advice to folks? Is there a trade or an investment that you think works here, near term or long term?
I can't hear you, Nicole.
Can't hear you, Nicole.
All right, let's leave it there. Octavio Morenzi of Optimus. Thank you.
His battery went dead.
Charles Schwab's Jeffrey Kleintop joining us with some global market perspectives, including how a recent rise in shipping prices factors into some inflation concerns. Stay with us right here on Schwab Network. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Some more market movers for you here. UiPath on pace for its biggest one-day loss since going public 3 years ago. That's after the company issued disappointing guidance in its first quarter earnings report and announced a leadership shakeup. Out, Rob Enslin, the CEO. He'll be replaced by the founder, Daniel Dines. Moves prompting downgrades to UiPath at William Blair and Bank of America. Kohl's under serious pressure, reporting a surprise loss in the first quarter numbers, and Kohl's also missed on its revenue and issued a full-year profit warning. The CEO saying that lower clearance sales have dragged on its comp store sales, and Kohl's loss reportedly means that it is not making enough money to cover the interest payments on its debt. C3 AI shares are climbing after beating fourth quarter earnings estimates and raising the guidance. The company saying demand for enterprise AI is intensifying. CEO Tom Siebel saying that competitors in the space, including Salesforce and Oracle, have not been making similar products and are scrambling to catch up, giving C3 AI an edge. And HP was higher after beating estimates for its second quarter earnings, buoyed by the growth that it's been seeing in personal systems business for the first time in 8 quarters. The HPQ expects the back half of the year to be stronger than the first half. A number of analysts raising their price targets there. And so HPQ right now currently trading at the highest price in 2 years. And here's a look at Bitcoin. 69,230. It's up 3% today. Let's continue our conversation, maybe go a little global, right? These global markets and how these markets impact us here at home in the U.S. markets. Jeffrey Kleintop is with us, global investment strategist, chief global investment strategist at Charles Schwab. It's great to see you. Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for being here. What you're watching, at least in part, is the euro rebounding. Tell us about that story and why that matters.
It's an interesting one. So the euro has rebounded a little bit today. Had a tough day yesterday, but it's on course for its first monthly advance this year. Nicole, markets are now expecting about 2 or 3 rate cuts from the European Central Bank this year, including the one in June, and just 1 or 2 from the Fed this year. Of course, they may be wrong about that, but the point is that's what's moving the currency. We're now at a 1-cut gap between the ECB and the Fed, and that was 2 cuts a month ago, explaining the rebound in the euro in May. Now, tomorrow's PCE deflator here in the U.S., the Fed's favorite inflation metric, as we know, could be the primary driver determining how the month ends for the dollar. But better growth momentum in Europe, combined with higher preliminary inflation readings for May, could continue to support the euro in June. And we've seen Eurozone stocks, they're doing real well today relative to the U.S. They've actually outperformed the U.S. S&P 500 this year, but the drop in the euro has left Eurozone stocks lagging on a dollar basis year to date by 2%. But if you look all the way back, as this chart does, to the start of this bull market back in October of 2022 when the bear market ended, you can see that the EMU index, that's the Eurozone index of stocks, has outperformed the S&P 500 by a wide margin, 20 percentage points, going all the way back to October of 2022. Gosh, if we take out the Mag 7, it's an even wider margin. But the point is, I think that outperformance could extend into the second half, particularly if we get a break in that dollar strength.
I mean, you know, I think it's really interesting when you take a look at the S&P 500, but then you look at those small caps leading in Europe, and that's a group that people have been waiting for, at least here in the States, for a decade. I do want to talk about the container prices, but I do want to stay just for a moment, since we're talking about Europe, those small caps in Europe. What are you seeing now as folks may be saying, oh, that sounds interesting, did I miss them? Maybe they have FOMO and they want to get involved. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. So small cap stocks are outperforming this quarter in Europe. We're not seeing that in the U.S., maybe because the Fed has remained pretty steadfast in terms of when it's going to cut rates. But in Europe, we know small caps tend to borrow more than large caps. They're just more sensitive to lending conditions, financial conditions. And what we're seeing is that the stocks are outperforming large caps in Europe. And I think that's because investors are starting to factor in lower borrowing costs in Europe later this year, along with improving economic momentum. We know small caps tend to be more cyclical and interest rate sensitive. So just noting here that the market in Europe is beginning to price in that maybe more friendly environment for small cap stocks already here in the second quarter. That could really spell good news in the second half as well. But we know they're definitely undervalued relative to large caps, stretched versus their history. So you could still see some upside here for small caps over the second half of the year.
Yeah. All right. So many more topics to hit, and each one. I mean, when I saw container shipping prices moving higher, I said, oh, gee, are we going to be talking about this again now? Remember when we were watching this, the container, each day we wanted to see how much it cost, and all the ships were backed up, and then there were no trucks to pick up the stuff when we had the supply chain issues. What's happening now? The container shipping prices are on the move. Tell me what this is about.
Yeah, they're picking back up again. They're at a 30-week high here, and so we know about these bottlenecks with regard to the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. They've been going on for some time. They're not really getting a lot better. Maybe the Port of Baltimore is easing up a little bit there, but this is really about demand picking up. At the same time, we've had a sluggish rebound in supply. Manufacturing has started to pick up, but it's more come back to a flat line level from the contraction we've seen over the last 18 months, rather than a booming response to the demand, and how demand has been much stronger. So this worries me a little bit because, well, darn near all goods get shipped these days, at least somewhere along the supply chain. And so these costs become embedded into producer prices, which then get passed on to consumers. And of course, we know there's usually a lag of 3 to 6 months for that. But it does worry me as we look out to prices over the course of the summer and into the fall, that they may begin to reflect these rising prices. And I know this week, we got inflation data in Europe, including Germany and Spain today, which showed inflation going up. In Vietnam, it was going up. In Australia, it was going up for May. Tomorrow, we'll get May CPI for Tokyo, so for Japan, being reported tomorrow. That is expected to rise. So you take a look at this maybe rising trend in maybe 1 month is too much for a trend, but if you've got some of these resurging issues with regard to canal issues and solid demand pushing up these prices with regard to container ships, and the Beige Book yesterday showed signs that American companies are passing on higher costs to consumers. So all of that together, I don't think we're going to see a big resurgence in inflation, but I do think volatility in inflation could come back to the forefront, and that could mean some volatility in stocks over the course of the summer, similar to what we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. We also have elections in India. India has been one place that a lot of the guests, Jeffrey, have come to stay, and we know that it's been growing. You've told us that as well. India, Japan, but a lot of folks have been I had a guest on recently who just said, I just bought some India this morning. I remember his exact words. It was like a day or two ago, the ETFs. So people like that area. What are you watching there? Because the stock market has been keeping pace with the S&P 500.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite markets, but India's stock market really had a bad day yesterday and fell a little bit further today, dragged down amid the uncertainty around election results. And so I just caution anybody around the volatility that may come over the next few days. Maybe that's a buying opportunity, but I do want to make people aware of it. So on June 4th, we're going to get the results of the Indian election. This is a 6-week-long election process. They're expected to show Prime Minister Modi's BJP party doing well, but we've seen surprises in the past. There's no exit polling in India, so we don't really know who's going to win, and we've not always seen accurate predictions when it comes to the parliamentary seats here, notably in 2004 and 2008. They were wrong. And so if the BJP party loses more seats than the 303 they won in the last election, stocks could sell off as investors grow concerned about populist programs that could worsen the budget outlook. So volatility in the Indian stock market's already picked up in the last couple of days. That could continue into early next week. So I just want to make investors aware of that.
Yeah, and look, I've also been starting to ask guests about our election here at home and what kind of volatility they expect or which way they think the market could go, because it always is a wild card. Are they setting up a strategy for candidate A, candidate B? Anyhow, so elections are a big deal, and I'm glad you brought that to everybody so they can focus. I mean, you said they're expected to show a win for Modi's BJP party, but we will see.
I'd expect some volatility
Yeah, that's
there.
right. And we've got Mexican elections in the next couple of days, so that's coming up too. We've got elections in the UK in early July. So there's a lot on the election front to keep an eye on. A lot of policies towards increasing nationalism and trade protectionism. So this fledgling recovery in the manufacturing sector and the outlook for inflation are both at risk here if we see more of that shift to a my country first policy evolving over the course of the summer, heading into the elections, of course, here in the fall.
Boy, I don't know how you keep track of it all. I don't know if you have a big global map in your office, an Excel spreadsheet, or maybe like the United Nations, you have somebody from each country. I don't know how you keep up with all of it. I could barely keep up with the United States of America. But Jeffrey Kleintop, we're glad you're here. Thank you. Charles Schwab.
Thanks, Nicole. Great to see you.
Up next, former Tesla board member Steve Wesley will join us. He's seeing some chaos. What's going on? The EV market, what he thinks about some of the recent moves by Elon Musk. We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday at 10 Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. Washboardjim's here.
Number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
And the busiest bit, the largest bit that's just starting to trade over here right now is that SPX options bit. About 21% of all SPX options trades take place on this pit. Well, the people who stand behind us are world leaders in providing liquidity and serving customer order flow. The tremendously important thing about the floor is their ability to price very large, very complex orders in seconds.
Tune in this week to Market Overtime. Oliver Rennick sits down with the global president of SIBO, David Howson, breaks down the evolution of SIBO and the importance of traders on the floor and how 0 days to expiration options are changing how markets work. Catch it, 4:30 p.m. all week long, right here on Schwab Network. Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We have a chance today to dig into the trends that are defining what's going on in the EV market. Autos overall. Let's speak with Steve Wesley, founder, managing partner at the Wesley Group, also a former Tesla board member. Good to see you. So, are EVs still hot? Are you thinking EVs are still hot? Is it going to be hybrid or EV? What's going on here?
There's a lot of stuff going on. First, there's some completely new trends that investors should be looking at. You're going to be hearing a lot about sustainable supply chain traceability, and that's the issue. How green are these EVs really? Which car makers have the greenest batteries?
people don't realize this, batteries are going to have a battery passport, both in the US and in the EU. Rapid increase of EV sales. A lot of people say, well, it's slowing down. It's not. BYD is booming. Hyundai, others are booming. Globally, we will sell over 18 million EVs and hybrid vehicles in 2024. The great majority of those will be full EVs. That's 20% of all cars sold globally. Now, the US is a laggard. Europe's going faster, and China's going faster than any of us. So this EV thing is just picking up steam. And the reason for that is battery costs just go down every year. Last thing that's fascinating, there's just a continued move towards
Who is this guy?
vehicles. And this sounded like sci-fi.
Oh, God, I can't take it.
And get in an autonomous taxi with no driver. And you can do it in Los Angeles, Phoenix, Austin about to start. So this AV thing is about to happen. Get ready. We live in a whole new world.
Yeah, I actually saw a reporter doing that in a city in China, and it really
It ain't gonna happen
was
until you get crime down, you
unbelievable.
idiot.
Car drive and going around everything. So autonomous and full self-driving. You know, there was a time that people started to.
He's scary looking. He ugly. He one ugly.
So long.
God,
Not
you're
to
ugly.
believe?
Absolutely. And it's like a lot of things we've seen before, like smartphones. People said, oh my God, these things weigh 3 pounds and they cost a couple grand. Who's going to use a smartphone or a cell phone? All of a sudden, 2008 happens, Apple comes out, the whole world changes like that. So a lot of times these things take a while to get there and people start to dismiss them. It's the right price point, the right capability, it takes off. I think we're 1 or 2 years out from that happening in self-driving. Get ready, the future's almost here.
Oh, God.
It really is unbelievable. So, look, Tesla was your baby. You loved it, and you loved the visionary behind it, Elon Musk. What say you today?
Well, look, there's certainly a lot of chaos in Tesla. They've missed a quarter. Execs are heading out the door. A lot is riding on this August 8th event. And the big question here is Elon crazy like a fox, or is he just plain crazy? And let me just put it out there. I think laying off 15% of the workforce at the same month, you're asking for a $55 billion salary increase. That's a little crazy. Any postponement in $25,000 car.
I'm gonna kick his
that's
ass.
A little crazy. But again, a lot of it comes down to this big August 8th announcement. And if he can roll out a near full self-driving vehicle and make this $25,000 vehicle a reality, give us a firm date in 2025, he may look crazy like a fox after all. We'll see.
Full self-driving is something he has touted for so long. People just, you know, his credibility on that has waned because people are saying, look, he keeps talking about it. But I saw an interview with him where he was saying in Texas that the car was driving around for 2 days, you know, unmanned, full self-driving. So maybe he will say full self-driving. The $25,000 car and putting that together for that price point, I mean, you said it's imperative that he brings out a cheaper model. If he doesn't, what?
This guy's a nut.
They're just going to continue to lose market share. But the reality is battery costs are getting cheaper. And so I think he has been pushed to realize he's got to get that done. You don't want to lose the economy market, not just to BYD, but to everybody else who's coming into it. So I think he's going to get something out. I think it'll look good, but a lot of pressure on, and that's going to create great volatility in the share price.
When we think about what goes on here, and you talk about sustainability, and now people are going to be concerned about that traceability of sustainable products within these EVs. I mean, there was talk about what happens to the batteries when they need to be changed. Where do they go?
They get recycled.
Well, there's 2 points here. First, a lot of people said, oh my God, don't buy an EV. Who knows how long the batteries will last? Turns out these things last a lot longer than people thought. I got a Tesla EV 12 years ago, battery's still fine. But you're going to start seeing literally hundreds of thousands, soon millions of car batteries coming off. 2 things are going to happen. First, utilities will buy them in what's called second life batteries at 10 or 15 cents on the dollar. and use them to provide base load power storage. That's great. The other thing that's going to happen is they're going to be recycled. And the good news here is over 95% of all the minerals, attributes, elements used in batteries are recyclable. So it turns out EVs are awfully green after all, and just get used to them being a key part of what's called the recycling economy.
When we think about investing in these stocks, I know BYD has done incredibly well. That has certainly been a leader. At the same time, though, President Biden's tariffs that he's been putting on some of the Chinese automakers, what does that mean for Ford or some of our names here at home, for example? Good news, bad news? I think even Elon Musk said he didn't necessarily like President Biden's tariffs on China EVs, because I guess he just didn't want that to start happening on the other side and have retaliation maybe. But which names are the best?
Well, you put your finger on it there. There are two questions. One, are these tariffs a good idea or a bad idea? Look, I think what Biden did was smart, because Chinese vehicles are so heavily subsidized by the Chinese government. You got to do something. But the U.S. has to be careful, because China certainly.
I've had enough of him. He called Biden smart. Biden didn't know what the frick he was doing.
Larger than North America, and there would be a world of hurt for Tesla and other automakers.
He called Biden smart.
If you're going to play that game, we're going to do the same thing. Keep in mind, between 40 and 50% of all cars Tesla sells are made in China. So I'm sure Elon's got some pretty mixed feelings on that one.
Yeah. All right, Steve Wesley of the Wesley Group, thank you so much.
Oh,
great
boy.
to chat with you. Really appreciate it.
Scary looking, ain't he, Nicole?
Board member at Tesla, so we love hearing what you're thinking. But you're all eyes on that August 8th event, and that will really tell you if Elon Musk is on point or not necessarily so. Thank you, Steve Wesley of the Wesley Group. Thank you. Still ahead, we're going to talk more about inflation, interest rates, some strategies to consider for this higher for longer environment that we're in. We'll be right back.
No, I sold them babies.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I was just taking a look at Paramount shares jumping. If you looked at the chart today, you saw it at 11.30 something, $11.50, and it jumped up to nearly $12. And there's reports from the Wall Street Journal that Skydance has submitted a sweetened offer for Paramount. So now the directors will have to go forward, review this shortly, and see. You've also had
other suitors for Paramount that have also been in the works as well. Don't forget, this comes on the series of offers that we've been watching overall. So keep an eye on this one. Of course, a big jump in the stock now. It went up about 2% at this point, and we'll continue to follow this sweetened bid. The battle is on for Paramount. We'll continue to cover that for you. Also, how are we doing on the markets right now? Well, we've had mostly down arrows today. The Dow is down 321 points. I'm going to get to Ben Lichtenstein in a moment. The S&P's at 5248. Only the Russell of the four is with an up arrow. Ben Lichtenstein, senior futures contributor. 90 minutes left in the day. Some of your thoughts?
Yeah, Nicole, not doing so great, I guess, unless you are the Russell or small caps, because they're doing pretty well, up 1%, a bit of a standout player, that's for sure. But the other three majors, the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, coming under pressure today, and really continuation of the pattern we've seen over the last few days. I mean, I think the Dow now is looking at something like 7 out of the last 8 or 8 out of the last 9 days to the downside. It's really been coming off after posting recent upper level prints here above 40,000. So let's just take a look first and foremost at the charts here, a more granular look at the price activity, then we'll get into the bigger picture, because I think that kind of helps put some of the selling you're seeing behind me into perspective. Now, this chart shows us the all-time highs, so history in the making. Just last week, if you remember, wasn't that long ago, 53.41, if you remember. That is a new record level. And then again, some of the selling we've seen over the last couple days. Here we are, if you take a look, this is today's range, right? At the lower extreme of that move lower here. And you can see how we're kind of hanging out right in the middle of the range that we established today, down to 52.41, off highs we saw. Where was it at? 52, well, looks like in the SPX it was actually 52.60. So yeah, here we are again, right here, just below 52.50 in the middle of that range. Just not a lot of conviction today, but we are seeing some over the last few days to the downside. Now, to put that into perspective here, a daily candle chart, which shows the rally off the lows from last fall, 4,100, all the way up to 53.41, again, that most recent all-time high. And on the move lower here, kind of has us right back to those highs that we saw back in March, beginning of April, right? We topped out around that 5,300 level. So this move up was an attempt to break out of that range that we've been in, basically going back to, looks like, beginning of February, but follow through was somewhat limited. So not what the bulls were looking for, but again, I've been saying for a while, consolidation at this upper level here, Nicole, in this area is not necessarily a bad thing, right? In many ways, a win for the bulls. When you take a look at that longer term rally that we've seen, it would be an area of value that we've established here. I mean, again, this move off the high is not necessarily what they were looking for, but not necessarily a major concern at this point either.
How about crude? When we turn our attention over to commodities, we've seen West Texas dropping more than $1 today. Some of your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it felt like earlier in the week when we saw crude on the rise, that was kind of weighing on the indices, and some were sort of chalking that or tying that to what we'd seen in terms of some of the selling. Now I feel like that selling in the indices is just kind of broader based on uncertainty ahead of that PCE data tomorrow, and tied to some of the Fed comments this week and the move up that we've seen in rates. But let's talk about crude, because it has been coming off a little bit, which has maybe helped the indices come off the lows that we saw earlier today. Let's dive into the chart. You can see a similar pattern, right? WTI contract, and again, a very similar intraday look at some of the recent price activity. You're going to see some of the selling that's coming to play from that $50 level back down to and below 78 here today. We're holding right below that level right now. But crude oil coming off, yeah, in a big way. We actually, interestingly enough, saw a draw in the inventories. They were down 4.2. The API yesterday reported a little bit more, a larger draw than that. But the EIA reporting, again, a draw of 4.2. That was today because the holiday on Monday. Taking a step away from some of that intraday price activity shows us how crude's been relatively range bound. So again, it's not necessarily a headwind for what we've seen in terms of stocks when you're looking at this bigger picture. And I think also one could argue a very level-headed approach to what we've seen in terms of tensions in the Middle East and geopolitical unease. So again, rates seem to be more the focus here. As crude's coming off, though, I think this is helping a little bit in terms of that inflation narrative, right? That move above 80, nobody wants to see it at that level. The only concern here is if crude's coming off tied to weaker economy, which one could argue is a possibility here, but I argue, again, this chart just really speaks to balance.
Okay. Ben Lichtenstein, great to see you. Thank you for all of that. Appreciate it.
And we're keeping our eyes on all the inflation prints. Tomorrow is the PCE report. That is the Fed's favorite metric when it comes to inflation, so that's a big deal as well. So we're looking for some strategies on how to deal with the high rate environment, some volatility. Our next guest has some ideas for you. Ty J. Young, CEO of Ty J. Young Wealth Management. Thank you so much for being here. How are you feeling about the market for 2024? Are you feeling optimistic?
Hi, Nicole. Good to see you again. Well, when I look at the interest rates and I look at what the Federal Reserve is saying, and they're saying that they're probably not lowering interest rates. They might even have to raise interest rates. That does provide a bit of opportunity for people, within 10 years of retirement, early retirement, maybe they get a higher CD rate or a higher fixed rate on different investment vehicles. But the inflation remains a huge problem. And what I mean by that is inflation was up big, gas prices up big, food prices up big, and the rate of inflation has slowed, but the prices haven't gone down. They continue to go up. That is a problem for investors. I mean, listen to this. Since January 2021, the cumulative rate of return of the stock market, the S&P, is 37%. When you factor in real inflation, counting gas and food, the real rate of return of the stock market, real inflation adjusted, is about 5%. On a per year basis, that's less than 1.5% compound during that time frame. The market really isn't up big. It's just adjusted for inflation from a retiree's spending point of view. That's where we are. So these higher rates from a fixed standpoint are good, but the volatility of the market is a negative. So we have our recommendation to the clients is to have offense and defense. Make sure your money's growing, but make sure you're in a position where if the market goes down or if it corrects or God forbid crashes, you're not in a position where you're going to run out of money because things cost so much and your money's gone down. That's a huge problem. So offense and defense is the name of the game.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the offense. I mean, when you think about growth and you think about names like Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Tesla and Apple have been waning a little bit, but maybe Apple will come back. But they both have things coming up, right? Tesla has August 8th, Apple has June 10th, so they have events coming up. These kinds of names, do you like those names?
I love those names used appropriately. So if you have the bulk of your money protected against losses and you want to be in those growth names, I mean, NVIDIA with AI, Amazon continues to be a player. There's huge upside, those. And I like that on behalf of our clients, as long as it's in a proper mix, and the overall portfolio has the appropriate amount of risk. So most of our clients are between about 55 and 68 years old. That's where we have about 7,000 of them. And what they should have is about 50% or more of their money completely protected against losses and growing, and the remaining amount, maybe it's 40%, maybe it's 30%, in growth type investments where they can get that big upside. But the proper mix, the proper risk portfolio, or the proper risk mix is so very important. Offense and defense. So if the market does correct, those big names come down, because when we buy those big growth stocks, we also have to remember they can go down fast too. I don't anticipate that necessarily, but we've got to cover the downside. That's the trick.
So tell me about what you use as more of a protection part of a portfolio.
Sure. So we've talked about them on your show a couple of times. The product that we like right now the best is a product called a fixed index annuity. And the way that works is you put your money in, you're completely protected against market losses. If the market goes down big the next day, you don't lose 1 cent. You participate in the stock market gains. As the S&P goes up, you go up with it. Your gains lock in on an annual basis. And when the market goes down, you don't lose anything. And one of the best parts is there's no annual fees on that account. Now, a lot of folks will say, that sounds too good to be true. There's got to be a catch. And there is. You commit your money to a time frame, whether it's 5 years or 6 years or 7 years. You actually choose the number of years that you want. You can always take out 10% per year for income, but because you're trading that time commitment to avoid fees and avoid market losses, and you're still participating in the growth. The historical rate of return is about 6 to 8%. Our clients love those because it allows them to have the bulk of their money protected and growing, and they can still buy some of those other names that we were just talking about to get the growth to keep up with this crazy inflation, this crazy environment that we're in.
Right.
So you're voting for Biden, you idiot?
Good seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody blames Biden for this inflation. It just amazes me.
C3AI. The company's stock is jumping after strong earnings report, but are there some risks? Our guests will explain next.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Power your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on your device for free. Schwab Network.
Join us next Wednesday, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Schwab Network on Trading 360. We'll go one-on-one with the CEO of C3AI. Thomas Siebel will join us, and he'll talk about the earnings, the outlook for the company, the big picture for big data, and all things AI and the AI race. So that's next Wednesday, right here, Trading 360. I will see you then. In the meantime, welcome back to the watch list. And we're watching these shares of C3AI that are getting a great boost today on a strong quarterly report. Our guests are with us for some perspective here. David Nicholson, Chief Research Officer of the Futurum Group, and Kim Forrest, Founder, Chief Investment Officer at Boca Capital Partners. Kim, I'll start with you. Some thoughts here. Do you love C3AI? I mean, look, anybody who had it today, they're happy they see a 20% move. Did you like it before? Do you like it now?
Well, I kind of like it, and I like it because it's delivering the kind of AI that I really believe in. And what that is it analyzes little slivers of a business and then allows them to make it more productive. Like, who doesn't like that? Well, I'll tell you, those little slices cost a lot to figure out. And while an investor might think they're buying a software company, I'll pose to you that 3CAI is really, or C3AI is really a consulting company that delivers their product via software. And you will never get the profitability as a shareholder from that kind of company as opposed to somebody that's just delivering software.
I see. Okay, well, we're going to have the CEO on next week. We're going to have a lot of questions for him. David, some of your thoughts, please.
So Kim nailed it. And you know, I agree, except that I love C3AI for some of the reasons that Kim just mentioned. They are, in fact, a services and consulting company that is doing the sort of block and tackle bread and butter AI that really matters. They're not chasing the shiny object. But the thing that I really like about them is their position in the greater panoply of tech companies. They, in my opinion, are going to be a right target for some of the mega players seeking to add the capabilities of a C3 AI to their portfolio. I think that's the big story.
Yeah, I will say, David, you mentioned your personal opinion that the company's a very attractive acquisition target. You think I should ask Tom next week if he feels or if he's been approached?
Well,
for
you should ask him. Yeah, but Thomas Siebel's a pro. What he'll tell you is no. We're after growth. We want to be number one.
I'm a bit cynical coming out of 30 years in the tech business. Often it's better to be number 2 or number 3 to have your final outcome be the best outcome possible.
Who do you think would be the suitor, David?
There are a few, but the one that comes to mind is Oracle, frankly.
Well,
especially when you talk about the. Yeah, go ahead.
They bought his last company, why wouldn't they buy his next company, right? I mean, are we in the same choir here? I think so.
I think so. From another mister.
Now I see. Yeah, good point. Good
No,
point.
that's not a good
Already
point.
You know his wares,
Nicole.
type of thing, right? Kim, when you did mention about the clients and just having just some big clients. I don't know how that works for a company like C3AI, and what do you compare it to? Are there other names? You said this one's attractive, or yes, you like it, but are there other names that you like more, and why?
Sure. Well, I actually am really rooting for this company because, as I said, I love companies that can and do deliver productivity. Like, that is my gold standard of investing. The bad thing is I've worked as a consultant in this area, AI, and it's a really tough row to hoe. Although I think the tools are better and the data certainly is better, so they have a shot. But I really still like software companies that are feeding into the semiconductor industry, so I prefer Synopsys as a more of a pure play software company that will benefit as AI gets rolled out over the next decade or so.
She's a smart woman.
When you think about, first of all, the old takeover, the first takeover was what? So everybody's on the same page.
Oh, of Siebel Systems. He had a CRM company called Siebel Systems that it flourished for a while. It had, I guess, their customers were looking more for a software experience, not a building their own CRM with tools provided by Siebel Systems. So CRM, just kind of died on the vine because it was too expensive. And it was bought in 2005 by Oracle.
As you say CRM, I think about Salesforce today. Would you buy Salesforce on the big sell-off? Who says yes? Both of you? Nobody?
No, I'm going to pass to see how it plays.
I'm going to pass on that one.
Pass. And Kim, would you?
No, I'm going to pass to see how it plays out. If this really is companies pulling back, there really is no substitute. But this company has been rewarded because it's a growth company. And if that phase of its life is over, it's hard to own a company transitioning away from being a high growth company to being, a reasonably priced growth company because the asset base has to change. The holders have to change.
David Nicholson of the Futurum Group, Kim Forrest of Boca Capital, thank you both. Good to see you. I need you next week for the interview. That's it for the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with me. Download our free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes up to
It is now Power Hour. God darn it. I'm looking at CrowdStrike on the daily, hit the 50 SMA. I'm going to put that on my watch list here. I might. Oh, shit. SPX calls. We got a gap. This is the bottom of the gap on SPX. I have a 52.23.36, but Jimmy sees a gap here. Oh, excuse me. Jimmy sees a gap on the SPX. Damn it. What'd I just do? SMMT, Summit Therapeutics, said that its lung cancer treatment candidate met the primary endpoints for late-stage clinical trial and performed better than the blockbuster cancer drug Keytruda. SMMT. Whoa, baby. Hanging out on Bill Street. Anybody been to Bill Street before? Man, I was there. I was up on that stage, man. Yeah, I was there, man. I was hanging out there, man. How far do I gotta go with this piece of crap? Met the primary endpoint. Yeah, that's good enough. No, it ain't. Yeah. Here. I don't, gosh, I wish I'd, okay. Let's do this. Hurry up. Does not like to be waiting. Fibonacci, baby. You gotta go in to hold him. SMMT, Fibonacci. TikTok news. Dell knife. Rundy. Oh, there it is. Spy. We got 1 hour, 1.5 hours, and we got 32 minutes. 32 minutes left in the game. 525 strikes at $1. 525 strikes at $1. Nah. Boo. It's blanket. Blank resistance. Randy. I would like to get back up to 523.80, please. Do what I say, not what I mean. Break it. 2468. Who do I appreciate? No. Jim, is it true when you first joined the choir that they kicked you out? Yes, fortunately true. So then I sang for the Mormons, and they loved me. Is it true that you were baptized as a Mormon when you were about 14 years old? Yes. Stop it. Is it true that your preacher brought you into the office and told you to quit flirting with the girls? Yes. It's all true. Whoa, very good. Michelle? Money bags. Oak. I would appreciate it if you bounced and not dipped. For the last time. I'm not going to play around with this game here. We're retesting the trend line. We have to hold. Damn it. Don't do it. It says it's ready. Am I ready? Oh, come on. Are you mad at me because I dated a Mormon? Oh, God. Man, my back's killing me. Oh. Now we're at a double bottom. Okay. I don't want to wait to the last minute here. Oops. Oh, God. It's not being very smart. We had a hammer right there. It should have took off from that hammer. And it's getting too late. Hi. The video broke lows. They're putting their money in Dell. Finally, I might get my dream come true. Come on, just give you 2 more minutes. We have to hold this line. And it just had a new low right there. They're taking it right to the penny. Bounce. Oliver, I need your help. Oh.
Not in the way that Walter White referred.
GLW up today, up 3%. Upgrade at JP Morgan. They put it to an overweight from a neutral, put a price target up to 43 bucks from 37. Think about this. Apple up about 12% so far this month. GLW up about 10% this month, hitting 11-month highs. Is this maybe equating to their big customer, Apple, right, making the glass for the iPhones? Maybe this comes into play, but saw some call buyers in here out in the November monthly cycle. So duration here also, bought 2,500 of the Note 40 strike calls for $1.10 debit. So that break even at 41.10 over the next 169 days. It's about 11% above the current share price in there. They also bought some August 40 calls, over 2,000 of those were scooped up. Call volume 13 times normal daily average volume over the last week of trading. So some big flows in here on the upgrade out of JP Morgan.
God.
Yeah, okay. Didn't realize that Corning was doing so well.
Yeah.
Maybe that report about Chinese smartphone sales helped it?
Yep. That and Apple.
They get about equal amounts of revenue from Samsung and Apple at this point, though, but yeah, okay. All right. Nice. Selling glass. BLW up 4%. Thanks, Tom. Okay, we'll get you another update here on tech when we come back, as a pair of U.S. senators are expressing doubts about who the government pays for cybersecurity. Maybe part of also why Microsoft is under some pressure. Be right back.
Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360. 11 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Amazon has received a long-awaited approval from the Federal Aviation Administration about its Prime Air delivery service. The e-commerce giant received the okay to operate its drones beyond visual line of sight, which means Amazon's pilots can now travel further and operate drones remotely. Amazon shares are slightly down on the day and have retreated about 6% from their all-time highs in recent weeks. The chart shows very weak trend directionality, which is revealed by the average directional index study. This study is different from most others and gives a reading of how strong a trend is regardless of whether price is going up or down. A level of 25 indicates a strong trend, while a reading above 50 means a very strong trend. Right now, the ADX is at about 9, which means there is weak or no trend. Look for this indicator to form a trowel and start to rise for clues about a strengthening trend. To learn more, download the Schwab Network app or visit schwabnetwork.com.
One of the more curious outperformers of the year has been the utility sector. Traditionally a rates play, some arguing now an AI play. Let's go to the expert. Mr. Masood Ghazi joins us from NASDAQ IR Intelligence, lead analyst with specialty in the sector. Masood, welcome back to the show. Hey, so kind of starting from the top here, I mean, has this become an AI proxy play for all the power, or is it still traditional use?
Thanks for having me on your show, Oliver. So from mid-February to approximately mid-May, we saw a massive rally in utilities quite abruptly, and the reason being predominantly because of AI. So it's the AI theme that is broadening out into the utility space, and we see a lot of positive momentum with the what's called the IPPs, the independent power producers, so nuclear energy. and also utilities that are exposed to data centers, Virginia being a prime example, are seeing a significant boost in their stock price. So data centers, AI, and also don't forget there are themes such as reshoring of manufacturing, and also Bitcoin mining and EV charging, which has also been benefiting the sector in I guess the first half of this year.
So there's a little bit more kind of secular impact around tech than maybe we would have assigned to this group 5 years ago?
Oh, absolutely, and I think this is playing out not only in utilities, but across various different sectors. So anything that has to do with data centers, that has to do with power, and demand for electricity is going up as a result. So those are the plays, the AI plays that are broadening out in the utility space.
Where does it show up in the numbers? Is it top line? Like, are we going to see utility companies? Forgive me, I haven't really been keeping too close a track. I've been busy with the chip makers and stuff, Masood. Are utilities like blowing out earnings right now?
So I think the only place where you see what's called a blowout in earnings is with the IPPs, the independent power producers. There's a lot of demand. They have been beating earnings and guiding higher. There are about 3 to 4 companies in the IPPs. And expectation for significant improvement in EPS rests with the so-called the regulated utilities, and it's all based on geographic location, but where there are predominantly large presence of data centers. So those are kind of the 2 ways of playing AI in utilities.
It seems like the earnings growth has been bigger than the sales growth, just kind of pulling it up here for the trailing quarters. Are these companies wringing out profits in a different way? Does it change like the balance sheet structure when you get demand from new places?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And historically, looking at regulated utilities, especially over the last 2 to 3 years, they have been struggling. It's a sector that has not had a lot of attention. Their market weighting as of March end is 2%, which is the lowest as per Piper Sandler in approximately 100 years.
Wow.
So it's a sector that hasn't, a lot of investors have not been paying attention, and the reason is twofold. From a fundamental perspective, there's also the trading aspect of it, the yields and the macro environment, but just looking purely at the fundamentals and the earnings. One, higher inflation has hurt a lot of regulated utilities because labor costs are going up, equipment prices are going up, commodity prices are going up, and the cost of capital is going up. And a lot of these are bond proxies, so cost of capital really impacts earnings. And finally, regulated utilities, their rates are regulated. That's why they're called regulated. And the regulators are reluctant to pass on costs to consumers. So as a result, margins have been squeezed. And finally, we're getting some breath of fresh air with this AI revolution that is heading both the IPPs, predominantly the IPPs, and also the regulated. So expect some top line growth from some of the larger utilities as a result.
Okay. So the independent power producers, leaders in this, and seems like there's a little bit of buffer for utilities now against any rate pressure if it comes back. But it still does play a role, like if rates go wild again.
Correct. So I guess when you're referring to rates as an interest rate,
yeah, exactly.
is that your question? Absolutely. So there's the fundamental angle to utilities, and then there's the trading angle. And over the last 2-3 years, there's been three major market themes. And one is that growth stocks have been outperforming, and the poster child of this is Magnificent Seven. And we're also seeing this across utilities. Second theme is constantly shifting narratives. In 2022, utilities the sector was the second top outperforming sector after energy. In 2023, they were the top underperformer. And in 2024, so far, it's an outperforming. And it's really, if you look at yields and the direction of yields, which is a function of inflation and the state of the economy, really describes a lot of where utilities are going. And one of the reasons why we saw a rally earlier this year, which has been slowing, is because yields have been falling. It has picked up again over the last few days, and as a result, we're seeing a little bit of underperformance here. And classic case in point today, yields are down. The utility sector is the top performing sector.
Yeah.
And finally, if I may hit on the third major market theme over the last 2 years, is the S&P 500 and the 10-year Treasury yield. The correlation is at all-time highs. Last time we saw this level was back
10
in
more
the 1990s.
minutes.
Yeah.
As a result, yield
What a flush out.
which are bond proxy and yield-oriented instruments, they have become
Yeah, I said the same thing, Mannequin.
more sensitive to the direction of yields, rates.
We both noticed
also, the Fed's expectation as to where they will drive interest rates.
Good stuff, Masood. Appreciate the deep dive. Helpful for us to understand what's been going on here. Good year for utilities, of course. Some answers. Thanks a lot, Masood Ghazi, lead analyst at NASDAQ IR Intelligence. And the top performing sector again here today. Let's check in with Renita Young. Going back to Microsoft for a second, is looks like they make a little competition on some of their government contracts, Renita.
Absolutely. This actually sounds like a big antitrust argument. It's because some senators are expressing some serious concern about the Pentagon's cybersecurity deal with Microsoft. Now, they take issue with the fact that Microsoft is going to, or not just Microsoft, but the Pentagon is reportedly requiring all department offices to upgrade to Microsoft E5 licenses exclusively. And these senators believe that why not diversify this and have multiple vendors? They feel like it should be a multiple vendor approach, and that not doing so, or doing so, pardon me, would result in greater competition. It would lower long-term costs, and then it would have better outcomes related to cyber security. But another issue here, Oliver, is that last year, when China-based hackers got into government email accounts, it happened on Microsoft's watch because it was in the Microsoft 365 cloud environment. And so their response to that was to have these offices upgrade to Microsoft E5 licenses as part of a zero trust strategy. That just means that it's a strict identity verification for everybody involved, every device, and every private network, whether or not they're actually in the network perimeter. But these senators, they're just saying that, hey, listen, have a multi-vendor approach. That's the most serious concern that they have. I would imagine they have concern about Microsoft being the vendor, especially since that giant hack that happened last year with government accounts happened on Microsoft's watch. So that is impacting shares today. They were a little bit lower, not by too much, but that's exactly why. You know, it feels like sort of a reverse antitrust concern.
Okay. Hey, so it's getting pretty meaty here. Now down 3.5%. So, all right. Sounds like might need a little diversification of the software support for the government. And anytime we see these cybersecurity companies or tech trades have any tension with their government contracts, stocks usually react. Pretty big client.
Of course.
Important story. All right. Thanks, Renita, coming up. Let's get ready for tomorrow's inflation. A macro discussion before the bell, because then it's all about earnings and stocks. Kathy Jones on deck to talk some inflation and data for us from today. Don't miss it. Big picture discussion when we come back.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Schwab Network.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
We got about 6 minutes until the bell. Let's talk about tomorrow's inflation print, what we learned from this morning's data. Joining me, Kathy Jones, Chief Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Hey, Kathy, let's start with this morning. Take me through your interpretation of what we saw from GDP. I guess a little less so jobless claims, as that's been pretty consistent.
Numbers were interesting, and now these are revisions to the first quarter numbers, so it's a second look at the first quarter that we've gotten. And what we saw that was probably stood out the most was that the core GDP number that strips out some of the more volatile categories like inventories and exports showed a slower pace of growth than the previous estimate. So that slowed down to about 2.8%, which is still pretty healthy, but not nearly as strong as the 3% plus that we saw in the first estimate. So that was the first clue that we're seeing a slower pace of consumption than we previously thought we saw in the first quarter. And then the GDP PCE was revised down a little bit. Again, these are small downward revisions, but the overall print was downward in terms of most of the revisions. And I guess the other piece of data that came out that probably didn't get as much attention was the retail inventories number for April. And what we saw there was a pretty good jump in retail inventories for the month. And it tends to be somewhat volatile, so we'll wait to see the trend. But that does seem to suggest that we're seeing why some of these retailers are cutting prices, because apparently things aren't selling as fast as they thought because prices are too high. They're cutting prices to try to move some of this inventory. So you got to put it all together and you say, okay, first quarter was not as robust as we thought. Now we look into some of the second quarter data, and we'll see confirmation or we won't see confirmation of those trends.
Really a great point, especially there on the inventory. It's super helpful to connect with what we're seeing from the earnings here. Makes a lot of sense because it's extended basically to even kind of average and lower price retailers have had to just clean stuff out. So we've got a little bit of a slow down, but does some of that spending shift into other areas for the summer, Kathy? Is it possible, the travel, the services, hospitality stuff kind of revs us back up over the next 3 months?
Well, it's certainly possible. Now, we do have seasonal adjustment factors that should account for the seasonal swings in the way people spend their money. We'll just have to wait and see when those figures come out. We do see sort of a miscalculation. I noticed American Airlines with the business travel versus the non-business travel. We'll have to just see what the consumer is feeling like. The sentiment numbers are really perplexing because on the one hand, people are concerned about a lot of things, have sort of a negative view of the future. On the other hand, the recent sentiment numbers picked up quite a bit and said their current conditions are good. So I'm not sure where that's going to lead us going forward. I tend to think that what happens is we continue to see kind of steady spending, shifts around a little bit in terms of this composition, but still, as long as people have jobs, they'll probably continue to spend some money. So I'm not looking for a substantial slowdown in economic growth in the second quarter, just kind of continuing sort of ebb and flow at a lower level than we've seen over the past year or so.
Okay. Pretty solid bond rally for a revision, but then we also had a pretty solid bond sell-off in the week prior. Give me a quick thought going into tomorrow for inflation, Kathy. What's your baseline? Does any of this skew one way or the other in terms of what to expect?
Well, I think there are a lot of hopes that we'll see a soft PCE number and core PCE number tomorrow, because that allows us to think, okay, inflation is, instead of going sideways or edging up a little bit, it's gonna resume its downward trend. So that's what we're looking for. And if it doesn't materialize, obviously the bond yields can bounce back up and we can push out any expectations for Fed easing. But Should be a pretty good number. We're just waiting for those rent figures to kind of flow through on PCE to bring that core number down.
Okay. So some hope here that maybe we could calm the waters a little bit. It seems like that's the message today, but numbers will determine that in the morning. Thanks, Kathy. Really helpful for us in connecting also with some of the stock news today for the retailers. Kathy Jones, Chief Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab's Center for Financial Research. Back in a minute for earnings.
Okay.
Young lady who...
Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. But I gotta go see my accountant. I hope everybody had a good day today. This is when I trade the best, when the market's in decline. I'm always offensive, no matter what day it is. It could be the worst day of the day, but it could be just a great opportunity to be taking some trades too, if you keep a good watch list. Now, this CRM, I was on it this morning because Dan Ives says he loves it, but it had poor guidance and poor earnings. And everybody talks about it all the time. Kramer interviewed the guy yesterday. It was on CNBC all day this morning. Schwab didn't talk much about it. But we hit a real critical support level, and it was such a big dive. It kind of just screams at you to take the trade. I've said this over and over, and I'll say it over again. If you keep an eye on your watch list, and there's something on there that's really took a beating, and you know that you've made great trades on it before, and I think people are starting to accept it now that we are in a pullback. But it could be just short-lived again. But man, we're so close to the election. We're so close to summer. It may go away. But I don't think that rule matters anymore. Not that the retail trader is back in here and we have a totally different economy. At one time, the fat cats run the market, and they would take the summer off, and the volume would be really, really light, real light volume. But I don't see that in the summer anymore. So it's just kind of something to keep in mind. I think the retail trader has changed the whole philosophy of how the market works. We used to have recessions every 4 years. And then because you didn't know what to expect out of the next president, whoever was going to be elected. But now it's kind of like we're in a authoritarian government, a fascist government right now, so you have to kind of just play with the wind. Things are happening right now that's unprecedented. That I grew up in school learning that, presidents were untouched after they became president. Like, no matter what they did wrong or whatever, it was usually a clear ride, but somehow that's changed all of a sudden. So we have to kind of just see what happens. I hope nothing nasty happens or anything brutal happens to our country. There's that end tap. They were talking about that one earlier. So that could bring the market up tomorrow. Just a little bit of good earnings out of these things tonight. But this is pretty good. I mean, they make some money, $6.some billion. Wow. They're a money-making machine. Fourth quarter beats. Well, what about the first? First quarter revenue beats fourth quarter, okay. Try and following the fourth quarter earnings beat. Well, that don't make sense. So I'm going to go see my accountant. I have to have an accountant. I just do too much. I don't have time to do. I'm not well educated to do my own paperwork. I tried it, but I knew from when I opened up my picture frame shop back during the Clinton years, I knew it was going to be a hard ride. So I said, "Hey, would you do these for me?" And ever since then, I went like since 1992. I've had an accountant ever since 1992. Yeah, 1992. Maybe sooner, 1991. 91. Somewhere in that area. What happened to Snow? Its sister play with everything else. Bad earnings. Shares of software IT are trading lower, possibly following weak guidance from Salesforce. Everything's a sister play to Salesforce, CRM. So keep these down, CRM, Snow, CrowdStrike, and you might be able to play all of them if CRM starts to turn. It's called a sister. It's called a sister sector. That's why I keep my watch lists in sectors. So if I have like a bad earnings on, IT or Snow or anything like that, AI is going to take over some of this stuff, so they need to get, involved in AI, or a lot of these companies do. The threat of AI, it says here, Salesforce darkens as skies of cloud software as AI threat looms. AI is going to take care over everything. People are only going to be in the service jobs. Then you're going to be able to build these things, and that's it. I mean, if I had kids today, I would emphasize, man, you need to really learn, because the economy is going to be changing so fast. You need to pick up a skill and a trait that you love and you enjoy. If you love to paint, if you love to, you could pick a hobby up. I mean, you could be a window washer, but things are going to change. Factories are going to be more AI and computer operated in 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So if I had a kid, I'd be teaching them stocks, how to trade the market. I'd teach them, or I'd say, hey, I'd sit them down. My parents never sat me down. I had to pick this all up on my own. And I knew at a very young age, when I started mowing yards and selling Kool-Aid, I wanted to be a sole proprietor, and that was 8, 9 years old. So everything I did from then on, if I had to do it all over again, I wanted to get into acting, but I had epilepsy and it was just too hard. Imagine, I've always lied about my epilepsy everywhere I worked at. I said, "Are you physically fit?" Yes. If I told them I had epilepsy, I'd never get a job. Because it's too much responsibility. I mean, I had a fit one time. We were down, I got this job at AccuCount Inventory. And I had a hangover, and I woke up the next morning. I had an epileptic seizure inside the store. I woke up about 8 hours later. What happened? Well, you had a seizure. So shit. And they kept me on. Which I was amazed. I was good at what I did. They could see it, but that's the only time I've ever had a seizure on the job. Grand mal epileptic seizure, if you know what that is. But I never let that deter me on becoming a hard worker. Yeah, when I was very young, well, you'd be lucky. You got a brain tumor. You got cancer in your head. That's what they told me. You'd be lucky to live to be 20. And I went to two doctors, and then I went to the third one, and he was an Asian guy, and he said, "Jim, I want you to sit up here, and I want you to hyperventilate." And I hyperventilated, and I went into a petit mal epileptic seizure. And right then, boom, he knew exactly what was wrong with me. It turned it was petit mal, and then it turned into grand mal. Now it's juvenile, which means I'm having them every 3 minutes. So that's that. I'll live to be 90 probably. I lied about everything. I lied about boxing, lied about baseball, basketball, and then finally they found out and said, "Jim, you can't play sports no more." And I'll still be trading. That's correct. So I want to wish everybody a great night, and we'll see you in the morning. MDB, that's another one, right? God. That's not too hot. Oh. Dad still trades at 93. Cool. It keeps his mind working. That's why I like it. It keeps your mind busy. I'm hyperactive, so I had to have something to keep me going. Well, I'm gonna call it a day. Dell. Ooh. Oh, God. Boy, that probably hurt a bunch of people right there. Fuck.